The hospital corridor was bustling with people. Yet, Yi Fan didn't care. He squatted in a corner, wailing loudly. Your mother's stomach tumor has turned malignant. If you don't pay the 100,000 yuan for surgery, she only has 1 month to live. The doctor's cold words pierced his heart like needles. But Yi Fan couldn't afford the expensive fees. His adoptive father, Yi Wujiu, had disappeared at sea a year ago. His adoptive mother, Shin Biqin, had collapsed and been hospitalized due to a stomach tumor. Yi Fan, who had just graduated, had become the pillar of the family. This year, to pay for his adoptive mother's treatment, Yi Fan had not only used up all their savings and taken out every possible online loan, but had also become an adopted son-in-law to the Tang family through a lucky marriage. He had toiled like a beast of burden and completely lost his dignity in the Tang family to obtain the 100,000 yuan. But that money had been used up in the blink of an eye at the hospital. All that Yi Fan had left was his phone and 10 yuan. Another 100,000, another 100,000. Thinking of the amount the doctor had mentioned, Yi Fan felt a deep despair. Where could he find another 100,000? But he couldn't just watch his mother die. No, I must borrow 100,000. Yi Fan wiped away his tears and stood up with gritted teeth. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to my mother. He decided to swallow his pride and borrow money. Yi Fan went to the first place, his uncle's house, and knocked on the door. His aunt opened the door with a stern face. Yi Fan pleaded desperately, hoping for a miracle. Aunt, my mother needs money for surgery. Coming here for money again? Coming here for money again? We gave you 200 yuan. Isn't that enough? Get out! Get out! Get out! Don't come here. We don't have greedy relatives like you. His aunt pushed Yi Fan out as she spoke and slammed the anti-theft door shut. Hearing those sharp and cruel words, Yi Fan trembled with anger and punched the wall. He knew how cold human relationships were, but he had not imagined that his uncle's family, who had taken his father's ancestral home, would not help with even a tenth of the amount needed. Yi Fan had no choice but to shamelessly ask other relatives for money, but they all turned him away. They even warned Yi Fan not to bother them again, or they would call the police. Then, the landlord called, saying that if he didn't pay the rent within a week, he would clear out Shin Biqin's room. The online loan companies were also calling relentlessly. Yi Fan steeled himself and called Tang Ruoxue, who was vacationing in the Maldives. Tang Ruoxue, upon hearing him ask for money, hung up the phone in extreme annoyance. He had reached his wit's end. After standing in the cold wind for a long time, Yi Fan dried his tears and went to 0 Degree Bar. It was owned by his ex-girlfriend, Yuan Jing. Or rather, it was owned by Huang Dongxiang, his former roommate, who had lent Yuan Jing 5 million to pursue her dream. Of course, because of that 5 million, Yuan Jing had left Yi Fan and fallen into Huang Dongxiang's arms. With the publicity of a cold campus beauty, the bar had become very popular and a gathering place for many wealthy young men in Zhonghai. Yi Fan had become a laughingstock. Although he felt humiliated to go there, the thought of his mother's surgery fees forced him to enter 0 Degree Bar. He also believed that Yuan Jing would, out of the old affection, lend him 100,000 yuan. Someone was playing guitar and singing in the bar, creating a lively atmosphere. The perfume here made Yi Fan feel self-conscious. Yi Fan entered the hall, and the whole place went silent instantly. A dozen or so elegantly dressed men and women turned to look at him. Yi Fan looked towards Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing as well. In Huang Dongxiang's eyes, he saw self-satisfaction and intense disdain, but no hint of guilt. Yuan Jing was wearing a low-cut vest, revealing her white abdomen, and a pair of shorts that were as short as possible. Her fair skin, long slender legs, and beautiful face were very eye-catching. However, her cold and aloof expression made many people dare not meet her gaze. She looked at Yi Fan without emotion, with the same indifference as if she were looking at a dog on the street. Yuan Jing's best friend, Yang Qianqian, jumped down from a high stool. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Her tone was disdainful. Yi Fan gathered his courage. I'm here too. We don't need a cleaner here. Yang Qianqian sneered. You should leave. She had always looked down on the impoverished Yi Fan, and she was the one who had pushed Yuan Jing and Huang Dongxiang together. Yi Fan quickly waved his hands to explain, I'm not here to work as a cleaner. I'm here to. Lemonade is 28, cocktails are 180. Can you afford that? Yang Qianqian sneered. Even if you have some spare change from the Tang family, you are not welcome here. Huang Dongxiang spat out in disgust. Damn it, bad luck. I didn't check the calendar today and bumped into a useless freeloader. Huang Dongxiang and his group knew all about Yi Fan's role as the Tang family's son-in-law for a lucky marriage. The dozen or so men and women started laughing. Yi Fan steeled himself and stepped forward, looking at Yuan Jing about to speak when a beautiful girl yelled, Take your dirty hands off. This is a leather sofa. She also waved her hand in front of her nose, as if Yi Fan had emerged from a sewer. Yi Fan pulled his hand back as if he had been bitten by a snake, his face turning red. He had known he would be humiliated, but he had not expected them to be so ruthless. He bit his lip and blurted out, I'm here to see Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing, let's talk outside. Yi Fan hoped to save a shred of dignity. Yuan Jing crossed her long, slender legs, her white toes twinkling under the lights. She didn't jeer or move, but this was exactly the greatest form of contempt. Huang Dongxiang smirked. Yuan Jing is my girlfriend now. You can't just come and see her whenever you want. He also rubbed Yuan Jing's leg provocatively. Yi Fan's face flushed. Yuan Jing, I really need to talk to you. Let's go outside. Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan without responding, her face only showing pride and indifference, like she was looking at a negligible ant. Get lost, seeing you makes me sick. Yang Qianqian said impatiently. Don't spoil our mood. Looking at Yuan Jing, who wouldn't even give him a shred of respect, Yi Fan was very disappointed and sad, but he still managed to say, Yuan Jing, I want to borrow 100,000 yuan from you. Yi Fan made a promise. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. I can leave my ID card and graduation certificate with you. 100,000. Yang Qianqian shouted exaggeratedly. Yi Fan, you want to borrow 100,000? You're not worth 100 yuan in your whole body, and you dare to borrow 100,000? Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing and explained, My mother needs money for surgery. I know this is abrupt, but I really need the money to save her life, please. He even took out his mother's medical records, hoping to move Yuan Jing. Huang Dongxiang looked at him like he was an idiot. Your father is missing. Your ancestral home was taken by your uncle. Now you're renting a house. You're an adopted son-in-law, and you don't even have a job. How are you going to borrow 100,000? In the past year since graduation, Yi Fan had either been busy with his mother's illness or serving the Tang family, so he had not found a job yet. So he was still unemployed. Once my mother's surgery is done, I'll find a job immediately, and I can definitely pay you back. Yi Fan was ashamed. He wished he could turn around and run away. But he had come this far. He had to persevere. Yuan Jing, please, my mother needs surgery. She really needs this money. At that moment, Yi Fan felt like a dog, truly and utterly humiliated. Yang Qianqian scoffed. We're not your father. What do we have to do with your mother needing money for surgery? Yuan Jing, please help me. Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing and pleaded. I will definitely pay you back. Everyone looked at Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan with a cold expression. In a tone even colder than her expression, she said something that chilled Yi Fan to the bone. Borrow money from me? Don't you think that's ridiculous? What do I have to do with your mother's life and death? She sneered. Do you think we still have some kind of old feelings between us? Don't flatter yourself. No swan would ever care about a toad. Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing in shock, unable to believe that these words came from her. Our circle is not something you can enter. My money, Yuan Jing's money, is not something you can borrow. And there is no feeling between you and me. All right, when I was going out with you, I got sick, and you gave me a Tai Chi jade, saying it would protect me and keep me safe. Now here I return this Tai Chi jade to you. Take it and keep your mother safe. Yuan Jing took a Tai Chi jade from a drawer under the table and dropped it into Yi Fan's hand with a blank expression. Go on. Don't come here again. Your presence at 0 Degree Bar is not appropriate. You're causing me and Dongxiang and the others trouble. Her voice was calm, with not a hint of arrogance, but it crushed him to the core, like an ant being looked down upon from the sky. As a human, you should know your place. Yang Qianqian pushed Yi Fan away. Get out of here, Toad. Yi Fan looked completely desperate. Huang Dongxiang suddenly spoke up. I can lend you 100,000. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, his whole body trembling with excitement. Really? Huang Dongxiang smiled mockingly. Kneel. Yi Fan's blood surged. There was anger in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Thump! Yi Fan knelt straight down. His knees hurt, but his heart hurt even more. But for his mother, Yi Fan was willing to do anything. Ha ha! Yang Qianqian and the others laughed shrilly. They never thought that Yi Fan, who was known for his stubbornness, would kneel in front of them like this. Someone pulled out their phone to capture this moment. Yuan Jing lifted her snow-white chin, proud as a princess, her contempt even more intense. A man with no backbone. Huang Dongxiang went to the restroom and came back with a cup containing yellow liquid. Then he placed it in front of Yi Fan with a loud thud. Kneel and drink this. Huang Dongxiang tossed out a bank card. Here's the 100,000 I'll lend you. Looking at the liquid in the cup, Yi Fan paused for a moment, then grew furious. That was urine. You bastards. Yi Fan threw the cup. You're going too far. Yuan Jing and the others screamed as they were splattered with the liquid. Huang Dongxiang flew into a rage and gave the order. Get him. Yi Fan turned and ran. 7 or 8 young men rushed forward. He was no match for so many. Yi Fan was quickly knocked to the ground. He leaned against the wall, tightly covering his head with his hands. He couldn't feel his hands anymore, only covering his head by instinct. He had protected his head, but not the rest of his body. After taking several heavy blows, Yi Fan started to bleed. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian shouted out in pleasure. In their eyes, Yi Fan's resistance was outrageous, so this outcome was entirely deserved. A useless piece of trash. Huang Dongxiang stepped on Yi Fan's head. Bang! Yi Fan's hands that were covering his head finally loosened, and he slid powerlessly down the wall. He lost consciousness. A stream of blood flowed from his palm, seeping into the ancient Tai Chi jade. Swish! A flash of light flickered and then disappeared. I am the Tai Chi medical immortal. From today onwards, you shall be my successor, inheriting my Tai Chi scripture and the jade of life and death. You will heal the world, and in doing so, you will heal yourself. Yi Fan felt himself in a vast, ethereal void. Along with the voice of the inheritance, massive amounts of information flooded his mind. Martial arts techniques, medical arts, profound acupuncture methods, cultivation formulas, they all relentlessly surged in. When a jade of life and death appeared in his palm, Yi Fan couldn't help but scream. Ah! Yi Fan woke up to find himself in the hospital, covered in injuries. He struggled to recall, remembering that he had been beaten by a group, then thrown out of the bar. The pain in his head confirmed it. Yet, he was shocked to realize that the dream was still clear. Could that dream have been real? That's absurd, Yi Fan muttered. But when he closed his eyes, he was stunned. In his mind was a Tai Chi scripture. Could this dream be too real? Yi Fan still didn't believe it. Then, he opened the Tai Chi scripture and started to cultivate according to its instructions. If nothing came of it, then the jade of life and death and the Tai Chi scripture were just a joke. But the reality left Yi Fan dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, he felt a small current of heat emerge in his dantian. Then, the current flowed through his limbs and bones. Everywhere it passed was incredibly comfortable. At the same time, on the palm of his left hand, a faint Tai Chi symbol appeared. The jade of life and death. White for life, black for death. Each side had 7 rays of light. The shadows were faint, but clearly distinct. Yi Fan thought he had accidentally stained himself with the pattern. He rubbed his wrist against his thighs several times, but the Tai Chi symbol was still there, and it had started to rotate. The next moment, information flooded Yi Fan's mind. Condition: 13 abrasions, grade 3 organ damage, mild concussion. Cause: violent gang assault. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan was stunned. What was all this? He subconsciously issued a command to repair. The jade of life and death began to rotate. Then a white light entered Yi Fan's body. Snap! Then his body began to change abnormally. His blood vessels heated up uncontrollably. Then his whole body became scalding hot. Yi Fan felt like every cell in his body was running, swarming through his body in groups. His bones also cracked and popped. Soon, Yi Fan's body shook violently. All his pain disappeared completely, and the abrasions on his arms and face had healed. At the same time, the white light on the Tai Chi symbol dimmed by one ray. This is miraculous healing. Yi Fan grew excited. Most people healed antiques, but his jade of life and death could heal physical ailments. It seemed everything in the dream was real. This was truly a gift from the heavens. Yi Fan rolled out of bed and rushed to the hospital ward. He pushed open the door to his mother, Shin Bi-chin's room. Looking at his mother's emaciated body and tightly shut eyes, Yi Fan rushed to her side, placing his left hand on her stomach. Condition: anemia, myocardial strain, gallstones, malignant stomach tumor. Cause: years of overwork, poor diet, and exposure to cold weather. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan blurted out, "Repair." The jade of life and death moved again, and 5 white rays entered Shin Bi-chin's body. His mother's body instantly turned into a battlefield where countless cells were boiling and rushing, like thousands of soldiers fighting and charging. Boom! Soon, Shin Bi-chin's head twitched. Yi Fan subconsciously called out, "Mom." Shin Bi-chin slowly opened her eyes, her pale face tinged with a touch of color. "Yi Fan, I'm hungry." Yi Fan wept tears of joy. He retracted his left hand, noticing that the white light on the jade of life and death only had one ray left. Clearly, the more serious the illness or injury, the more white light was consumed. Yi Fan didn't worry about how to restore the white light. Right now, he just wanted to take care of his mother. 15 minutes later, Yi Fan brought a bowl of rice porridge and carefully fed it to his mother. This was the first time in 6 months that Shin Bi-chin had an appetite. After she finished eating, Yi Fan called the beautiful doctor over. After an examination, the doctor exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Shin Bi-chin was better. Upon learning that her body was fine, Shin Bi-chin insisted on being discharged. Aside from the cost of the hospital stay, she had also grown tired of living in the hospital for a year. She wanted to go home and experience the joy of life. Yi Fan couldn't persuade her, so he could only arrange for her discharge. When he paid the bill, Yi Fan thought that his account had little money left, but surprisingly, 95,000 yuan were returned. He asked and learned that someone had deposited 100,000 yuan into the hospital account yesterday. After checking, Yi Fan discovered that the one who had paid was Tang Ruoxue. His heart warmed. Tang Ruoxue still cared about him. Yi Fan left 5,000 yuan for his mother to use and transferred the rest back to Tang Ruoxue, then packed their things to leave. But just as Yi Fan was helping his mother out the main door, 3 expensive luxury cars sped past them, barely missing them. They were fast and reckless. The wheels almost ran over Shin Bi-chin's toes. Yi Fan angrily yelled, "How are you driving? Are you trying to get to the afterlife early?" Shin Bi-chin softly advised, "Yi Fan, it's fine, it's fine." The luxury cars reversed and parked. The doors opened, and a young man with an earring jumped out, cursing. "How dare you yell at young Master Huang? Are you courting death?" Then, Huang Dongqiang and Yuan Jing's group appeared. "Oh, it's Yi Fan? Kid, you're quite resilient, aren't you? You're out so soon." Upon seeing Yi Fan, Huang Dongqiang immediately walked over, approaching Yi Fan with a fake smile. "You're as tough as steel. Your mother is also discharged? You couldn't borrow any money, so you're going home to wait for death? Do you want me to sponsor a coffin made of sandalwood?" The group laughed, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Yuan Jing remained aloof as usual. Upon seeing Yi Fan, she felt a touch of annoyance. Yi Fan's humiliation and kneeling from yesterday had made Yuan Jing lose interest in shaming Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice lowered. "Huang Dongqiang, Are you wishing death upon my mother? You're courting death. Courting death? What the hell do you think you are? Huang Dongxiang tapped his shoe on the ground, his arrogance reaching a new high. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? The young man with the earring chimed in sarcastically. Yesterday's beating wasn't enough, was it? The several beautiful female companions covered their mouths and giggled. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Huang Dongxiang pointed his finger at Yi Fan. I'll pretend this never happened, otherwise, I'll send both of you to the morgue. Yi Fan's eyes grew cold. Don't push it too far. Huang Dongxiang sneered. Push it too far? What if I do? You disagree? Several of his followers pulled out batons, cracking their necks and surrounding Yi Fan. Yuan Jing's voice was indifferent. Yi Fan, don't be stubborn. Kneel down and apologize. Dongxiang isn't someone you can mess with. Young man, let's talk things over. At that moment, Shen Biqin also desperately pulled at the enraged Yi Fan, stepping in front of him and smiling at Huang Dongxiang. Young Master Huang, I used to work at your house as a maid. I know your mother. For my sake, don't be so harsh with Yi Fan. He's young and ignorant. Please show some leniency. Shen Biqin offered a forced smile. Give you face. Huang Dongxiang sneered and spat at Shen Biqin. What the hell do you think you are? Why should I give you face? An old hag has the gall to ask for face. Do you even deserve it? To anyone, this kind of crude and disrespectful behavior would be considered an insult. But Shen Biqin did not dare to resist. She was submissive and obedient. She endured the humiliation, mockery, and bullying without causing any trouble. Not because she was magnanimous, but because a small person had no other choice, a pathetic helplessness. You dare treat my mother like this? Are you courting death? Yi Fan clenched his fists, his face contorted in anger. He was about to charge forward, but was held back by his mother. Seeing Yi Fan being so stubborn, Yuan Jing grew angry. Yi Fan, are you still trying to act tough? Dongxiang and his friends are not people that you and your mother can afford to offend. Hurry up and kneel. It's not like you haven't done it before. We all know you, so don't pretend anymore. She was trying to mediate, partly because she did not find satisfaction in bullying Yi Fan any longer, and partly to show her generosity in front of others. However, Yi Fan did not appreciate it. Don't worry, I will never kneel again. Yuan Jing grew impatient. If you don't listen to my advice, I'll stop caring about you. Without my influence, you might not even be able to save your own life. She arrogantly lifted her chin. Yi Fan did not hold back and yelled, Get lost! Yuan Jing's face froze. Dongxiang, I'm done with him. Do whatever you want. Young Master Huang, Yi Fan is ignorant. Please forgive him. Don't worry. Yi Fan will not provoke you again. Seeing Huang Dongxiang's fierce expression, Shen Biqin quickly dragged Yi Fan behind her. Let's just let it go today. This is a little bit of money. Please take it, young Master Huang, and all you brothers, and have some tea. Shen Biqin pulled out 3,000 yuan from her pocket, bowing her head as she shoved it into Huang Dongxiang's pocket. Slap! Huang Dongxiang slapped Shen Biqin in the face. Shen Biqin cried out subconsciously, Young Master Huang. Slap! Another crisp sound exploded. People like ants dare to ask me for leniency? Before Shen Biqin could react, Huang Dongxiang kicked her. Shen Biqin grunted and staggered backward. Swoosh! At that moment, Yi Fan's figure flickered. Before Huang Dongxiang could even see what was happening, he felt his neck tighten. Yi Fan grabbed Huang Dongxiang's neck and, with a speed that no one could react to, slammed him headfirst into the window of one of the luxury cars. Crash! The impact was horrifying. The car window shattered instantly, and blood splattered from Huang Dongxiang's head. The force was terrifying. It didn't end there. Yi Fan threw the disoriented Huang Dongxiang to the ground and mercilessly stomped on his arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, Huang Dongxiang's left arm broke instantly. One of his companions was stunned for a moment, then rushed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't even look at him, slapping him 5 meters away with a backhand. Blood spilled from his mouth and nose. The entire scene was in shock. No one had imagined that Yi Fan would be so powerful and so ruthless. Shun Biqin's mouth was also wide open. Yi Fan didn't stop. He beckoned to the remaining people. Come at me together. The four roared and charged. Yi Fan overpowered them with speed and strength. One punch, one kick. Bang, bang, bang. All four people who charged were violently knocked down by Yi Fan, their faces bruised and broken, their arms and legs fractured. You! The entire scene was in shock. The several beautiful girls looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. How could a loser be so powerful? How can this be? Yuan Jing couldn't accept the scene in front of her. How could Yi Fan knock so many people down? She wanted to see Yi Fan begging for mercy, not to see him wreaking havoc. Looking at the shocked, even admiring expressions of the onlookers, Yuan Jing's heart shrank. An unnamed flame suddenly rose. Yi Fan, the man she had dumped, was supposed to be useless. How could he suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he had taken drugs at the hospital? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Then, Yuan Jing gritted her teeth. Even if he's strong, so what? What kind of society is this? You can fight? Can you fight against knives? Against guns? Against the state? Without education, without a background, without connections, you are destined to live a mediocre life. After this round of self-reassurance, Yuan Jing gradually felt more at ease. At this point, Yi Fan was slowly walking towards Huang Dongxiang. Kid, you dare to hurt us? Huang Dongxiang was also stunned, but he still put on an arrogant front. Do you know what the consequences will be for touching me? Before Huang Dongxiang could finish speaking, Yi Fan slapped him across the face. Two of Huang Dongxiang's teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood. Then, Yi Fan grabbed him by the neck. Tell me what consequences? Yi Fan, that's enough. Yuan Jing stepped forward angrily. You've already caused trouble. If you don't stop, you'll regret it. Slap. Yi Fan slapped Huang Dongxiang again. What trouble did I cause? Huang Dongxiang roared. You bastard. You don't agree? Yi Fan slapped him again. Huang Dongxiang covered his cheek, his face full of resentment, but he did not dare to retaliate. Yuan Jing was furious. You! In her eyes, only Huang Dongxiang was allowed to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Yi Fan had no right to bully Huang Dongxiang. Yi Fan gently patted Huang Dongxiang's face. Tell me, what consequences? What trouble? Huang Dongxiang was very frustrated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth. I admit defeat today. What do you want? Yi Fan held his throat firmly. Slap yourself 10 times, apologize to my mother, and compensate. Otherwise, I'll cripple you. Shun Biqin tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, let it go. Let it go. Looking into Yi Fan's eyes, Huang Dongxiang felt a strange fear. Although he felt humiliated by Yi Fan's actions, he believed that Yi Fan would do what he said. He sensed that Yi Fan had become a different person. He was no longer a loser that could be bullied at will. Huang Dongxiang could even feel the coldness in Yi Fan's fingers. If he kept challenging Yi Fan, he would only suffer a worse beating. He would have to endure it today. He would find a way to kill this mother and son later, Huang Dongxiang thought to himself. So he bowed his head to Shun Biqin with difficulty. Annie, I'm sorry. Then, he slapped himself 10 times and took out a few thousand yuan as compensation. Although she was worried, Shun Biqin felt vindicated upon hearing the apology. Yi Fan stared at Huang Dongxiang, catching the resentment in his eyes. He knew Huang Dongxiang would seek revenge sooner or later. A thought occurred to him, and the jade of life and death glowed. At the same time, information flooded Yi Fan's mind. Condition: early-stage liver cancer, plum blossom virus, fractured arm. Cause: excessive drinking and sex, drug use, being beaten. Repair or destroy? Yi Fan did not hesitate and chose to destroy, knowing that it would worsen the condition. A black light entered Huang Dongxiang's body. Ah! Huang Dongxiang screamed for no reason, then collapsed to the ground from Yi Fan's grip. Late-stage liver cancer. Yi Fan yelled, "Get lost!" Huang Dongxiang left with Yuan Jing and the others, full of resentment. Looking at Huang Dongxiang's disheveled figure, a glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He was a dead man, Shin Bi-chin sensed that her son had changed quite a bit, but she didn't press him too much. She had spent almost a year in the hospital, and it was normal for Yi Fan to change because of such hardship. She also didn't inquire about Yi Wujio, to avoid reopening old wounds for Yi Fan. Back at their rented apartment, Yi Fan settled the outstanding rent with the landlord, and then, with his mother, moved out overnight. Aside from avoiding harassment from the online loan companies, he also wanted to evade any retaliation from Huang Dongxiang and his gang. Yi Fan had the strength and confidence to protect himself, but his mother was frail enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Yi Fan rented a single room in the Baishazhou urban village for his mother to recover temporarily. Shin Bi-chin's health was improving, and the pressure of medical bills had lessened, but Yi Fan was still under immense stress because of his outstanding online debts. Moreover, Yi Fan was still preoccupied with finding his adoptive father, Yi Wujio. Whether he was dead or alive, he needed some closure. Ding! It was the morning of the 5th day after leaving the hospital. Shin Bi-chin had improved a lot and could take care of herself. Yi Fan turned on his phone, which had been off for 5 days. Dozens of text messages flooded in. Then a call came through. Yi Fan put on his earbuds and answered. Soon, a woman's cold voice came through. Finally turned it on? Thought you had run off with the money. These past few days, your phone has been off. You haven't been responding to messages, and you haven't been home. What exactly have you been doing? If you don't want to stay with the Tang family, then get out of here. Tang Ruoshua. Yi Fan hurriedly explained. I'm sorry. I've been with my mom these past few days. She just got out of the hospital and needed someone to take care of her. My phone was off because the debt collection companies were calling nonstop. I was worried about her, so I turned it off temporarily. He asked softly, What did you want from me? Although he had suffered scorn and mistreatment in the Tang family for the past year, Yi Fan knew he had no right to lose his temper. After all, the Tang family had provided 50,000 in life-saving money. Hearing that Yi Fan had been taking care of Shin Bi-chin, Tang Ruoshua's voice softened slightly. Send me your location, and I'll drive over to pick you up. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. You're back from your trip? A week ago, all 5 members of the Tang family had gone on an overseas trip, leaving Yi Fan to guard the house. Didn't you hear what I said? Send me your location. Tang Ruoshua impatiently hung up the phone. Yi Fan had no choice but to send his location. Whoosh! Half an hour later, a red BMW stopped in front of Yi Fan. The door opened, and a dazzling beauty emerged. The woman was dressed in all black, her features exquisite, her skin snow-white, her aura cool, yet not lacking in sexiness. Especially her long, slender, and shapely legs, which were full of allure as she walked. Many passers-by stared with wide eyes, their breathing unconsciously quickening. Tang Ruoshua, the #1 beauty of Zhonghai, and also Yi Fan's wife. You put your mother in such a miserable place. You really are a filial son. Tang Ruoshua mocked Yi Fan as usual, but still handed over a few bags of bird's nest and ginseng. These are tonics for your mother. Let her replenish her health. Wasn't your mother supposed to have surgery? Why did you return the money? She tossed over a bank card. The Tang family has already spent 600,000 or 700,000 on you. We don't care about this additional 100,000. Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand. No need. She's much better. No need for surgery. Just take it, no matter what. Just keep it for her. Tang Ruoshua interrupted him without any courtesy. So you won't be embarrassing yourself by borrowing money everywhere. Don't try to put on an act of integrity. If you had any backbone, you wouldn't have married into the Tang family, and you wouldn't take a monthly payment of 10,000 from me for medical expenses. Her tone was filled with contempt. Yi Fan's reluctance, his so-called maintaining dignity, was just a facade. Tang Ruoshua's words struck a heavy blow to Yi Fan. Just as he was about to throw the bank card back, Tang Ruoshua had already slipped into the car. Yi Fan could only hold the tonics and bank card and call out, "Thank you." Did my parents and brother-in-law come back? Tang Ruoshua's voice was as cold as ever. What does their return have to do with you? Hurry and take these things to your mother. I have something to say to you. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took the things to his mother's rented room, then said a quick goodbye before leaving. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Fan got into the passenger seat, Tang Ruoxue stepped on the gas pedal and took off. Yi Fan's body lurched forward, his left hand accidentally touching Tang Ruoxue's thigh. Smooth and delicate. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Status. Slaying energy has entered the body, plagued by bad luck, bringing disaster upon family and friends, threatened by death. Cause. The Buddha amulet obtained on the overseas trip has been cursed. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan wanted to say repair, but before the thought had fully formed, Tang Ruoxue's gaze turned icy. Yi Fan hurriedly moved his wandering hand away. He wanted to help Tang Ruoxue dispel the evil energy, but the repair required physical contact, and Tang Ruoxue would never let him touch her. So he could only give her a well-meaning reminder. Ruoxue, your forehead is dark and your aura is weak. You're in danger of bloodshed. You should find a master to help dispel the bad energy. Tang Ruoxue sneered. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've suddenly become more capable. Huh? You've learned to tell fortunes. Yi Fan awkwardly said, No, you really have evil energy surrounding you. You were cursed during your trip. Do you have a Buddha amulet on you? He spoke out all of Tang Ruoxue's situation in one breath. Shut up. You're the one who has evil energy surrounding them. You're the one who's in danger of bloodshed. Tang Ruoxue was embarrassed and angry. I'm perfectly fine. If you curse me again, I'll throw you out. Yi Fan said helplessly. I really didn't curse you. If you didn't, then shut up. Tang Ruoxue's gaze was sharp. You're just talking nonsense when you don't understand anything. You're just someone who knows how to cook meals. How would you know about fortune-telling? Yi Fan wisely shut his mouth. Seeing that Yi Fan had fallen silent, Tang Ruoxue grew even angrier. Yi Fan was not only incompetent, but also cowardly. What use was he? However, a doubt flickered in her mind. How did Yi Fan know that she had a Buddha amulet? She had been wearing it close to her heart. Could it be that this bastard peeked and used that to try and fool her? That must be it. Tang Ruoxue made a judgment, and her pretty face grew even more disappointed. Yi Fan wasn't just useless, but also a pervert. Yi Fan, this month, after I've taken care of everything, I'm going to divorce you. Tang Ruoxue's gaze was resolute like never before. Whether you agree or not, I'm going to divorce you. A year ago, the Tang family had faced continuous misfortune. Tang Ruoxue had also fallen seriously ill. Out of necessity to ward off bad luck, they had brought Yi Fan in as a live-in son-in-law. In the past year, the Tang family's misfortune had dissipated, and Tang Ruoxue's health had improved. Now, the Tang family was considering getting rid of Yi Fan like a piece of trash. The whole Tang family disliked Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue's feelings toward Yi Fan had also changed from pity to disgust. She couldn't see a single valuable trait in this man. Hearing about the divorce, Yi Fan remained silent, but his eyes became dim. He was truly a hated person. Do you know why your parents and brother-in-law are all disappointed in you? It's not because you don't have money, nor because you married into our family. It's because you're too cowardly, too useless. In this past year, besides doing housework, you haven't done a single proper thing. You're just too pathetic, too incompetent. I really don't want to spend my life with a man like you, even if you were only a tool for the Tang family to ward off bad luck. Don't worry, I will give you another 50,000 when we get divorced. This way, you don't have to worry about your mother's medical expenses. Tang Ruoxue's voice was emotionless. Let's part ways amicably. Don't make me completely look down on you. Part ways amicably? A pang of pain flashed through Yi Fan's eyes. He faintly recalled a snowy twilight, a little girl with braids, wearing red clothes, the little girl who had saved him with a bag of char siu buns. Although 18 years had passed, Yi Fan still remembered the girl's face, her kindness. That was the biggest reason he was willing to marry into her family for a marriage to ward off bad luck. 50,000 was important, but more importantly, Yi Fan wanted to repay the kindness he had received all those years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be worth 50,000 if he were to sell himself. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was time to let go. Did you hear me? Seeing Yi Fan looking dazed, Tang Ruoxue said with exasperation. I'm going to divorce you. Swoosh! Before the last word had even finished, Yi Fan, who had been silent all along, suddenly perked up his ears and sat up straight. He leaned against Tang Ruoxue, using his great strength to pin down her movements. The next moment, his left hand turned the steering wheel, and his right hand pressed down on her long thigh. The BMW, which was about to stop at the intersection for the red light, slammed down on the accelerator and shot forward like an arrow. Yi Fan! Tang Ruoxue screamed. Are you crazy? Boom! Just as the car had crossed over, a truck swept across, colliding with 6 cars and leaving a trail of wreckage. Screams rang out everywhere. Tang Ruoxue shoved Yi Fan away, slammed on the brakes, and turned her head. A scene of carnage met her eyes. Yi Fan! Looking at the chaotic scene, Tang Ruoxue felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What have you done? What have you done? You've caused so much damage, so many injuries. How are you going to take responsibility for them? She frantically unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. She thought it was Yi Fan who had suddenly ran the red light, causing the dump truck to lose control, which in turn triggered the chain reaction of the accident. Tang Ruoxue rushed towards the center of the crash. At this time, the stunned onlookers and car owners also reacted, swarming towards the scene of the accident. Many women, witnessing the bloody scene, instinctively let out screams. Yi Fan also climbed out of the car. A dozen injured people were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Some had broken arms, others broken legs. The driver of the dump truck was lying in a pool of blood, his body twitching, but he still had a breath. Qian Qian, Qian Qian. Then, a piercing cry rang out, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A woman dressed in purple, with an ethereal beauty, crawled out of a bulletproof Audi, her body covered in blood. She paid no attention to anything else, and just yelled towards the collapsed back seat. That was where her precious daughter had been sitting, but she was now pinned by an SUV that had crashed on top of it. The purple-clad woman's face was tear-streaked as she desperately pushed at the SUV. Bang! A black box with the code 9981 rolled out from under the seats. The purple-clad woman completely ignored it and just kept pushing the SUV. Tang Ruoxue rushed forward. Everyone, come over here. Let's work together to get the child out. A dozen people rushed over and began to lift the SUV with all their strength. Yi Fan also wanted to go over, but he suddenly noticed a little girl in front of him, about 7 or 8 years old. She had a bowl cut, a longevity lock, and a pink dress, looking very cute. But the little girl wasn't smiling. Her eyes were empty as she moved stiffly through the chaotic crowd. Little girl, don't want her off? There were too many people at the scene. Yi Fan was worried that the little girl would get lost. Where are your parents? He grabbed the little girl's wrist, feeling an inexplicable coldness in his palm. The little girl didn't respond to Yi Fan. She just kept staring into the distance. Get out of the way! A red-clad woman who had run oversaw Yi Fan standing there dumbly. She yelled at Yi Fan furiously. If you're not going to help, then get out of the way. What are you doing blocking the path? Then, she pushed her hip forcefully, sending Yi Fan stumbling several feet away. The next second, she passed through the little girl's body, passed right through. Yi Fan was completely stunned. Could that ant have the ability to walk through walls? Otherwise, why didn't the girl fall? Why was she unharmed? The red-clad woman ignored Yi Fan's shock and just turned to spit at him. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue glanced back and seeing the silly, dazed Yi Fan, her pretty face showed anger mixed with disappointment. Did this bastard not understand that it was his recklessness that caused this car crash? Not only was he not helping to atone for his sin, he was standing on the sidelines watching the spectacle. What a useless coward with no conscience. Divorce? She definitely had to get a divorce. Tang Ruoxue had lost faith in Yi Fan. He was truly hopeless. Bang! Just at that moment, the Audi was finally pulled open enough by the crowd, and the little girl's body was completely exposed. But her pale face and the bloodstains covering her body was heartbreaking. Ah! Yi Fan's eyes widened. 7 or 8 years old. A bowl cut. A longevity lock. A pink dress. He looked at the girl who was being pulled out by the crowd, then at the girl he was holding by the hand. A chill raced up his spine. It was the same person. At that moment, Yi Fan felt the girl in his hand tremble. Her figure became blurry, as if it would scatter in the wind. Someone else rushed past Yi Fan, their body passing right through the little girl. Without any resistance, Yi Fan was completely stunned. Then, Yi Fan realized that there seemed to be an invisible rope pulling the little girl towards a dark corner. "Don't go!" Yi Fan gave a shiver and tightly grasped the little girl. Instinct told him that if he didn't hold on to the shadow in his hand, the little girl would die completely. Whoosh! Then, ambulances arrived and doctors and nurses rushed to the Audi. A doctor examined the little girl's eyes, listened to her pulse, and checked her heart. Then he shook his head helplessly. Seeing the doctor's apologetic expression, the purple-clad woman collapsed to the ground, wailing in grief. "Save my daughter, save my daughter. If someone can save my daughter, I'll be their slave for life." She was overcome with grief. Tang Ruoxua was also shedding tears, a beautiful young girl, gone just like that. It was heart-wrenching. While others felt pity, they were also shocked by the identity of the purple-clad woman. Song Hongyan, the founder of Woohoo Group, one of the most powerful businesswomen in Zhonghai, with assets worth billions. Gaining Song Hongyan's favor would make one rich for life. It was a pity that Qianqian's injuries were too severe. No one had the power to bring her back. Wait! Just as the medical staff were about to move Qianqian, Tang Ruoxua suddenly heard a familiar voice. She can still be saved. Yi Fan dragged the shadow through the crowd, kicked away the black box that was blocking his path, and then rushed to the little girl on the ground, pressing down on her acupoint at the back of her head. Status: internal organs damaged, 3 broken ribs, internal bleeding, soul is separated from body. Cause: severe car accident. Insufficient energy, cannot be fully repaired, can be saved using the 9 Palaces Yang return needle. The white light of the jade of life and death was only a wisp. 9 Palaces, my ass. He hadn't even started to learn medicine. How could he save her? By the time he learned medicine, they would probably already be ashes. Save her! Save her! Repair her soul! Yi Fan roared inwardly. Swoosh! A white light entered the little girl's body. A hint of color returned to the little girl's face. "Little girl, go back, hurry back!" Yi Fan anxiously called out to the little girl in his hand. The little girl obediently laid down, but her head bounced back up, unable to stay down no matter what. Bang! Yi Fan tapped her forehead with the jade of life and death, directly knocking her head down. He clearly felt the little girl's body tremble, as if it had been pieced back together. "Yi Fan, why did you hit her on the head?" At that moment, Tang Ruoxua reacted and yelled angrily. "Isn't the mess you've caused big enough?" She was filled with disgust towards Yi Fan. If it wasn't for his reckless running of the red light, there wouldn't be this car crash, wouldn't have killed the innocent Qianqian. She reached out to pull Yi Fan away, but he didn't budge. "Young man, what are you doing? The injured's life force is gone. She can't be saved." "Is he crazy? The doctor said she's gone. What's he doing there? Is he showing off? That kid was watching the spectacle earlier. Now he's trying to stand out. He must be trying to stir up trouble. Using a car accident to stir up trouble. Is he even human?" Behind them, a group of onlookers also cursed Yi Fan, with faces full of contempt and disdain. Song Hongyan completely lost her mind. "Don't touch my daughter." She slapped him. With a sharp crack, 5 fingerprints appeared on Yi Fan's face. "Go!" Yi Fan's body trembled. His face was in pain, but he ignored it. He used all his strength to hold the little girl's head down, not letting it bounce back up. "Go back!" Puff! At that moment, the pressure in Yi Fan's palm lightened. The little girl's chest rose, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Quick, quick!" Yi Fan yelled out. Resuscitation. The doctor and the onlookers were completely stunned. They had never expected that the little girl that the doctor had declared dead had come back to life. After a pause of a second, the medical staff began frantically providing emergency care. And after the situation stabilized slightly, they immediately contacted the hospital for surgery. Song Hongyan was first stunned, and then overjoyed. She kowtowed to Yi Fan 3 times before following the ambulance to the hospital. How was this possible? Tang Ruoxue was also completely shocked, as if she didn't even recognize Yi Fan. The clock struck 6 in the evening as Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue emerged from the traffic police department. Tang Ruoxue looked thoroughly embarrassed. In an attempt to secure leniency, she had immediately taken all the blame upon entering the station. She hadn't mentioned that Yi Fan had grabbed the steering wheel, instead claiming she was willing to take full responsibility. She would pay for damages, go to prison, whatever was necessary. The police, however, had given her a strange look and informed her that she and Yi Fan bore absolutely no responsibility. The accident had been caused by a tire blowout on the front wheel of the dump truck due to age. The police also played back the surveillance footage, praising Yi Fan's quick thinking. If Yi Fan hadn't swiftly moved them, they would have been crushed on the spot. Tang Ruoxue was dumbfounded. She realized she had not only wronged Yi Fan, but also owed him a thank you. If it weren't for Yi Fan, she would likely be dead. Once inside the BMW, Tang Ruoxue wanted to apologize, but her pride wouldn't allow it. Instead, she huffed out, "It's lucky the car accident wasn't your fault, or you'd be in prison for good." Yi Fan was used to the Tang family's stubborn ways. "Understood. I'll be more careful next time." Tang Ruoxue's act of taking the fall, for him, had softened Yi Fan's heart. No matter how much she looked down on him, she still had his back deep down. He then gently caressed the black box in his hand. The box, with the serial number 9981, had fallen out of the Audi. Song Hongyan had specifically called, asking the police to give it to Yi Fan. She had also insisted he accept it. Yi Fan didn't make a fuss about it either. Qian Qian's life was certainly worth a gift. Thinking of Qian Qian, Yi Fan's eyes showed a flicker of worry. The white light had barely managed to repair her soul, but wasn't enough to help her overcome the danger. He decided to check on the little girl tomorrow. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Tang Ruoxue drove off, saying, "You're finally showing some maturity." Yi Fan turned his gaze back from the distance, and, seeing Tang Ruoxue in a better mood, said, "Ruoxue, I really wasn't making things up. You have a dangerous aura about you, and that car accident is proof of it." He added, "You should throw away that Buddhist amulet." "Shut up." Tang Ruoxue's face instantly turned black. "Can't you stop talking nonsense? This Buddhist amulet was a gift from my mother when we went on vacation. Are you saying my mother wants to harm me, her own daughter?" Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. "That's not what I meant. It's just that your mother might have been set up too. Come on, when we go on vacation, we don't know anyone who has nothing better to do than set up the Tang family." Tang Ruoxue, annoyed, put an end to the conversation. That car accident was just an accident. This talk about a dangerous aura is nonsense. Don't talk about this again, or I'll kick you out of my car. In her mind, Yi Fan was just being sensational. Yi Fan was frustrated, but said nothing further, not wanting to upset Tang Ruoxue. However, he was figuring out how to help her. The amulet was still absorbing Tang Ruoxue's fortune and life force. In 10 days or so, she would be in mortal danger again. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Screech. Half an hour later, the red BMW stopped in front of the Phoenix Hotel. "Why here?" Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, then smacked his forehead. Tonight was his father-in-law, Tang Songhua's 50th birthday. The Tang family had booked a banquet at the Phoenix Hotel to celebrate. "I forgot it was Dad's birthday. I'll go buy something." Yi Fan had been treated with disdain all year round, but it was his father-in-law's big day after all, and he felt obligated to offer some token of respect. "No need. I bought something. My older sister and the others will be here tonight. You'd better not say anything, or you'll make us all look bad." Tang Ruoxue opened the trunk, took out a gift box, and walked into the hotel without looking back. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then took the black box Song Hongyan had given him and went inside. Although he hadn't opened it yet, Song Hongyan wouldn't have given it to him as a life-saving gift if it was worthless, so it should be suitable for his father-in-law. Soon, Yi Fan followed Tang Ruoxue into the banquet hall and saw that the Tang family had invited a lot of relatives for the night. Almost 30 people were there, sitting at 3 large round tables. The atmosphere was lively. Eldest sister, Tang Fenghua, and her husband, Han Jianfeng, were also present. However, his father-in-law, Tang Sangwa, and his mother-in-law, Lin Xiuling, hadn't arrived yet. His younger sister-in-law was studying abroad and wouldn't be back for some time. Ruoxue, you're finally here. It's Dad's 50th birthday today. Why are you so late? Even though Mom and Dad have always spoiled you, you should put in a little effort, you know? When they saw Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan appear, Tang Fenghua and the others smiled and gathered around, chatting away. They didn't even glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't care either. However, his brother-in-law, Han Jianfeng, was as usual looking for trouble. Yi Fan, it's Dad's 50th birthday today. What kind of gift did you bring? Don't tell me that the gift Ruoxue bought is your gift. You eat the Tang family's food, live in the Tang family's house, and use the Tang family's things. On this special day, you should at least spend some money, shouldn't you? Surely you didn't come empty-handed? He gave Yi Fan a sardonic look with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Although his older sister-in-law, Tang Fenghua, was also beautiful, she was far less attractive than Tang Ruoxue. That was why he saw Yi Fan, who had won the beauty, as a thorn in his side. Yi Fan calmly replied, I brought a gift. Tang Ruoxue was stunned. She hadn't known about the box the police had given to Yi Fan. Ah, you brought a gift? Han Jianfeng started to laugh. Let me see what you bought. Before Tang Ruoxue could react, Han Jianfeng stepped forward and snatched the black box from Yi Fan's hand. He opened it. A large, ugly, bright red, dragon head-shaped ginseng fruit came into view. A gift? A ginseng fruit? The packaging is so shabby, and the fruit is so ugly. It must be a street vendor item. Yeah, it's so horribly red. It's definitely been chemically enhanced. It'll kill someone. A useless person is a useless person. On Dad's birthday, you bring a $5 ginseng fruit. And if you're going to give one, at least give a normal one. This ugly, bright red thing clearly looks like a fake product. You don't even care about Dad's birthday. How dare you be a live-in son-in-law? Get a divorce and get lost. Han Jianfeng and the Tang family relatives burst into laughter, their eyes full of contempt and disgust. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face was stiff. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to make her lose face again. She muttered hatefully, useless thing. Yi Fan didn't respond. He was just shocked at the sight of the ginseng fruit. He had never imagined Song Hongyan would give him such an expensive gift. Seeing Yi Fan standing there still, everyone assumed he was ashamed of being exposed. More laughter filled the air. Idiot, take a look at what I got, Dad. A painting by Wu Daozi from the Tang dynasty. Han Jianfeng held up his gift and opened it triumphantly. Moonlight over the sea. I went to a lot of effort to find this. It cost me 330,000. And as for its actual market value, it's worth more than 10 times that. I even had several experts in the field examine it. Han Jianfeng clearly wanted to show off his gift in front of his relatives, but he didn't want to be too blatant. So he was using Yi Fan as an excuse. Yi Fan, remember, if you're going to give Dad a gift, it has to be something exquisite like this. Don't use some random, cheap street stall item to fool Mom and Dad. The Tang family relatives were full of admiration. A gift worth hundreds of thousands was really a grand gesture. When compared to Yi Fan's ugly ginseng fruit, the difference was like heaven and earth. Brother-in-law, I admit your gift is very nice. Tang Ruoxue forced herself to speak up for Yi Fan. But giving a gift to Dad isn't about how expensive it is, it's the thought that counts. She truly regretted not noticing the box in Yi Fan's hand. Otherwise, she would have thrown the embarrassing gift in the trash. The thought counts, but you also need to be sincere. Han Jianfeng sneered. You eat Mom and Dad's food and live in their house. Spending a little money to make them happy, is that so difficult? You're just showing that you don't care about them at all. Tang Fenghua said with a smile that hit a knife. Jianfeng, it's fine. It's not easy for Ruoxue. She has to support Yi Fan, the one who lives off of her. Another round of laughter erupted, filling the air with joy. Tang Ruoxue's face was flushed red. You! Although she was the president of the Tian Tang subsidiary and made several million a year, her money was taken by her parents, leaving her with very little free cash. She really couldn't afford gifts worth hundreds of thousands. Ruoxue, don't be angry. My gift may be ordinary, but it is genuine. At that moment, Yi Fan calmly spoke. It's still better than my brother-in-law giving dad and mom a fake painting to celebrate their birthday. The entire room fell silent. A fake painting? Everyone stared at Han Jianfeng in surprise. Bullshit. I spent more than 300,000 on this painting, and I got it from a wastrel. Look at it. The sun is so big and round, and look at the ocean, so blue and deep. I even asked several experts, including the renowned Ghost Eye Master, and they all said it was real. Seeing his relatives questioning him, Han Jianfeng felt his scalp tingle. They all said it was worth more than 3 million. How could it be fake in your mouth? Yi Fan, I want you to apologize right now. He said, his voice sharp but inwardly nervous, or else this isn't over. Exactly. You can't just throw words around like that. Tang Fenghua also said scornfully, You're a house husband. What do you know about paintings and calligraphy? The relatives, who had just been shocked, realized they had been fooled by Yi Fan. How could a good-for-nothing, kept by the Tang family, know anything about such profound art? If he were capable, he wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law to ward off bad luck. Yi Fan, if you don't understand, then shut up. Don't slander Jianfeng. Yeah, take a look at what kind of person you are pretending to be an expert. Can you tell good from bad? Someone who can't even find a job has the gall to say the painting is fake. Ghost Eye Master is the top appraiser. If he says it's real, then it's definitely real. Dozens of relatives grew agitated, jeering at Yi Fan mercilessly, their voices particularly harsh. Tang Ruoshua's pretty face looked terrible. She didn't even have the strength to scold him. When would Yi Fan finally stop being so useless? She was exhausted. Yi Fan remained calm. Dad is an antique collector. He has appraised countless paintings and calligraphy. We'll just have Dad take a look at it later, and then we'll know if it's real or not. Han Jianfeng felt a slight pang of worry, and a trace of hesitation crept in. Besides Yi Fan's calmness, there was also the fact that he hadn't bought the painting for 300,000, but for 30,000. Although the seller had repeatedly guaranteed its authenticity, he always felt a bit uneasy about it. After all, the bargain had been too easy. Now his unease had grown. Could there really be a problem with the painting? What's all this noise? A commanding female voice came from the doorway. On such a great day, making a racket like a market. What's wrong with you? Lin Xiuling entered with her husband, Tang Sanghua. She was a woman in her 40s, but time hadn't left too many marks on her face or body. She had a fair complexion and a graceful figure, and still retained her feminine charm. If you didn't know her age, you'd easily mistake her for someone in her early 30s. It was said that Lin Xiuling was a great beauty in Zhonghai when she was young, and suitors were countless. Tang Ruoxue and her two sisters had inherited her beauty. However, she was also outspoken and overbearing, and, as the owner of a large clinic, she had a strong personality both at home and outside. Even Tang Sanghua listened to her every word. Thus, the entire hall fell silent as soon as Lin Xiuling entered. Han Jianfeng pointed at Yi Fan and complained, Mom, it's not that I want to argue. It's this idiot Yi Fan. He says that the painting I bought for Dad is fake. Isn't this slander against my reputation? He looked aggrieved. Yi Fan said calmly, It's fake. Shut up. What do you know? Tang Ruoxue pulled Yi Fan's sleeve angrily. Stop embarrassing us, okay? Although she wanted Yi Fan to give her some face, as Han Jianfeng had said, how could Yi Fan possibly know about antiques and paintings? Lin Xiuling gave Yi Fan a disgusted look and led Tang Sanghua to the main seats. Bring the painting over. Lin Xiuling pointed at Han Jianfeng with a finger. Let me and your father take a look. Tang Sanghua liked to collect antiques, and Lin Xiuling had picked up a bit of knowledge about it too. Han Jianfeng hurriedly handed over Moonlight Over the Sea. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling carefully examined the painting. 3 minutes later, Tang Sanghua whispered something in Lin Xiuling's ear. Lin Xiuling raised her head and glanced at Han Jianfeng, her expression displeased. Han Jianfeng wanted to die, which clearly showed that the painting was a fake. Tang Ruoxue also caught this look and felt a surge of excitement. Was Yi Fan finally having some good luck? But Lin Xiuling's next words doused Tang Ruoxue with a bucket of cold water. This painting is real. It's a genuine work by Wu Daozi. Lin Xiaoling looked straight at Yi Fan, her face stern. Yi Fan, you have limited knowledge and are a failure. Stop making comments about antiques and making a fool of yourself. You've slandered your brother-in-law's reputation. Pour him a cup of tea and apologize. Otherwise, don't come back to the Tang family. Yi Fan was stunned. The painting clearly had problems. Given Tang Sangua and Lin Xiaoling's expertise, they should have been able to see it. Han Jianfeng was also stunned, then overjoyed. He understood. Dad, Mom, take another look. This painting is definitely fake. Yi Fan wanted to explain, but Lin Xiaoling interrupted him sternly. Fake what fake? Are you saying that your father and I are too old, and our eyesight is failing, so we can't even tell the real from the fake? I say it's real, so it's real. She ordered, apologize to your brother-in-law now. Tang Fenghua said to Yi Fan with a smug look. Yi Fan, Mom says it's real. What else do you have to say? Mom, don't be angry. Yi Fan is just a good-for-nothing. He's pretending to be an expert in front of you and Dad. He's just talking nonsense. Exactly. He's just a live-in husband. No need to argue with him. I knew it. What does a house husband know about paintings and calligraphy? He must have slandered Jianfeng. The relatives began jeering at Yi Fan again. Han Jianfeng was smug. Yi Fan, come here and apologize to me. Yi Fan looked sharply at Lin Xiaoling, a mocking smile suddenly appearing on his face. It wasn't that she hadn't seen through the painting. It was that she didn't want to expose Han Jianfeng. For her, Yi Fan was a live-in son-in-law, while Han Jianfeng was the owner of a construction company and a promising son-in-law. How could Lin Xiaoling embarrass Han Jianfeng because of him? Tang Ruoxue looked crestfallen. Yi Fan, just apologize. Tang Fenghua snorted. You still haven't apologized? Do you want to anger Mom and Dad? Yi Fan laughed a bright laugh. So many people were bullying him. The weak were truly blameless, he thought. If it were in the past, Yi Fan would have definitely bowed his head and even slapped himself twice to apologize, but he wasn't going to back down tonight. Retreating would only make the others more arrogant and hurt the people around him. Zeez. Yi Fan stepped forward, raised a finger, and pinched the painting. The material of the painting was silk, and this pinch created a thread. Yi Fan then pulled it sharply. Rip! The painting that was supposedly worth 3 million was instantly ruined by Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue and the others were shocked. Han Jianfeng was furious. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Yi Fan ignored the crowd's gaze and pulled out a thin thread and threw it on the table. Nylon thread. Artificial synthetic fiber. Invented in 1938. Did Wu Daozi, from 700 years ago, travel through time to paint this? The entire room was silent. Everyone was stunned. Tang Fenghua also gasped, her mouth wide open, a look of disbelief on her face. They had wanted to watch Yi Fan make a fool of himself, but they were simply and rudely slapped in the face by Yi Fan instead. The nylon thread that was created in the modern era appearing in a painting from 700 years ago, even an idiot knew that was impossible. A lethal blow. Han Jianfeng's face burned with shame. Lin Xiaoling's expression was also gloomy and unpleasant. Even if this painting is fake, it's still 100 times better than your ginseng fruit. Seeing her relatives look at her husband with disdain, Tang Fenghua couldn't help but take out Yi Fan's box. She opened it. She dumped out the ginseng fruit and slammed it on the table. We were deceived into buying a fake painting, so giving it to Dad is just disrespectful. But what about you? You give Dad a ginseng fruit as a gift, and it's from a street vendor. It'll kill someone. Tang Fenghua pointed at Yi Fan and yelled, compared to your gift, we're 100 times better. Han Jianfeng also immediately accused him. The ginseng fruit is so ugly. Do you want to poison Dad? Everyone looked at the ugly red ginseng fruit, accusing Yi Fan of having bad intentions. Tang Ruoxue frowned and pulled Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, just apologize to Mom. Yi Fan didn't apologize, he just pointed to the ginseng fruit. Mom, Dad, do you also think this is a cheap street vendor item? Tang Sangwa stared at it carefully. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and his eyes showed shock. He was about to stand up and shout, but Lin Xiaoling pulled him back. It looks ugly, it's a bright red, and it smells pungent. Lin Sholing stared at Yi Fan and shouted, "What else could it be other than a street vendor item? On his birthday, you give your father this? Do you want him dead?" Lin Sholing rebuked him sternly. "Your brother-in-law is right. A fake painting is still better than your wicked intentions." She was protecting Han Jianfeng. The focus immediately turned back to Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxua looked at Yi Fan angrily. Was this idiot trying to make a big scene and make her look even worse? "Did you hear that?" Han Jianfeng said with a sneer. "Idiot. You wanted to make me look bad, but you're the one who ended up making a fool of yourself." Yi Fan looked at Lin Sholing and Tang Sangua and asked, "Is my gift really that worthless? What else could it be other than worthless?" Tang Fenghua said with a cold face, "In my eyes, it's not even as good as garbage." Yi Fan was disappointed. He was disappointed with the Tang family, so he stopped trying to be polite. He picked up the ginseng fruit, crunched into it, and opened his phone, projecting a news report onto the screen. This afternoon, the annual Rare Treasures auction concluded successfully in the Fortune Hall of the Zhonghai Five Continents Hotel. A dragon head-shaped ginseng fruit from the Kunlun Mountains, a once-in-a-century find, fetched an exorbitant price. Ms. Song Hongyan of the Five Lakes Group won it for $3 million. On the screen, the host spoke with enthusiasm, and they showed images of the auction, as well as the ginseng fruit. Ugly, red, and dragon head-shaped, exactly like the one Yi Fan was eating. Even the serial number on the box was the same as the one on TV, 9981. Ginseng fruit. Kunlun Mountains? A once-in-a-century find? $3 million? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Lin Sholing was clutching her clothes tightly. A strong sense of regret washed over her. Why doesn't he just die? Why doesn't he just die? Having just returned to the Tang family villa, before the doors had even closed, Lin Sholing, who had been suppressing her fury all night, erupted. "Get that good-for-nothing out of here. Out of our Tang family." She pointed at Yi Fan, who hadn't even stepped inside, and roared, "Get as far away as you can." Yi Fan had publicly exposed the calligraphy as a fake, not only severely embarrassing Han Jianfeng, but also causing her, as the hostess, to be humiliated. If even a freeloader could tell it was a fake, but she and Tang Sangua couldn't, wouldn't that make them worse than useless? Lin Sholing couldn't tell everyone she was deliberately favoring Han Jianfeng. Of course, her real anger stemmed from that ginseng fruit, worth $3 million, promising longevity. Such a precious thing. Yi Fan had eaten it all by himself. It was like having a $3 million lottery ticket washed away in her washing machine. She was ashamed, she was angry, and she was frustrated. But she wouldn't blame Han Jianfeng and his wife. Instead, she would hate the rebellious Yi Fan. "Get out! Did you hear me?" Lin Sholing screamed at Yi Fan. "The Tang family doesn't want a heartless wretch like you." Tang Sangua looked helpless, wanted to say something, but ultimately staying silent. Yi Fan didn't enter the house, wanting to avoid the noise pollution. After practicing the Tai Chi scripture and gaining control over life and death, Yi Fan had unknowingly become confident and composed. "Mom, what did I do wrong?" Yi Fan, abandoning his former cowardice, spoke frankly. "I didn't gift the painting. It was given by my brother-in-law. If you want to yell at someone, yell at him for gifting a fake. Also, that ginseng fruit, you said it was garbage." Yi Fan faced Lin Shioling's sharp gaze. "No matter how upset you are, you can't blame me. Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't I tell the painting was fake and the ginseng fruit was real? I saw through it all." Lin Shioling bellowed. "But in that kind of situation, could I slap your brother-in-law's face?" "You can't slap your brother-in-law's face, but you can slap mine." Yi Fan revealed a hint of mockery, and twisting the facts isn't fair to me. Tang Ruoxua couldn't help but frown, sensing that Yi Fan was different from before. "Slap your face? What kind of face does a live-in son-in-law even have?" Lin Sholing grew even more enraged. "Is your face comparable to your brother-in-law's face? How can a stay-at-home husband who only does housework compare to your brother-in-law, a boss? Jianfeng gives the Tang family hundreds of thousands in filial piety every year, while you've cost the Tang family hundreds of thousands. How can you compare?" It's an honor for me to slap your face, you ungrateful wretch. She pointed at Yi Fan, yelling, an honor. Do you understand? In Lin Xioling's eyes, Yi Fan should endure all oppression and injustice. Any resistance was considered unforgivable. Yi Fan smiled faintly without saying anything, simply looking towards Tang Ruoxue, hoping she would say a few words of fairness. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of Lin Xiuling losing her temper. He just wanted to know that he wasn't alone at this moment. He wanted to know he had a wife. Tang Ruoxue coldly met his gaze, a bit impatient. All right, it's late, don't you two start arguing. Yi Fan apologized to Mom. No matter what, Mom is your elder, and if she's angry, it's your fault. Tang Ruoxue ultimately sided with her mother. Quickly say sorry to Mom. Tang Sangwa chimed in. Yi Fan apologize. Lin Xiuling pointed outside and yelled, I don't want his apology. I want him gone. Yi Fan took a step forward, speaking calmly. Mom, I want a divorce from Ruoxue. Okay. Lin Xiuling subconsciously answered, divorce then? Halfway through, she jolted. What did you say? Yi Fan repeated, I want a divorce from Ruoxue. Divorce? The whole family fell silent. Lin Xiuling and the others stared at Yi Fan in stunned silence. No one had expected Yi Fan to say something like that. In Lin Xiuling's mind, Yi Fan should kneel down, cry, and beg for forgiveness. After all, Yi Fan was useless, couldn't even find a job, and needed the Tang family's allowance to treat Shun Biqin's illness. Yet, he wanted a divorce from Tang Ruoxue. These words not only shocked Lin Xiuling and the others, but they also felt a tightness in their chests. Tang Ruoxue was also stunned. You want a divorce from me? Let's part ways amicably. Yi Fan spoke calmly. For the Tang family, my value in offsetting bad luck has been used up. Staying would only be an eyesore. Ruoxue, tomorrow bring your household registration book. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get divorced. Tang Ruoxue's attitude just now had extinguished the last shred of hope in him. She had never treated him as her husband. It was all his wishful thinking. In his mind, the first impression of their meeting 18 years ago reappeared. But people change. That little girl, who had a temper but was fair-minded, was long gone. Divorce? Lin Xiuling had also recovered, laughing in anger. A freeloader dares to demand a divorce? Do you really think you're someone special? Over the past few months, she had wanted Tang Ruoxue to divorce Yi Fan more than once, but each time there were unexpected setbacks. Lin Xiuling desperately wanted Yi Fan out of the Tang family. But now, she didn't want it as much, because it was Yi Fan who had brought it up. Not only would her daughter lose face, but she and the Tang family would also lose face. What right do you have to talk about divorce? Lin Xiuling pointed her finger at Yi Fan, raging. Without the Tang family, you useless piece of garbage would starve to death in 2 days. Yi Fan's gaze was calm. Let's get a divorce. I don't want to have anything to do with the Tang family. Doesn't want to have anything to do with the Tang family? Lin Xiuling laughed in anger. Fine, divorce. You can get a divorce. Let's not talk about the 50,000. This year, you've eaten from the Tang family, drunk from the Tang family, and lived in the Tang family. You owe us a great debt of gratitude. Her voice suddenly rose. If you want a divorce, you can, but first you have to repay this debt. Yi Fan calmly asked, how do I repay it? The Four Seas Commerce owes my Chunfeng Clinic 2 million in loans. Lin Xiuling sneered. Since you were so capable and bold, go tomorrow and get that money back for me. When you get it back, I will immediately let Ruoxue divorce you. She was pushing Yi Fan to the brink. Otherwise, you can go bricklaying, sell your blood, become a gigolo, or a dog. You'll have to repay this debt to the Tang family. Tang Ruoxue's face changed. Mom. Shut up. Lin Xiuling interrupted Tang Ruoxue, staring coldly at Yi Fan. Any problems? Yi Fan nodded. No problem. Afterwards, he walked silently through the hall, up to the second floor, and into Tang Ruoxue's bedroom. The bedroom was a suite. First there was a small living room, and behind that was an inner room. Tang Ruoxue lived inside, and Yi Fan slept on the sofa in the living room. For a year, Yi Fan had been separated from Tang Ruoxue by a wall, but had never been inside the inner room, let alone shared physical intimacy. Lin Xiaoling often mocked him as a watchdog. Countless times, Yi Fan had yearned to sleep in the big bed in the inner room. But over the course of the year, Yi Fan had become increasingly clear that it was an unattainable fantasy. Tonight, it had made Yi Fan realize it was time to let go. Yi Fan had just sat down on the sofa when Tang Ruoxue pushed open the door, storming in. Yi Fan, what do you think you are? What right do you have to look down on me? She questioned him without any courtesy. Why do you think you can divorce me? Yi Fan deliberately provoked her. A crazy woman who can't tell right from wrong. Should I keep her around for the new year? A crazy woman? Tang Ruoxue laughed in anger. Then what are you? You can't find a job, can't do housework, and you have to take money from a crazy woman to treat your mother. You're even more useless than a crazy woman. She despised Yi Fan even more, considering him arrogant and useless. Yi Fan smiled noncommittally. Since I'm so useless, then we should get divorced as soon as possible. Let's part ways amicably. Tang Ruoxue was furious. You don't have the right to talk about divorce. I'm the only one who can get rid of you. Do you really think you can get back 2 million? Yi Fan, don't overestimate yourself. She sneered. You, a piece of trash, could never get back the debt from the Four Seas Commerce, even if you tried for 100 years. After saying that, Tang Ruoxue slammed the door and left. She absolutely didn't believe that Yi Fan would be able to get back the 2 million debt. But in her heart, she had an indescribable feeling. Because when she made eye contact with Yi Fan just now, she had seen a profound depth in his eyes. Moreover, it was also filled with an incomparable confidence. The next day before dawn, Yi Fan got up. He hadn't slept all night, but he felt incredibly energized. What panicked him most was that he felt a fire in his stomach, burning his internal organs. Could it be the ginseng fruit? Yi Fan quickly made a guess, thinking it was a change caused by eating the ginseng fruit. It shouldn't be. Wasn't it just a hyped-up fruit? And was this poisoning, or was it a spiritual effect? Yi Fan didn't know how to handle it. His mind had no instructions on how to deal with eating a ginseng fruit. He could only run to the rooftop and begin practicing the Tai Chi scripture. After a series of breathing exercises, Yi Fan extinguished the fire, and his spirit and energy reached another level. But what frustrated him was that a surge of power had appeared inside him. This power surged from time to time, making him want to lash out and vent. He worked hard to suppress the violent thoughts he had only just cleared. Then, Yi Fan found that the life and death jade was motionless. The white side was still dull and dim, while the black side had 6 black rays. Yi Fan searched his memories but couldn't find a way to restore it. This shattered Yi Fan's shortcut of only using the life and death jade to heal. He honestly studied the medical knowledge he had inherited. What surprised him was that his learning efficiency was 10 times better than yesterday. Many things that required comprehension, he now understood at a glance. Yi Fan quickly began to practice the Tai Chi Divine Needles. This needle technique consisted of 9 forms, each form with 9 needles, each needle with 9 variations. It could stop bleeding, neutralize poisons, break evil, and even bring the dead back to life. It was extremely powerful, and the first form was the 9 Palaces Yang Return. Thinking of Qianqian, whose life or death was unknown, Yi Fan mastered the 9 Palaces Yang Return. Then the 8 Trigrams Evil Breaker, 7 Stars Life Continuation, 6 Paths Devil Subduing, 5 Elements Blood Stabilization, for symbols detoxification. After completing the Tai Chi Divine Needles in one go, Yi Fan saw that he still had some time, so he practiced several martial arts manuals. Although Yi Fan didn't like fighting, he was going to collect debts today, so he needed to learn some martial arts for self-defense. 3 hours later, Yi Fan felt that his whole person had changed quite a bit. He also found a greasy layer of dirt on his body, sticky and uncomfortable. He quickly took a shower and found that the scars from the dog bite had disappeared and his skin had turned white. Even his strength had increased considerably. While showering, he had accidentally smashed a tile. Ah! As soon as Yi Fan came out of the shower, he heard Lin Xiaoling scream from the second-floor gym. Her voice was filled with pain. Yi Fan originally didn't want to go over, But hearing Lin Xiuling's distress cries and knowing that Tang Sangwa and Tang Ruoxue had gone out for their morning run, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately went upstairs. Mom, what's wrong? In his view, Lin Xiuling was standing barefoot on a yoga mat in the gym, with her hands clasped together and held high, maintaining a yoga pose. Her voluptuous body was wrapped in a black, tight-fitting outfit. From her tall, proud breasts to her slender waist, from her smooth back to her rounded buttocks, and from her shapely legs to her bare ankles. Every part of her showed a mature and curvy beauty. Yi Fan had to admit that his mother-in-law still had her charms. Get lost! Seeing Yi Fan appear, Lin Xiuling shouted in disgust. You're useless. You can't help. Go call Ruoxue and the others. Yi Fan frowned. Dad and Ruoxue went running. They won't be back for a while. Ah! Before Yi Fan could finish, Lin Xiuling swayed and then fell towards the floor. Yi Fan lunged forward, catching Lin Xiuling in his arms. Mom, what's wrong? At the same time, he noticed that Lin Xiuling's posture was strange, with her hands clasped and held stiffly high in the air. Yi Fan pressed on her hands. Ah! It was fine before, but once he touched her, Lin Xiuling screamed again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yi Fan felt Lin Xiuling's pain and quickly released his downward pressing hand. He turned his palm over, activating the life and death jade, and a flash of information appeared in his mind. State: tendon dislocation, reverse flow of qi and blood. Must be treated immediately, otherwise it will cause sprains and fractures. Cause: excessive yoga practice. Not enough energy to repair. Can use Tai Chi hand bone setting technique. Yi Fan let Lin Xiuling stand again. Mom, you've strained a tendon while doing yoga. Lin Xiuling cursed. Nonsense. Go call your father and Ruoxue to take me to the hospital. Hurry, hurry. It's too uncomfortable, too painful. She felt her tendons tightening and her body hurting more and more. There was no time. Mom, I can treat this. I just need to set a few bones. Seeing Lin Xiuling's face turning red, Yi Fan scanned her acupoints, saying, I just happened to watch a similar health program. Get lost! What time is it? Are you still messing around? You're not even good enough to sweep floors in my clinic. What kind of illness can you treat? Lin Xiuling scolded. Get out of here. Don't add to the chaos. I get annoyed just looking at you. Mom, it's too late. If you delay any longer, the tendons in your arms may break. Yi Fan lunged forward and reached out to grab Lin Xiuling's arm. He didn't want to bother with Lin Xiuling, but thinking that if Lin Xiuling became disabled, Tang Ruoxue would surely suffer. He had no choice but to offer a helping hand. Pervert! Seeing Yi Fan's warm body pressing towards her, Lin Xiuling was shocked. Was he trying to molest her? She roared in anger and took a few steps back. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Beast, I'm your mother-in-law. She instinctively retreated, but Yi Fan was already in front of her, his hands touching Lin Xiuling's arms. Her skin was smooth and tender. Pa pa. Yi Fan pinched her Yangqi, Xiuqi, and Tianjing acupoints, which allowed Lin Xiuling's qi and blood to circulate properly. Then, Yi Fan moved his fingers downwards. Pa pa. His fingers landed on the Jianjin and Jianjing acupoints, and with a pinch, there were two more crisp sounds. Lin Xiuling's tendons were now back in place. But while her arms were back to normal, Lin Xiuling's hands were still raised high. The initial pain made her nerves tense. She was afraid. Swoosh! That didn't stump Yi Fan. Yi Fan's hands slid down, landing on Lin Xiuling's pants. He made a gesture to pull them down. Animal! Lin Xiuling roared in anger, and her hands slammed down, grabbing her pants tightly. To practice yoga without any restrictions, she hadn't even worn underwear, and only had on a pair of very thin tights. How could she let Yi Fan pull them down? Swoosh! Taking advantage of Lin Xiuling's hands falling to hold her pants, Yi Fan pinched her Taihang and Fuji acupoints. Lin Xiuling's body shook, and all the soreness disappeared instantly. Yi Fan, what are you doing? At this moment, Tang Sangwa and Tang Ruoxue appeared at the door. They rushed to Yi Fan and Lin Xiuling. Ha! Tang Ruoxue pushed Yi Fan away angrily. How dare you molest my mom? Tang Sangwa also had bulging veins. You little beast. How dare you molest your mother-in-law in broad daylight? I'll beat you to death. He punched Yi Fan in the shoulder. The two had just returned from their morning run and rushed up when they heard Lin Xiaoling screaming. They saw Lin Xiaoling looking embarrassed, and Yi Fan was pulling on Lin Xiaoling's pants. The scene was too gruesome to bear. They instinctively assumed that Yi Fan was molesting Lin Xiaoling. Yi Fan swayed for a moment and then pulled back the hands he had used to set her bones. Lin Xiaoling was furious. Quick, quick, call the police and send this bastard to jail. Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Fan with disgust. Yi Fan, you're a beast. Yi Fan's performance yesterday had made Tang Ruoxue feel that he was starting to get his act together. But she never expected that Yi Fan would be such a pervert. Molesting her mother? It hurt her so much. Yi Fan's face was calm, and he looked at Lin Xiaoling coldly. Mom, you should clear my name. Lin Xiaoling was stunned for a moment, then looked at her flexible hands. She quickly realized that Yi Fan hadn't molested her, but had actually treated her. But she didn't explain to Tang Sangwa and Tang Ruoxue. Clear your name? What's there to clear? She sneered. Don't you know what you did? Lin Xiaoling was still thinking about the humiliation she had suffered at last night's banquet. Molesting your mother-in-law? And we caught you red-handed. What is there to explain? Tang Sangwa pointed at Yi Fan, cursing. Get out of here. He wanted to call the police, but was also afraid of airing dirty laundry in public. Yi Fan stared at Lin Xiaoling. Mom, are you really not going to clear my name? Pa! A loud slap echoed. Tang Ruoxue, gritting her teeth, said to Yi Fan, You bullied my mother, and you even threatened her to clear your name. Do you think we are all dead? His face was burning hot, and 5-finger marks appeared on Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan suddenly clenched his fists, but looking at Tang Ruoxue's pale face, he loosened them again. Touching the pain on his cheek, Yi Fan laughed mockingly, looked at Lin Xiaoling, and then turned and left the gym. Tang Ruoxue wanted to scold him again, but when she saw Yi Fan's lost face, she suddenly couldn't say anything. The slap just now seemed to have widened the distance between them. Then, her gaze turned to the camera in the corner. Lin Xiaoling liked to record her yoga sessions. Tang Ruoxue went over and turned on the video playback. Soon, her face changed drastically. Mom, Yi Fan didn't molest you. You got your arms stuck while doing yoga, and he helped you lower them. Tang Ruoxue put the camera in front of Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiaoling. Tang Sangwa looked up, and his old face changed too. He had been controlled by anger and had lost his reason. Now, after seeing the video, he immediately noticed the flaw. If Lin Xiaoling had really been molested by Yi Fan, Lin Xiaoling would have tried to kill Yi Fan. She wouldn't have just lightly told him to get lost. Yes, my hands got stuck while doing yoga, and he used his clumsy medical skills to help me fix it. Lin Xiaoling pushed her husband away, her tone aggressive. But so what? Do I have any obligation to explain it to him? Do you want to defend him? Are you going to hit me? Come on, kill me, kill your own mother. She was acting like a spoiled brat, almost rolling on the ground. You. Tang Sangwa was so angry that his scalp was tingling. Wronging Yi Fan was one thing, but he had also unjustly punched Yi Fan. What was he going to do now? Moreover, Lin Xiaoling had fueled the flames and watched the incident unfold, not stopping it or explaining anything. Wasn't she putting him in an unjust position? So what? So what? Lin Xiaoling shouted. The Tang family has supported him for a year. He embarrassed me last night. Can I make him suffer a little? Tang Sangwa felt that Lin Xiaoling had completely humiliated him. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Tang Ruoxue had a splitting headache. Mom and Dad, you have to apologize to Yi Fan. Nonsense. Why should I apologize to that ingrate? Lin Xiaoling said. I should apologize to him? Does he deserve it? Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Tang Ruoxue turned and left the Tang family villa. After leaving the villa area, Yi Fan arrived at the bus stop. Lin Xiaoling's actions had chilled him. He didn't care about clearing his name anymore. He just wanted to get back the 2 million debt so he could get away from the Tang family. However, he didn't go straight to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he waited for the bus to the hospital. He was worried about Qian Qian. Screech. Less than 5 minutes after Yi Fan started waiting, a red BMW pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Tang Ruoshua's cold, pretty face. "Where are you going?" Yi Fan answered plainly, "To the hospital." Tang Ruoshua let out a long breath. "Get in, I'll give you a ride." "No need, we're not going the same way." Yi Fan refused without hesitation. "You should go to work." He knew Tang Ruoshua knew the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be offering him a ride. But without even saying sorry, how could she let him off the hook? The experiences of the past year had made him realize that being humble and compromising without any principles would only make everyone look down on him. Tang Ruoshua's lips twitched, then she tried to remain calm. "I have plenty of time today. I can take you to the hospital." She added, "You're going to see Qianqian, right?" "That's right," Yi Fan responded. "Her condition is unstable. She probably hasn't passed the danger zone. I want to see if I can help." And of course, he also wanted to thank Song Hongyan for the ginseng fruit. After eating the ginseng fruit, Yi Fan felt his energy and spirit had improved significantly, which would save him at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. "You can't even understand medical books? How can you help?" Tang Ruoshua shook her head dismissively, but still said coldly, "Get in, let's go together." Yi Fan didn't speak, just stared at Tang Ruoshua. If she said sorry, he would compromise. Tang Ruoshua demanded forcefully, "Are you done? Is it worth it for a grown man to be so petty?" Yi Fan still didn't speak. "Suit yourself if you don't want to come. Who do you think you are?" Seeing that Yi Fan remained silent, Tang Ruoshua felt annoyed. She had been so accommodating. What more did Yi Fan want? She tossed a paper bag at Yi Fan, then stepped on the gas and drove away. Thump! Yi Fan caught the paper bag and opened it. Inside was a carton of milk and a basket of char siu bao. He felt a brief moment of disorientation, as if he had returned to the days when he wandered the streets. Whoosh! At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Fan arrived at Zhonghai Hospital. He bought a set of silver needles in the traditional Chinese medicine department. After asking for directions, he went to the fourth-floor ward. As the elevator doors opened, he saw Tang Ruoshua appear, carrying a bag of fruit. She walked past Yi Fan as if he were invisible. Yi Fan knew she had a bad temper and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He walked straight to Qianqian's ward door and saw Song Hongyan sitting on a chair in a daze. Her pretty face was filled with despair, looking as though she had lost over 10 pounds overnight. Even though she was haggard, the woman still retained her beauty. Her sad eyes gave off a heart-wrenching, tragic feeling. She was surrounded by a dozen well-dressed men and women, but not one of them made a sound. The atmosphere was heavy. Seeing this, Tang Ruoshua instinctively stopped in her tracks, wondering how to console Song Hongyan. "Miss Song." Yi Fan walked straight over. "How is Qianqian doing?" Song Hongyan was slightly startled. She raised her head, and when she saw Yi Fan, she immediately became excited. Benefactor, you've come?" The female tycoon worth billions didn't act like she was of higher status at all. "You can just call me Yi Fan." Yi Fan pressed her shoulder. "Benefactor is too heavy of a title. I can't bear it. You saved Qianqian. You are my benefactor." Song Hongyan's eyes were resolute. "If Hongyan can help you with anything in the future, please feel free to ask. I slapped you yesterday, I'm sorry." The next second, she raised her hand to slap herself. Her actions were decisive and swift. Yi Fan quickly grabbed her wrist. "Miss Song, I didn't blame you. I understand you. You can apologize again after Qianqian wakes up." Her wrist felt soft and boneless in his grasp. Yi Fan forgot to let go for a moment. "Brother Yi, you are truly a good person." Song Hongyan didn't struggle, letting Yi Fan hold her wrist. "I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life." Seeing Yi Fan holding Song Hongyan's hand, and that Song Hongyan was so gentle to Yi Fan, Tang Ruoshua, who had walked over, twitched her mouth and lightly coughed. Yi Fan reacted and quickly let go of her hand. Song Hongyan looked up at Tang Ruoshua and smiled warmly. "Miss Tang, thank you for organizing everyone to help yesterday." Tang Ruoshua replied softly, "You're too kind, President Song." "Miss Song, how is Qianqian doing?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Has she passed the danger zone?" "It's not optimistic. Song Hongyin's eyes darkened. Her injuries are too severe. She was resuscitated several times yesterday, but she still hasn't passed the danger zone. Even old Sun is finding it difficult to reverse her condition. She bit her lip, her heart aching. She was a sight of pitiful beauty. Yi Fan comforted her softly. Don't worry, Qianqian is destined for good fortune. She will definitely be okay. Song Hongyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Yi, you were able to save Qianqian yesterday. Your medical skills must be quite amazing. Can you take a look? She was desperate. I'm sorry, Miss Song. Yi Fan doesn't know any medical skills. It was just luck yesterday. Tang Ruoxua couldn't help but tell the truth. Although she also hoped Yi Fan could save the little girl, it was impossible. Miss Song, she's right. I'm not a doctor. Yi Fan answered honestly. I've never treated anyone either. Hearing this, Song Hongyin was stunned. Then her eyes showed pain. Her stunning face suddenly filled with sorrow. Although Qianqian was adopted, after raising her for 7 years, she was like her own daughter. If she were to lose Qianqian, Song Hongyin wouldn't want to live either. Miss Song, although I haven't studied medicine, I've read a lot of medical books. Yi Fan changed the subject. If you trust me, I'm willing to try. Of course I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Song Hongyin's eyes lit up again. For some reason, she had developed a strange trust in Yi Fan. Brother Yi, come with me? Song Hongyin decisively pulled Yi Fan towards the ward. Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxua stared at Yi Fan anxiously. Don't be reckless. You'll kill people. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will definitely save Qianqian. Tang Ruoxua stamped her feet angrily. How can I not worry? You'll make things worse. Luck wouldn't come to Yi Fan's aid every single time. Are you doing this to spite me? Are you angry that I won't say sorry? Tang Ruoxua suddenly thought of something. Okay, I'm saying sorry to you now. I was reckless this morning, and I shouldn't have let Mom trick me into framing you. As long as it lets you vent, be reasonable, I can take a slap from you any time to make up for the slap I gave you. She thought Yi Fan wanted to treat Qianqian just to oppose her. Yi Fan spoke faintly. You've never believed in me. Not good. The patient's breathing has stopped. Hurry. Just then, the alarms in the intensive care unit blared, and more than a dozen doctors rushed over. Besides the hospital experts, there were also many Chinese medicine practitioners that Song Hongyan had invited. At the head of the group was an old man in his 60s with white hair, full of energy and dressed in expensive clothes. The divine doctor of Zhonghai, Sun's Sacred Hand. He was the founder of Zhonghai Huichen Tang, a well-known figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, who had practiced medicine for more than 40 years and had treated tens of thousands of patients, earning countless honors. He had dedicated half his life to Chinese medicine, which is why he was respected and welcomed by all in Zhonghai. The patient was critical, so he rushed forward the fastest. Song Hongyin and Yi Fan followed. They saw that Qianqian had stopped breathing, and various instruments were setting off alarms, making their hearts pound. The attending physician was nervously injecting adrenaline and was doing everything he could to resuscitate her with a defibrillator. However, Qianqian's condition was really bad, and she had almost no response. Qianqian, Song Hongyin, was almost crying. As the electrocardiogram slowly turned into a flat line, the attending physician and others showed expressions of dejection. I'll do it. At this time, Sun's Sacred Hand had the doctors stand aside. He picked up 6 silver needles and swiftly inserted them into Qianqian's body. The returning spring 6 needles. He wanted to gather the last bit of life force within Qianqian's body. Both the resuscitations yesterday and this morning were thanks to Sun's Sacred Hand's ability to bring her back from the brink of death. Unfortunately, Qianqian had no response this time. Sun's Sacred Hand inserted another 6 needles, but Qianqian still didn't move. The old man sighed. He gave up. There was no way to save her. Seeing Sun's Sacred Hand shake his head, the whole room was filled with sadness. Song Hongyan's face was even more pale. Yi Fan looked through the crowd and saw Qianqian's ethereal image appear again. Without thinking, he rushed into the ward and slapped Qianqian on the forehead. Let me do it. The phantom returned to Qianqian's body. Yi Fan, with his left hand, pressed the jade of life and death against Qianqian's head, preventing her soul from separating. Perforated gallbladder, liver damage, severe abdominal bleeding. The life and death stone doesn't have enough energy for a full repair, but it can perform the 9 palaces reviving needles to overcome the danger. Just as Yi Fan had feared yesterday, the white light, while able to repair the soul, was not enough for Qianqian to survive this critical period. Yi Fan had to rely on the medical skills he'd learned this morning. Seeing Yi Fan's actions, Sun Xingqiu was enraged. Who is this bastard? What did you do to Qianqian? Don't you know Qianqian is dead? Why are you messing with her body? It was heartbreaking and regrettable that someone so young had died, but Yi Fan was now hitting and moving the body. It was simply inhumane. Sun Xingqiu angrily stepped forward to pull Yi Fan away. This was a critical moment, and there was no way Yi Fan would stop. With a flick of his arm, he sent Sun Xingqiu flying. Sun Xingqiu staggered back, almost falling to the ground. Yi Fan then took out the silver needles he'd just bought from his pocket. Tai Chi Divine Needles, first form, 9 palaces reviving. Yi Fan silently recited the acupoints, Bai Wei, Feng Qi, Tian Shu, then slowly inserted the sterilized silver needles. A faint white light flickered on each needle, disappearing into Qianqian's body. As Yi Fan inserted the needles, 9 grids appeared on Qianqian's body. The grids spread, connecting into one piece with the needlework. Qianqian's pale face instantly regained some color. It felt as if the sun was chasing away the darkness. Sun Xingqiu was about to rush forward and push Yi Fan away, but he stopped in his tracks, shocked by what he saw. The patient is dead, and you're still sticking needles into her? Do you think you're a god? And you dare to push Dr. Sun? Drag him out, drag him out. The medical staff's view had been blocked by Sun Xingqiu and Yi Fan. They hadn't seen the miraculous scene and were now yelling at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do you know what you're doing? Tang Ruoxue, who had squeezed in from the doorway, was also anxious. Get out of here! You're not a doctor. Don't delay the doctors from saving her. She really didn't know what had gone wrong with Yi Fan, a stay-at-home husband who had suddenly decided to save people. It was ridiculous. And this was Song Hongyan's daughter. If Song Hongyan lost her mind and took it out on Yi Fan, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to repay. It seemed like the misunderstanding from the morning had caused Yi Fan to lose his mind. This man a small thing, and he goes around trying to kill himself. Why couldn't he be more mature? A dozen medical personnel rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. Miss Song blocked them. Yi Fan roared to Song Hongyan, "Give me 5 minutes and I'll return Qianqian to you." She's already dead. Is there any worse outcome? Song Hongyan had been heartbroken, but Yi Fan's roar woke her up. In the past, she wouldn't have believed there was still hope for her daughter, but yesterday's on-site treatment had given her hope. Yi Fan was capable of miracles. Let Brother Yi save her. Song Hongyan's sad face instantly turned cold. She blocked the medical staff and yelled, "If you can't save her, let Brother Yi do it." Although Song Hongyan was a woman, barely in her 20s, she had a powerful aura when she was angry. The medical staff stopped instantly. "Director Song, please be reasonable," a doctor shouted. "Your daughter is gone. Don't let anyone else mess with her body. Let her rest in peace." Another nurse also cried out, "No, we have to call the police. Call the police and have this bastard arrested." Many of them were parents, and they couldn't bear to see Yi Fan abusing Qianqian's body like this. The medical staff stepped back a few paces and blocked the door, preventing Yi Fan from causing trouble and escaping. Tang Ruoxue also looked at Song Hongyan. "Director Song, Yi Fan is my husband. He really doesn't know any medical skills. Don't let him make a mess." Song Hongyan's face flushed red. "I believe in him." Director Song, Tang Ruoxue was speechless. How could Song Hongyan be so unreasonable? She couldn't understand how Yi Fan, who had been labeled as a useless man by everyone in the Tang family, was so trusted by Song Hongyan. It felt ridiculous, and she also felt a little uncomfortable. Her own husband was so valued by another woman, and a woman like Song Hongyan. The patients and family members at the door also cursed Yi Fan. She was dead. Let her rest in peace. Why mess with a corpse? Didn't that disturb the soul? As for saving her, that was a joke. Even her heartbeat had stopped. How could she be brought back to life? No one believed Yi Fan. They all shouted to call the police and have him arrested, and preferably shot on sight. Sun Xingqiu had stopped yelling, only staring intently at Yi Fan's silver needles. 9 palaces reviving. He finally recognized it, excited. Is that really 9 palaces reviving? He remembered that this was a magical needle technique that had been lost for a long time. It was the first form of the Tai Chi divine needles, and it could bring the dying back from the brink of death. As long as the patient had one last breath, it could make them take that breath and survive. Sun Xingqiu had never imagined that a needle technique mentioned in medical classics would appear before him. Heaven has eyes! Heaven has eyes! He trembled as he took out his phone and took pictures. Beep! Just as the burly security guards rushed in, a sharp sound from a device silenced the ward. Immediately after, a series of beep, beep, beep sounds followed. Song Hongyan looked up and was immediately stunned. The doctors in front were even more dumbfounded, their faces full of panic. A line appeared on the monitor. Her heart, pulse, and breathing were all returning. It started slowly, but in less than 5 seconds, it reached 10 beats per minute. It was still dangerous compared to a normal person, but it represented a possibility. Qianqian was truly alive. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. A patient who had been declared dead had now regained a heartbeat. What the hell? How was it possible? Someone whose brain waves had flatlined could actually regain a heartbeat. How was this done? Ding, ding, ding. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Qianqian's heartbeat gradually returned. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 60 times. It had reached the normal range. She was alive. Sun Xingqiu fell to his knees with a thud. It was truly 9 palaces reviving. Qianqian is alive. Quickly, get her treatment. Yi Fan yelled, hurry up and help. This was his first time saving someone with needles, and there were many things that needed to be handled carefully. It was extremely draining on his mind. Sun Xingqiu and a few others were startled by his roar. They didn't say anything and quickly went to treat Qianqian. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Many doctors were checking her over while unable to stop themselves from looking at Yi Fan. This kid was too amazing. He had actually brought a dead person back to life. Tang Ruoxue was also stunned, looking at the calm Yi Fan in shock. For a moment, she felt confused. Was this still the soft rice king in her memory? After more than an hour of intense work, Sun Xingqiu and the others finally stopped. Qianqian had finally passed the critical period. Her heartbeat, breathing, pulse, and various bodily functions were all trending toward normal levels. Looking at the fluctuating data, the attending doctors couldn't help but cheer, but quickly stood stunned beside the bed. Only now did they remember what they had just experienced. A patient who had been declared dead had regained her life in their hands. This was not a so-called state of near death, with the patient suddenly and independently reviving. It was a real case of death from severe injuries, followed by a forced revival. This was something to boast about for the rest of their lives. Then, they all looked at Yi Fan, who had been holding down the fort. Each of them had complex expressions on their faces. There was surprise, there was emotion, there was admiration, but even more than that, there was guilt. When they thought about the humiliating words they had said to Yi Fan and their urge to yell and attack him, they wished they could dig a hole and crawl inside. They had not only been judgmental, but they had almost killed Qianqian. Snap! At this moment, Sun Xingqiu walked in front of Yi Fan and bowed deeply. The other doctors also faced Yi Fan and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry. Apology, along with utmost respect. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. It's good that Qianqian is alive. This is impossible, impossible. Tang Ruoxue's lips twitched. Apart from being shaken by Yi Fan's astonishing medical skills, she couldn't accept Sun Xingqiu and the others' respect towards Yi Fan. Before today, Tang Ruoxue would never have imagined that Yi Fan, whom the Tang family despised to the core, could earn the respect of others. Then, she felt sorry for criticizing Yi Fan's words and actions. But her pride prevented her from apologizing, and the disdain she had held for a year was not so easily reversed. It must have been a fluke. Tang Ruoxue proudly lifted her face. If he's so skilled, he wouldn't have failed to save Aunt Shen. She found a reason for herself. As strong as she was, she didn't want to bow her head before Yi Fan. However, when her eyes glanced at Song Hongyan, her unease grew at the sight of Song Hongyan's endless tenderness toward Yi Fan. Whether Yi Fan really had medical skills, or whether it was just luck, she had lost this round to Song Hongyan. While Sun Xingshou and the others continued to observe Qianqian, Yi Fan also squeezed through the crowd and came outside. The Nine Palaces reviving needles had exhausted a lot of his energy, but Yi Fan didn't care. As long as Qianqian was alive, that was better than anything. Moreover, once he circulated his Tai Chi scripture, his spirit and energy would quickly recover. The continuous cycle of life was one of the awesome features of the Tai Chi scripture. Just as Yi Fan sat down on a chair at the end of the corridor, Song Hongyan followed him out, and with a thud, she knelt down in front of him. Brother Yi, from now on, Song Hongyan's life is yours. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will not hesitate to die. Although she was a woman, and her words were cliché, every single word held immense value. The followers were dumbfounded by this scene. They hadn't expected the powerful and headstrong Song Hongyan to kneel before a young man like this. It's good that Qianqian is okay. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly helped Song Hongyan up. Besides, I was just lucky. At the same time, he noticed that the Jade of Life and Death had gained another piece of white light. Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that saving a life without using the Jade of Life and Death could restore a piece of white light? He was slightly excited, wondering if he should go to the intensive care unit and save a few more people. Lucky. Song Hongyan shook her head with a smile. Once is luck, twice is also luck. Then that's an insult to Hongyan's intelligence. She had met countless people. She could tell at a glance whether Yi Fan was capable. Yi Fan smiled. There's really no need to be so polite. It was just a small matter. Brother Yi, if you need my help in the future, just say so. Whether I could do it or not, Song Hongyan will risk her life to do it. Qianqian had died twice, and Yi Fan had brought her back to life twice. Song Hongyan's gratitude for Yi Fan was heartfelt. This was not only saving her daughter, but it was also saving her life. She took out a card and handed it to Yi Fan. This is the Vermilion Bird card from the Five Lakes Group. With it, you can enjoy free access to all of their services. When necessary, you can also use it to mobilize the Five Lakes Group's funds and personnel. Song Hongyan's tone carried a hint of respect. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope Brother Yi will accept it. The card was crimson red, with diamonds embedded around it. It was fireproof and waterproof, with the words Five Lakes written on the front and Vermilion Bird on the back. It was luxurious and noble. Yi Fan was stunned. No, this is too valuable. Besides, I ate your $3 million ginseng fruit yesterday. Brother Yi, please don't be polite. You saved Qianqian twice. You are our great benefactor. You are fully qualified to have the Vermilion Bird card. Song Hongyan was very sincere. Moreover, we might have to trouble you again with Qianqian in the future. If you don't accept it, we would be embarrassed to bother you. All right. Seeing that Song Hongyan had put it like that, Yi Fan had no choice but to accept it. Then I'll thank Miss Song. It's I who should thank you. Song Hongyan was very happy that Yi Fan had accepted the card. Then, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "This card has another purpose. That is, if Brother Yi wants to know something, just call the customer service number on the back of the card, and you'll be able to find out what you want." Her smile carried a hint of mystery. You may not need it now, but you will definitely need it in the future. Yi Fan was stunned, speechless. He hadn't expected that this card could also provide access to information about anything. Song Hongyan's red lips parted slightly as she smiled bewitchingly. It won't let you down. At this moment, someone appeared beside them. Tang Ruoxue was expressionlessly looking at the two people who were being so intimate. She had been worried about Qianqian's sudden change in condition, so she had only come out after confirming Qianqian's situation had stabilized. However, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she saw Song Hongyan's face close to Yi Fan's. The intimacy was like that of a young couple. Moreover, Tang Ruoxue could tell that Song Hongyin's star-like eyes, when she looked at Yi Fan, were full of gratitude and admiration. This made her frown unconsciously. Song Hongyin moved even closer to Yi Fan and said gently, "Are you free for lunch? Let's eat together." "Thank you, Director Song, but Yi Fan is not free." Tang Ruoxue could no longer restrain herself. She walked over with a smile and took Yi Fan's arm. "He's having lunch with me." Then, she pulled Yi Fan into the red BMW, stepped on the gas pedal, and left, leaving Song Hongyin stunned. Yi Fan was also confused. Was this a jealous moment? After the car had driven out of the hospital, Tang Ruoxue coldly said, "Song Hongyin is very pretty and gentle, isn't she?" Song Hongyin was absolutely beautiful, and when she was gentle, it was like a spring breeze in March, making people intoxicated. But Yi Fan was not stupid. She has some appeal, but she's far less beautiful than you. The coldness on Tang Ruoxue's face faded a little. Buzz dash. At this moment, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He pressed the answer button, and soon his mother-in-law's sharp and domineering voice came through. "Yi Fan, don't forget, go to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to collect the debt." Yi Fan originally wanted to go to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to collect debts earlier, but he was forcefully pulled by Tang Ruoxue to have lunch. Yi Fan could feel that compared to her previous indifference, Tang Ruoxue had given him a bit more consideration. At noon, the two entered the Aegean Sea Western restaurant. It was the peak lunch hour, and diners were crowded, with fragrant scents filling the air. Many luxury cars were parked outside. However, compared to the heavily made-up young women, Tang Ruoxue's temperament was still a cut above them. As soon as they entered, many men's eyes were drawn to Tang Ruoxue with burning gazes. There were successful people in business, wealthy second-generation heirs, and also dashing young men. However, Tang Ruoxue didn't even look at them. She found a corner table, sat down, and ordered 2 steaks, a salad, and a bottle of wine. Tang Ruoxue was wearing an urban lady's dress today, her figure wrapped in an alluring way. Her snow-white, dazzling legs, without the constraint of stockings, were even more tempting, moving alternately and occasionally bumping against each other, making people feel parched. Yi Fan had to drink 2 glasses of lemonade to suppress the fire. "Remember, after lunch, go see Mom and come home for dinner tonight." Answering Lin Xiuling's call, Tang Ruoxue stared at Yi Fan and urged him, "I will help calm Mom's emotions. You absolutely must not go to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to collect debts." She was worried that Yi Fan, provoked by her mother, would act impulsively and throw his life away. Yi Fan hesitated before speaking. "Ruoxue, I still want to try." He had infuriated Lin Xiuling last night, and if he didn't succeed in collecting the debt today, Lin Xiuling would likely insult his ancestors for 18 generations. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to fulfill Tang Ruoxue's wishes as soon as possible. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face turned cold. "Are you not even listening to me anymore?" Yi Fan said calmly, "If I don't bring back 2 million, Mom will scold me for a month. I told you not to go, so don't go. Why all the nonsense?" Tang Ruoxue looked impatient. "I'll handle it, and even if I can't, let her scold me. A few scoldings are better than you getting your arms and legs broken. The waters of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce are deep, deeper than you can imagine." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just took a sip of lemonade. "That's settled then." Tang Ruoxue was as domineering as ever, then stared at Yi Fan coldly and asked, "When did you learn medical skills?" If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have believed that it was Yi Fan who had saved Qian Qian. Even now, Tang Ruoxue still felt a sense of unreality. The live-in son-in-law who usually couldn't squeeze out a single word had actually been able to miraculously save Qian Qian. She doubted anyone would believe it if it was said. "Before, when I was doing housework, I was bored, so I turned on the TV and watched lectures on Chinese medicine while working." Yi Fan gave an explanation. "Over time, and after occasionally flipping through Mom and Dad's medical books, I learned a little bit of Chinese medicine." Watching TV, Tang Ruoxue suddenly understood, remembering the Chinese medicine lecture channel on Zhonghai Channel 8, where Tang Sanwa had also filmed an episode. However, the program was too professional and seemed a bit dry. so young people hardly watched it, but she hadn't expected Yi Fan to watch it all the way through and even learn some basic knowledge. This indeed could explain how Yi Fan had managed to save Qian Qian with such competence. It also explained why Yi Fan was helpless when Xin Biqin had been hospitalized for a year. Because saving Qian Qian's life, really, was just a stroke of blind luck. Having figured this out, Tang Ruoxue was furious. You're really audacious. You dare to save people just by watching TV? What if Qian Qian hadn't survived? You would have been skinned alive if not killed. Her face was full of anger. She had been worried all morning, and even now, she was still a bit scared. She knew that Yi Fan didn't have a medical license, and if something had happened to Qian Qian, he could have been sent to jail at any time. I only acted because I was confident because I happened to have seen that case on the program. Yi Fan explained again. Besides, Qian Qian was beyond help at the time. I was just treating a dead horse like it was still alive. This time, I'll let it go. Tang Ruoxue issued a warning. Next time, you absolutely cannot randomly save people. You need to know your limitations. Yi Fan remained silent and didn't answer. I'm not worried about you, and I'm not trying to lecture you. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face turned cold. I'm just worried that you'll harm others and bring trouble to the Tang family. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. He had thought this woman was worried about him, but it turned out that in the end, she was worried that he would bring trouble to the Tang family. Miss, hello. Just then, a pretty waitress came over with a tray. This is the wine that young Master Lin invited you to drink. She placed a bottle of Bordeaux red wine, worth $5,000, on Tang Ruoxue's table. Sending wine? Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan were both stunned for a moment, then followed the waitress's gaze to see a man in a full Armani outfit smiling and nodding. Young, handsome, rich, he looked like a successful person. Next to him, several well-dressed men and women were watching Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan with playful smiles. Without hesitation, Tang Ruoxue declined his kindness. I'm sorry, I don't know him. Please take this wine back. This? The pretty waitress frowned. Miss, young Master Lin is rarely so enthusiastic. I hope you can accept it. You should know, young Master Lin is handsome and rich, and many women are eager to curry favor with him. He has put aside his pride to give you red wine. Shouldn't you feel honored? I don't understand. Why are you refusing? She acted like Tang Ruoxue was not appreciating the offer. Undoubtedly, the Armani young man was a regular here, and he was probably having an affair with the pretty waitress. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and ate his steak. $380 a serving, he couldn't waste it. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoxue's voice turned cold. Take the wine back. You've disturbed our meal. She also glanced at Yi Fan. When she saw him acting like an ostrich, a flash of disappointment appeared in her eyes. This morning she had thought Yi Fan had changed, but she hadn't expected him to be so weak still. Her heart, which had been boiling, cooled down a little. Seeing Tang Ruoxue keep people at arm's length, the pretty waitress looked annoyed. Miss, I'm doing this for your own good. Young Master Lin is so outstanding. He's giving you an opportunity to get close. You should cherish it. She was very disdainful of Tang Ruoxue's attitude, thinking that she was acting pretentious. With young Master Lin's conditions so good, how could Tang Ruoxue not want to climb up the social ladder? He's 100 times better than the man next to you. You'll regret it if you miss out. She also glanced at Yi Fan with contempt. She had always been aware of Yi Fan's existence. But for her, Yi Fan was not comparable to Lin Baishan. Tang Ruoxue said bluntly, "Get lost." The pretty waitress looked down at Tang Ruoxue from a high position. Miss, that's enough. No point in pretending. Tang Ruoxue's eyebrows shot up. Get your manager over here. Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Baishan, who had been watching the situation, took the initiative to approach with a glass of wine. His manner was imposing and confident. His face also displayed a sense of absolute certainty. Several of his cronies followed him, watching the fun with playful smiles. Young Master Lin is as awesome as ever. Is he going to snatch someone else's woman in public? Heh, no woman can escape the clutches of young Master Lin. They all obediently throw themselves at him. Last time, that little internet celebrity, She told young Master Lin to get lost like a shrew, and didn't she end up having her legs opened with $2 million by young Master Lin? There's a good show to watch today. Many men in the restaurant were discussing the matter, fearing that there wasn't enough trouble. The pretty waitress also revealed a smug smile. With young Master Lin stepping out, how could Tang Ruoxue not surrender obediently? Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Fan again, and seeing that he still hadn't reacted, she felt even more self-mockery and disappointment. Although the two of them hadn't had a physical relationship, they were still a couple legally, and when a wife was being flirted with and made light of like this, a husband should get angry. He was too much of a tortoise, too incompetent, too irresponsible. She was a little regretful that she had overestimated Yi Fan that morning. Beautiful lady, hello, my name is Lin Baishan. Lin Baishan came to Tang Ruoxue and said with a gentle smile, "It's destiny that we met today. I wonder if you'd be willing to share a drink and become friends?" He was confident and relaxed in his demeanor. Of course, he also completely ignored Yi Fan's presence. Tang Ruoxue didn't even look at him, just looked at Yi Fan and said, "Yi Fan, are you finished eating? Let's go if you're done." The pretty waitress was furious. "Young Master Lin has taken the initiative to come to you. Could you please be a bit more enthusiastic? You'll be in trouble if you make young Master Lin angry. Be gentle to beautiful ladies." Lin Baishan waved his hand at the pretty waitress, then shook the red wine and smiled at Yi Fan, who was eating steak. "This gentleman, I've taken a liking to your woman. You should eat up and get lost. You can't protect such a beautiful woman." As he spoke, he threw out a set of Ferrari car keys and an Apollo Villa access card. Several of his cronies laughed out loud. The pretty waitress also looked at Yi Fan with disdain. The diners in the restaurant also looked over, watching the fun with gloating expressions. They all wanted to see how Yi Fan would react. Yi Fan finished the last bite of steak, grabbed a tissue, and wiped his mouth slowly. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't pay him any attention, Lin Baishan narrowed his eyes, reached out and patted Yi Fan's cheek with a smile. "Can you not understand my words? You're so lucky with the ladies. I'm envious and jealous of you, young Master Lin, and that's a very serious consequence." He was laughing very wildly, very coldly. Yi Fan said calmly, "Do you know what the consequences are of patting my face?" "Consequences? You little punk are pretty arrogant. I want to see what the consequences are." Lin Baishan laughed sarcastically and continued to pat Yi Fan's face with reckless abandon. This time, his hand fell on empty air. Bang! Yi Fan turned his body around, grabbed Lin Baishan by the neck, and slammed his head into a plate. Porcelain shards flew. Juice splashed everywhere, mixed with the glaring scarlet of blood. Without pausing, Yi Fan grabbed the wine bottle and smashed it down. Bang! The back of Lin Baishuan's head blossomed with blood. Lin Baishan was struggling and whimpering, his hands holding the table for support. "Ah!" Several women screamed, and the men's faces suddenly changed color. Tang Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth and gasped in alarm. The development of the situation had completely exceeded her expectations. At the same time, a ripple appeared in her heart. For the first time, she felt a sense of security. The next second, Yi Fan kicked Lin Baishan out. "Get lost!" "Ah!" Yi Fan's kick was powerful, sending Lin Baishan flying 4 or 5 meters with a miserable scream. His 3 companions were knocked over with him, crashing into a table, sending over a dozen plates shattering onto the floor. Utter chaos. The people in the restaurant were stunned, all their eyes turning to Yi Fan. They were discerning people. Lin Baishuan's attire alone must have cost several $100,000. How could someone like Yi Fan possibly challenge him? Tang Ruoxue was also taken aback. She hadn't expected Yi Fan's sudden outburst. A flicker of worry arose in her heart, and the disappointment she'd been feeling vanished. "Bastard, you dare at me?" Lin Baishan, clutching his face, got up with a sneer. "You're finished." His 5 or 6 companions looked at Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue with arrogant disdain. The pretty waitress also called over several burly security guards. Yi Fan didn't even glance at them. He just stared at Lin Baishan and said coldly, "I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to my wife, or you'll lose a hand today." The diners scoffed at his words, not believing that Yi Fan had the ability to back them up. You bastard. What do you think you are? The pretty waitress was furious. What gives you the right to challenge Master Lin? Do you know who Master Lin is? He's the manager of a branch of the Five Lakes Group, and also a relative of President Song. How can a country bumpkin like you humiliate him? She was angry that Yi Fan had attacked Lin Baishan. Master Lin was from high society, and Yi Fan's challenge was simply outrageous. Upon hearing that Lin Baishan was a relative of Song Hongyan and the manager of the Five Lakes branch, many of those present gasped. Yi Fan was finished, and Tang Ruoxue would be ruined. That was the general consensus. Many of the women looked at the composed Yi Fan with scorn, thinking the troublemaking kid was putting on a show. Lin Baishan enjoyed the respectful gazes. Then, clutching his face, he walked up to Yi Fan with his group. You bastard. You smash my head? You got guts. In this territory of Zhonghai, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You're the first. I must say, you've got balls. But I'll tell you, you've messed up badly. You'd better kneel down, cripple the hand you used to smash my head, and send your woman to my bed. Otherwise, you're going to regret this today. We won't kill you, but we'll peel a layer of your skin off. Lin Baishuan's face was twisted with malevolent arrogance. As he spoke, his cronies moved in, each holding a wine bottle, ready to smash it over Yi Fan's head. Tang Ruoxue's beautiful face paled. What do you think you're doing? If you dare cause trouble, I'll call the police. The pretty waitress snorted. Call the police? The cops are all Master Lin's brothers. Ruoxue, it's okay. I'll handle this. Yi Fan pulled Tang Ruoxue back and looked at Lin Baishan, speaking calmly. It seems you've given up the chance to beg for mercy. Lin Baishan spat. Me beg for mercy? Are you worthy? Yi Fan pulled a card from his pocket and casually tossed it to Lin Baishan. Is this enough? A cheap trick? Lin Baishan scoffed dismissively. What's this thing? The pretty waitress sneered. Probably a bank card to bribe Master Lin. When has Master Lin ever been short of money? What I want is your hand and your woman. Lin Baishan glanced at the card in his hand with disdain. But that single glance made his body tremble, as if he'd been hit with a red-hot poker. The two words, Vermilion Bird, pierced Lin Baishuan's eyes like needles. The Five Lakes Vermilion Bird card? He picked it up in disbelief, examining it closely, trying to find a flaw, but he found that it was genuine. Lin Baishan was instantly terrified, cold sweat trickling down his face. He was done for. He'd stirred up big trouble. He wanted to castrate himself for the first time in his life. Yi Fan picked up a wine bottle, poured himself a glass of wine, and said, What's the matter? Don't you recognize it? Manager Lin? This. Lin Baishan moved the card from his left hand to his right, then back again. He frantically stuffed the card back into Yi Fan's hand. The Five Lakes Vermilion Bird card not only represented that the owner was a VIP of the Five Lakes Group, but it also represented the absolute will of Song Hongyan. Who was Song Hongyan? To outsiders, she was the chairman of the Five Lakes Group, a successful and powerful woman. But Lin Baishan knew more. She also had another nickname, the Black Widow. Because he knew this, Lin Baishan dared not be reckless. His distant relationship with Song Hongyan was insignificant compared to the Vermilion Bird card. But Lin Baishan couldn't understand how Yi Fan, so young and seemingly incompetent, had gained Song Hongyan's absolute trust. Unwilling to give up, he took out his phone and made a call. Soon his back was soaked. Song Hongyan had only one sentence. Yi Fan is the most esteemed guest of the Five Lakes Group, so esteemed that she would let him kill anyone. Lin Baishan felt the world spin. His last bit of luck and hope was extinguished with that phone call. After hanging up, he dropped to his knees with a thud. The entire restaurant was shocked. Master Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. Please have mercy. Give me a chance to live. I'm begging you. It was my fault just now, all my fault. Lin Baishan slapped himself a dozen times. Please, Master Yi, give me a chance. He knew that if Yi Fan wasn't satisfied, his life wouldn't be worth much. The diners' throats felt dry, like they'd swallowed sand. They hadn't expected this outcome. Tang Ruoxue was also surprised. She hadn't thought that something Yi Fan had tossed out so casually would cause Lin Baishun to kneel. Lin Baishun was the manager of a branch of the Song Group. After all, the pretty waitress was dumbfounded, pulling at Lin Baishun and yelling, "Master Lin, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling to this good-for-nothing? You motherfucking idiot!" Lin Baishun slapped the woman away, then kicked her twice. "If you dare slander Master Yi again, I'll kill you." He was terrified to the point of tears. At this critical moment, he had actually offended Yi Fan. He was courting death. The pretty waitress was soon bruised and swollen, falling to the ground with a look of grievance. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Didn't you want to cripple my hand and make my woman submit obediently?" "Master Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Lin Baishun kept kowtowing and begging. "Please, I beg you, give me a way out. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll never do it again. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life." If he didn't satisfy Yi Fan today, even if Yi Fan didn't act, Song Hongyan would take his life. Seeing Lin Baishun kneeling and kowtowing, everyone in the restaurant held their breath, as if a mountain had suddenly been placed on their shoulders. All eyes were on Yi Fan, their gazes filled with curiosity, but more with embarrassment. They had just mocked him as a useless man, and now Lin Baishun was groveling at his feet like a dog. It was laughable when they thought about it. The pretty waitress was too scared to breathe. She couldn't believe Lin Baishun was so afraid of Yi Fan, who was wearing cheap clothes. What on earth is going on? What was the deal with that card? And who was Yi Fan? Tang Ruoshue's face turned red when she heard the words sister-in-law. "Yi Fan, he's apologized. Maybe we should let it go." Yi Fan picked up a steak knife and stabbed it into Lin Baishun's left palm with a thump. Blood sprayed. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? This ruthless and merciless strike made countless eyes widen in shock. Yi Fan was no saint. He understood that if he didn't have Song Hongyan's backing and his own strength, he would have been trampled by Lin Baishun into the dirt today. And Tang Ruoshue might have been forced into his bed. So he didn't hesitate to cripple Lin Baishun's left hand. Only in this way would Lin Baishun and his ilk be filled with respect and fear and wouldn't dare to target him and Tang Ruoshue again. And it was so. The remaining defiance in Lin Baishun vanished with Yi Fan's strike. As Yi Fan left with Tang Ruoshue, Lin Baishun's eyes were filled with terror and the relief of narrowly escaping death. For the rest of his life, Yi Fan would be his nightmare. Leaving the Western restaurant, Tang Ruoshue initially wanted to question Yi Fan, but an urgent phone call came in, and she had to return to the company immediately for a meeting. She could only drop Yi Fan off at the bus stop. As she left, she also told Yi Fan, "Don't go collecting any debts." After seeing Tang Ruoshue off, Yi Fan left the bus stop and hailed a taxi to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of whether he would divorce in the future, he wanted to repay the favor that Lin Xiuling had asked of him. In the taxi, Yi Fan took the time to review the few sets of boxing techniques he had practiced that morning. At 3:30 p.m., the car arrived at the end of Changle Street in the Nanshan district. There stood a 7-story building. The building was a little old, but it looked sturdy. There was a large open space in front of the building, and there were many small shops on both sides. At the entrance of the building hung the 4 words Sihai Chamber of Commerce, written with aggressive, imposing characters. On the way, Yi Fan had already learned that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was an organization under the Sihai Group, and also one of Du Tianhu's dark forces. The person in charge was Du Tianhu's henchman, Huang Zhendong. Of course, calling him a henchman and president was really the same as being the head of a large gang. It operated under the guise of a chamber of commerce, engaging in all kinds of shady dealings with blood on its hands. Because people were often injured, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce regularly sought treatment at the Chunfeng Clinic and bought large quantities of anti-inflammatory drugs from the clinic every month. Although Lin Xiuling didn't want to associate with these people, the clinic didn't have the right to refuse patients, and she was worried about being retaliated against if she offended the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. So, for the past few years, they had always cooperated courteously. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce respected the Chunfeng Clinic, settling their accounts every 60 days, with the amount owed always remaining around 1 million. They didn't owe too much, But they also didn't pay it all off, forcing the Chunfeng Clinic to always cooperate. But for some reason, this time, more than 60 days had passed, and they still hadn't settled the account. A few days ago, they had even bought more than 500,000 worth of medicine on credit. All of the Chunfeng Clinic stock of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs had been swept clean. The debt quickly reached 2 million. This put Lin Xiaoling under tremendous pressure. She also felt uneasy. She had urged Huang Zhendong several times, but he always said he would settle it in a few days. Anyone could see that Huang Zhendong was trying to renege on the debt. 2 million was not a small amount for Lin Xiaoling. Her annual profit was only a little over 1 million. Being owed 2 million made her worry so much she couldn't sleep well. But she couldn't afford to fall out with Huang Zhendong because Huang Zhendong had Du Tianhu behind him. So, when Yi Fan had said he was going to divorce Tang Ruoxue, Lin Xiaoling had taken the opportunity to throw the problem to Yi Fan. She wanted to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself. Whack! As soon as Yi Fan got out of the taxi, several thugs who had been chatting at the entrance surrounded him. The driver saw this and quickly drove away. Yi Fan walked towards the thugs calmly. A young man with yellow hair yelled, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yi Fan was polite. "Hello, I'm from the Chunfeng Clinic. My name is Yi Fan, and I'm here to find Mr. Huang to settle the payment." Yi Fan? Chunfeng Clinic? Tang family's live-in son-in-law Yi Fan? Hearing that Yi Fan was the one asking for payment, the young man with yellow hair's eyes lit up. "You're that useless guy?" The next moment, he blew a whistle. With a loud crash, over a dozen thugs poured out of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, holding baseball bats and steel pipes. Soon after, a bald man wearing prayer beads appeared. He had a rough face and a menacing aura. It was Huang Zhendong, the person in charge of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He stared at Yi Fan with a sneer. "You're Yi Fan?" Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. "That's right. I'm Yi Fan from the Chunfeng Clinic. My niece-in-law is a genius." Huang Zhendong smiled smugly. She said that as long as the payment to the Chunfeng Clinic was delayed, the Tang family would send you here, that useless piece of trash. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Boy, you're in trouble." Huang Zhendong gave a dry laugh. "Huang Dongxiang is my nephew. You hurt him, and I'm going to avenge him. I was originally planning to send someone to find you, but my niece-in-law said that you have some skills, and it would be easy for you to escape if we just ambushed you. It would be better to hold your mother-in-law's payment hostage. This was a thorny problem that your mother-in-law would most likely have you deal with, and then I'd be able to wait for you to show up. I didn't expect you to actually come. It wasn't a waste for us to wait so many days." He laughed out loud, full of triumph and arrogance. At the same time, several familiar figures appeared on the balcony on the second floor. Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing's group. They were all arrogant, looking down at Yi Fan from above. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian and the other women's long white legs were dazzling under the sunlight. Even from more than 10 meters away, Yi Fan could sense their contempt. They had obviously been waiting for Yi Fan for a few days. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Women's hearts were the cruelest. He hadn't expected that Yuan Jing had set him up like this. Unfortunately for her, she had underestimated him. "Huang Dongxiang was rude to my mother first. I was just acting in self-defense," Yi Fan said calmly. "And Mr. Huang is also someone of influence. Wouldn't it be beneath your dignity to use these methods against an unknown nobody like me?" He was trying to reason with them. "I don't want to deal with you either, but my nephew is paying me well," Huang Zhendong said with a look of helplessness. "So, you'll just have to consider this bad luck. But I'm also a reasonable man. You broke one of Dongxiang's arms. If you don't resist, we'll just take both of your arms. If you resist, we'll take your 2 legs as well." He stepped forward and gently patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. "Do you have any objections?" Slap. Yi Fan grabbed Huang Zhendong's hand. "Mr. Huang is going too far. This world is just the law of the jungle." Huang Zhendong pulled his hand away from Yi Fan. He took a step back and smiled. "You're too weak. You deserve to be bullied. Uncle, don't waste your breath with this kid," Huang Dongxiang called out from upstairs. "Just break his arms and legs, and let him crawl back like a dog. Yi Fan had beaten him and his friends up at the hospital entrance. Huang Dongqiang dreamed of nothing but revenge. For so many years, as a rich young master, he had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been trampled like this? Especially in front of Yuan Jing and the others? Yuan Jing and the others didn't say a word. They just lifted their cold faces, waiting to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself. Swoosh! Yi Fan suddenly burst out, slapping Huang Zhendong in the face. Then he turned and punched the young man with yellow hair in the chin. Bang! Before the yellow-haired thug could cry out, Yi Fan's left foot kicked another man's shin. As the second man fell, Yi Fan leaned in, slamming into the third man. The next moment, Yi Fan threw a left hook, hitting the fourth man in the neck. The fourth man fell to the ground like a wet noodle, and then Yi Fan stomped on the fifth man's knee. In the blink of an eye, the 15 men surrounding Yi Fan had all collapsed to the ground with moans of pain, completely helpless. It was so fast, unbelievably fast. The essence of Bajiquan was displayed perfectly. Seeing this scene, Huang Dongqiang and Yang Qianqian were dumbstruck. Damn, this freeloader, he dared to attack first? Isn't he useless? How is he so good at fighting? Yang Qianqian and the others, who had wanted to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself, felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huang Dongqiang and Yuan Jing's eyes were wide, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. These 15 men weren't just a bunch of spoiled young masters. They were all battle-hardened street thugs. How had they been defeated so easily? Huang Zhendong was just as incredulous. Amidst everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Fan slowly walked up to Huang Zhendong. Huang Zhendong, with his swollen face, narrowed his eyes and pulled out a knife with his other hand, stabbing it towards Yi Fan's thigh. Slap! The knife stopped halfway through its arc, not because Huang Zhendong had suddenly been filled with compassion, but because his hand had been caught by Yi Fan. Immovable. The next moment, a cracking sound. Yi Fan snapped Huang Zhendong's wrist in half. Ah! Huang Zhendong let out a scream of pain, sweating profusely. Yang Qianqian and the others, who had been enjoying the show, felt their scalps go numb. Yuan Jing also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time she felt the strength of Yi Fan. If you want to fight, then you'll get one. Yi Fan kicked Huang Zhendong away. I'm the person in charge of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. You injured me today, injured my brothers. Huang Zhendong was clutching his broken hand, his face contorted in pain. He barely managed to squeeze out those words to save face. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not let you get away with this. The name Sihai Chamber of Commerce was as good as gold in Zhonghai, enough to intimidate many. But as soon as he finished his sentence, Yi Fan smiled coldly and walked up to Huang Zhendong. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Slap! 5 more red marks appeared on Huang Zhendong's face. With his head ringing, Huang Zhendong heard Yi Fan coldly sneer. Enough talk. Now call your people. Call the strongest, the most powerful. I want to know how the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is going to not let me get away with this. Call for backup. Huang Zhendong's face was filled with grief and indignation. He'd truly been bullied to his doorstep today. He felt incredibly uncomfortable and stifled. But he also knew that saying any more nonsense would only make him lose face further. So Huang Zhendong endured the pain, pulled out his phone and barked, "Kid, you just wait." He was going to call for backup. He was going to get his justice. Yang Qianqian and the others, while shocked, looked at Yi Fan as if he were an idiot. Instead of cutting his losses and running, he was continuing to challenge the 4C's Chamber of Commerce. It was a really stupid move. Even if Yi Fan was good at fighting, could he defeat 15 people? 50? 500? Yuan Jing's surprise turned to mockery. She saw him as someone who didn't know his limits, someone rash and impulsive, destined to be a nobody forever. Yi Fan ignored Huang Zhendong and the others. He just stood there, continuously circulating the Tai Chi scripture. Besides the need to recover his strength and stamina, he also needed to suppress the cruelty and killing intent rising within him. He could feel that the fire he'd suppressed this morning was burning fiercely again. If he didn't release that fire, he would be severely burned. Could it be that the white light was too little, and the imbalance of yin and yang was causing him to change? Huh. While Yi Fan was pondering, the Four Seas building was once again boiling with activity. 20-odd tough guys charged out, dragging steel pipes. Then, 8 vans drove onto the street. Huang Zhendong had called back all the key members who were working outside. The car doors opened, and over 74 Seas thugs poured out. Not necessarily burly, but with fierce looks on their faces, clearly troublemakers. They didn't say a word, they just put on gloves and masks. Then they dragged several large boxes out of the vans, threw them on the ground, and opened them to reveal titanium alloy batons. Each one took a baton and smacked it against their palms, producing a series of clack-clack sounds. Professional ruthless. Yang Qianqian and the others sneered, waiting to see Yi Fan meet his demise. In their minds, Yi Fan had no right to be so arrogant. Small shopkeepers hurriedly closed their doors, some bold enough to peek at the group of thugs, while others hid away, fearing they'd get caught in the crossfire. When Huang Zhendong saw the reinforcements arrive, he instantly became confident, pointed at Yi Fan, and roared, "Brothers, cripple this kid." Over 100 people surrounded Yi Fan. Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any words. His body shot out like a cannonball, instantly knocking over the pointing Huang Zhendong. Ouch! Huang Zhendong went flying and crashed into a dozen people, causing them to fall. He looked incredibly wretched. The dozens of thugs were stunned for a moment. Then they let out a simultaneous roar. Kill! They swung their batons at Yi Fan. Yi Fan charged back. Although there were dozens of opponents, Yi Fan was fearless. He circulated the Tai Chi scripture, his fighting power endlessly renewed. 1 against 10, several thugs in the front, before their batons even touched Yi Fan's body, found themselves flying into the air, followed by intense pain. They crashed to the ground, ribs broken. Yi Fan's speed was incredible. A dozen meters was covered in an instant. Short, sharp engagement. Yi Fan snatched a baton and began to swing it like a meteor. The sound of the wind rose around him, fast as lightning. Thump, thump, thump. 6 thugs cried out in pain and fell to the ground, heads bleeding. Yi Fan didn't stop. He spun around and swept towards a dozen opponents. Fast and vicious. Ah! Another series of screams rang out. A dozen thugs retreated, clutching their broken hands, their batons falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had crippled over 20 people, showing off his fierceness. Huang Zhendong was in a daze. He was there, but he didn't even see how Yi Fan attacked. He started to feel that Yi Fan was a little strange. Yang Qianqian and the others were also surprised. They'd thought Yi Fan would be overwhelmed, that he might not die, but at least be badly beaten. But they hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so ferocious, that he'd knock down the charging thugs with just a few blows. How can this be? Yuan Jing muttered to herself. How can this be? In her view, Yi Fan would definitely lose today, that even if he could defeat 10 or 20 people, it was impossible for him to win against 100. But in the current situation, Yi Fan was truly fighting 1 against 100. When had Yi Fan become so powerful? This ex-boyfriend, who had once begged her on his knees to borrow 100,000, now seemed to be on a path of counterattack, growing to a level she couldn't reach. She couldn't accept it. Continue. With 20-odd people lying on the ground, Yi Fan didn't show any joy or excitement. He simply crooked a finger at Huang Zhendong. Huang Zhendong was furious. Charge! As his voice fell, dozens of people charged forward again. Thump! Amidst everyone's unconcealed shock, Yi Fan shifted his feet, and with a twist, sent a thug flying 7 or 8 meters. Then he delivered a flying kick, and the opponent was sent tumbling like a winter melon. After that, Yi Fan plunged into the crowd, swinging his baton. Huang Zhendong and the others couldn't even see the shadow of the baton. All they could see was a light flashing around Yi Fan, like a silver serpent dancing wildly, like a dragon taking flight. Screams and cries of panic quickly became the main melody. The scene was chaotic beyond description. No one had expected that dozens of tough men still couldn't subdue one person. 20 or so thugs who rushed up were knocked to the ground by Yi Fan again. One by one, they had either broken hands and feet or bloodied heads. The last rays of the setting sun cast a beautiful arc across Yi Fan's body. Yuan Jing's expression was slightly dazed, and her heart grew even more troubled. No, I can't accept this. Clong. At this moment, a baton shot out, blocking 7 steel pipes that were coming down at him. Then, Yi Fan spun around with a kick. Thump! 8 people crashed to the ground in an open space. Unmatched. Yi Fan looked at the remaining thugs, and with a cold laugh said, "Continue." The cold and inhumane words struck Huang Zhendong and the others' hearts. They, who had been acting like tyrants for so many years, now had thoughts of collapse. Huang Zhendong gritted his teeth. Charge! More than 50 people roared as they charged. Yi Fan met them, his baton like a shuttle breaking through the waves. Wherever it passed, the waves surged and crashed. The screams didn't stop. In a flash, Yi Fan broke through the 50-plus person formation. Behind him were the bruised, battered, and broken-limbed 4C's warriors. Screams, injuries, and stunned expressions were everywhere. 1 against 100, it wasn't a myth. After kicking away the last thug, Yi Fan slowly walked towards the pale-faced Huang Zhendong. Continue. Hearing those 2 words, Huang Zhendong and the others instantly collapsed. Charge! Don't come over here. Huang Zhendong, while urging the thugs to keep charging, was trembling as he backed away, and at the same time was warning Yi Fan. Don't come over here. At this moment, Huang Zhendong was 4 parts fear, 3 parts grievance, and 3 parts pain. He was not defiant in the least. No one struggled to protect Huang Zhendong. Besides the fact that many had indeed lost their ability to fight, more importantly, Yi Fan was simply a demon. This kid was truly terrifying. Stop talking nonsense. Call for backup. Keep calling for backup. At this moment, Yi Fan walked up to Huang Zhendong. Call for the most powerful, the most badass people to come. Huang Zhendong's face turned green, but he still gritted his teeth and made another call. Not long after, more than a dozen cars arrived, bringing over 100 more low-level gang members. Without wasting words, Yi Fan, with overwhelming momentum, knocked them all down again. Call for backup. Keep calling for backup. Yi Fan slapped Huang Zhendong's face. Huang Zhendong's fingers were trembling as he made more calls. Soon, more than 200 more thugs arrived, but their fighting power was even weaker. Without any suspense, Yi Fan defeated them all. 500 people. Thump! When Yi Fan kicked Huang Zhendong down once again, the sound of the fall heavily impacted the hearts of Huang Dongxiang and the others. Yang Qianqian and the others were all heartbroken. Huang Zhendong, the underworld boss they admired, was so utterly defeated in Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan, the loser they looked down on, was now standing on top of their heads, looking down at them. And Yuan Jing's feelings were even more complicated. This battle, it was no different from utter humiliation, and all her emotions, the anger stemming from deep within her heart, was like a raging fire about to consume her. Yi Fan, who she had always looked down on, had defeated her so simply and brutally, leaving her with no face, completely defeated. She didn't know how to describe her feelings. Frustration, of course, was the main emotion, but there was also admiration. But the more admiration she felt, the more uncomfortable she became. In the end, she could only clench her fists, her veins bulging. Even if you can fight, so what? Can fighting make you achieve anything? What age are we in now? No matter how good you are at fighting, you can't beat a gun. But the more she thought like this, the more troubled she became, especially when she saw the adoring gazes of her female companions. Huang Dongxiang kept repeating, "This is impossible. This is impossible." In front of the empty space, Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong. Call for backup. Keep calling for backup. Boss, there's no one left. Huang Zhendong cried. There really is no one left. He'd already called out all of the elite members of the chamber. The rest were just low-level thugs. No matter how many more came, they would only be ravaged. Who else could he call? Who else? Could he call Mr. Du? If Mr. Du knew that the entire chamber had been challenged, he'd probably shoot Huang Zhendong first. Yi Fan roared at Huang Zhendong. Is that all the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has? Only 500 soldiers? Is this your combat power? You've disappointed me so much. You've let down Mr. Du so much. Yi Fan said with exasperation. Pick up the phone, call Mr. Du. Too much bullying, too much bullying. Huang Zhendong was about to cry. His underworld was not like this. He'd never seen anything like this. In the next moment, his legs buckled, and he knelt before Yi Fan. Big brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'll kowtow to apologize, please give me one chance. He cried in tears. I will never dare to offend you again. 2 million, no. 10 million, I'll give it to you with both hands. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, 3rd floor, the president's office. Yi Fan was sitting in the boss's chair, eating chilled watermelon, while surveying his surroundings with an air of composure, as if he owned the place. After the fierce battle, Yi Fan didn't feel tired. He only felt refreshed. The fire from the ginseng fruit had finally stopped tormenting him. Across from him sat several of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's female secretaries. They were nervously pouring tea, slicing watermelon, and shelling sunflower seeds for Yi Fan. They had all witnessed Yi Fan's battle, their initial disdain and contempt completely crushed by his performance. Now, they only had admiration and fawning for Yi Fan. If Yi Fan needed them, they were ready to throw themselves into his arms at any time. Yi Fan didn't pay much attention to them. His gaze fell on the Guan Gong broadsword in the corner. It was an old 3-meter-long sword, hanging on the wall, its blade gleaming, razor-sharp. Yi Fan could see wisps of red light coiling around it. That was blood aura. Brother Yi, those bastards Huang Dongxiang, and the others, they slipped out the back door when we were fighting. At this moment, Huang Zhendong ran in from the doorway, wiping the sweat from his forehead. But don't worry, I'll send people to capture them immediately. Today's battle was caused by Huang Dongxiang, so Huang Zhendong naturally had to capture Huang Dongxiang to appease Yi Fan. Otherwise, he was afraid his own head would explode. Moreover, he did resent Huang Dongxiang, a so-called useless son-in-law, easy to crush, yet in the end the entire Chamber of Commerce was challenged by Yi Fan. Forget it, don't capture them, I'll deal with them myself. Yi Fan thought for a moment and decided to temporarily let Huang Dongxiang go, not because he was being merciful, but because he wanted to see Huang Dongxiang die in the throes of liver cancer. It was said that people in the late stages of liver cancer lived like ghosts. Yi Fan was a bit curious as to when Yuan Jing knew that Huang Dongxiang had liver cancer. Would she continue to protect him, or would she turn and abandon him? Understood. Huang Zhendong didn't have any objections and immediately canceled the orders to pursue Huang Dongxiang. Brother Yi is truly generous and righteous, repaying evil with kindness. Yi Fan took a bite of watermelon. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and pay me back. Yes. Huang Zhendong yelled at the doorway. Have the finance and legal departments finished? Brother Yi has waited too long. Soon. A young woman entered through the door and handed Huang Zhendong a file bag. Brother Yi, this is a check for 2 million. We'll pay off the debt to the Chunfeng Clinic in one go. Brother Yi, this is our contract for the next 3 years of cooperation with Chunfeng Clinic. Huang Zhendong placed the items from the file bag one by one in front of Yi Fan. Please take a look. Yi Fan chewed on the watermelon. What is the meaning of this? Huang Zhendong nodded and bowed. The debt was our fault, and it troubled Brother Yi, so we want to compensate the Chunfeng Clinic. You don't have to worry, we won't default again. We're also prepared to prepay 10 million. He pulled out a check and put it into the contract. We hope we can continue to cooperate. Although Yi Fan didn't think Huang Zhendong was a good person, since the other party had prepaid 10 million, there was no need to worry about non-payment. Okay, I'll take the check and the contract back. Yi Fan spoke calmly. But whether or not it is signed will depend on my mother-in-law. Understood. Huang Zhendong saw that Yi Fan had accepted them, and his smile became even brighter. He offered a watch box. Brother Yi, this is the latest Rolex. We didn't know each other until we fought. Consider it a little welcoming gift, also as a small token of our sincerity." He respectfully placed the watch in front of Yi Fan. "Rolex?" Yi Fan glanced at it casually. "It's useless for me to have it." He was just a live-in son-in-law who had to mop the floors, cook, and wash the toilets every day. Wearing a Rolex wouldn't fit his style. And with his identity, wearing a Rolex would only invite mockery about being vain and trying to show off with fake goods. "Brother Yi, you must accept it. It was our fault, and we should express our apologies." Huang Zhendong knelt down with a thump. "If you don't accept it, we'll have no peace of mind. We'll feel like you haven't forgiven us. And this Rolex was given to me by Huang Dongxiang. It is only right that I give it to Brother Yi as a spoil of war. Please do me a favor. You must accept it." The female secretaries and key members also asked Yi Fan to accept it. This Huang Zhendong was really something. Yi Fan had originally looked down on him, but now he was impressed that the guy could be so flexible. This kind of character was stronger than many others. He injured 500 of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Yet Huang Zhendong wasn't thinking about revenge. Instead, he was trying his best to befriend him. That was rare. "All right, you've said it to this extent. I'll accept this Rolex." Yi Fan helped Huang Zhendong up. "I also won't take this for nothing. This Guangdong broadsword is an inauspicious object." Yi Fan pointed his finger. "You'd better throw it away, or you'll have a bloody disaster soon." After taking the Rolex worth hundreds of thousands, Yi Fan gave Huang Zhendong a reminder. This Guangdong broadsword looked like it had been around for some time, but there was still wisps of killing intent emanating from it. And the sharp tip of the sword was directly facing Huang Zhendong's boss chair. Being entangled in killing intent for a long time, and also being directly in line with the sword tip, would cause great harm to Huang Zhendong's fortune. Luckily, the Guangdong broadsword had only been placed there recently. Otherwise, Huang Zhendong would probably have been dead by now. A bloody disaster? Huang Zhendong was slightly startled. Then he looked at the Guangdong broadsword. "Brother Yi, this thing is a high-quality imitation. I thought it looked good, so I bought it back for 10,000 to display it. It shouldn't be inauspicious, right?" Although Huang Zhendong worshipped Guan Yu, he didn't believe in this kind of thing at heart, so he didn't take Yi Fan's words seriously. For him, feng shui and divination were purely self-comfort and had no real meaning. Besides, he thought that the bloody disaster Yi Fan had spoken of was actually just mockery of the battle today. Moreover, other brothers, even Mr. Du, worshipped Guan Yu and had Guangdong broadswords. Why didn't they have any bloody disasters? If Yi Fan hadn't fought one against 100 this afternoon, he would have suspected that Yi Fan was a swindler. Yi Fan said calmly, "It's better to throw it away." Huang Zhendong quickly nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yi. I'll throw it away one day." Yi Fan could hear the perfunctory tone in Huang Zhendong's voice. He didn't say anything more, picked up a pen and paper, and drew a Tai Chi disaster-repelling talisman in a flourish. "Carry this with you. It can save your life once." After he finished speaking, he left the office. Huang Zhendong looked at the Tai Chi talisman, smiled noncommittally, and threw it into the trash can. Yi Fan's fighting skills were first class, he admitted that, but this divination was completely feudal superstition. He had studied at university and learned about Marxism and Leninism. A few minutes later, Huang Zhendong went downstairs with one hand in a sling. He was going to go to Zhonghai Hospital with a few key members for treatment. When going down the stairs, he inexplicably slipped, directly falling from the stairs, his head hitting something and creating a cut. Before he could get up while cursing, the ceiling light above him crashed down with a clang. If his men hadn't pushed him out of the way in time, Huang Zhendong would have probably been severely injured. Even so, a lot of glass shards had embedded themselves in his body, covering him in blood. When he arrived at the door, just as the disheveled Huang Zhendong was about to get into the car went boom and burst into flames. Huang Zhendong and his trusted confidants looked at each other, seeing suspicion and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Could it be that what Yi Fan said was true? The talisman. The next moment, Huang Zhendong rushed back to the office, overturned the trash can, and frantically searched for the Tai Chi talisman. 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Fan took a taxi back to the entrance of the Tang family home. He removed his Rolex from his wrist and placed it back in the unremarkable watch box. This was the latest model of Rolex. Although it still had the traditional dial, it incorporated fingerprint recognition, and after Yi Fan had configured it, only he could activate the watch hands. He didn't wear it into the house, in case Lin Xiaoling and the others mocked him. As he approached the doorway, Yi Fan still felt a sense of unreality. Just a week ago, he'd knelt before dozens of people for 10,000 yuan. Today, not only was he carrying a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands, but he had also solved the Tang family's problem. It was utterly unbelievable. Lost in thought, Yi Fan rang the doorbell. After a while, Tang Ruoxue came to open the door. Seeing Yi Fan, her gaze softened. Then she silently turned back to the dining room. Yi Fan then saw that the entire Tang family was at dinner. Han Jianfeng and Tang Fenghua had also come. There were also many gifts on the tea table, clearly intended as apologies to Lin Xiaoling. Regardless of everything else, they had to make up for the fake painting incident. The family of five was eating happily. They'd never had the habit of waiting for Yi Fan to eat together, nor did they think they needed to. Yi Fan changed his shoes, casually tossing the Rolex onto the shoe rack by the entrance before heading into the dining room. Yi Fan, haven't you eaten yet? Tang Sangua coughed. Come join us for dinner. Tang Sangua felt guilty after misunderstanding and punching Yi Fan in the morning. What are you saying? Are you full and idle? Lin Xiaoling glared and scolded. There are only 8 dishes. There's not enough for us. Why would we let that ungrateful wretch eat? Tang Sangua hesitated. 8 dishes. We won't be able to finish them all. How won't we finish them? Lin Xiaoling interjected. Jianfeng and Fenghua haven't eaten much yet. Han Jianfeng said with a smile. Dad, don't worry. I'll clear the table. Tang Sangua gave Yi Fan a sympathetic look. We're all family, and Yi Fan helped you this morning. Eat your meal. You have a whole chicken leg. Can't they keep your mouth shut? Hearing Tang Sangua mention this morning's events, Lin Xiaoling grew angrier. She slapped her chopsticks on the table and scolded. If you don't shut up, you won't get to eat either. Tang Sangua helplessly lowered his head. Why are you trying to be a good person? His bones are made of iron. Lin Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Yi Fan and harumphed. Divorcing and debt collecting. He's more capable than us all. You think he'll starve to death? Han Jianfeng chimed in. Exactly. He ate 3 million yuan worth of ginseng fruit. He could go 3 years without eating. Tang Ruoxue's expression was grim, but she didn't say anything. Defending Yi Fan would only cause her mother to take out more of her anger on him. If they brought up the debt-collecting incident, Yi Fan would be even more humiliated. If she could just endure, the situation would pass. Well, did you get the 2 million back? Lin Xiaoling taunted Yi Fan. After being out all day, if you didn't get 2 million, then 200 should be no problem, right? Without any backbone, he still acts all picky about living off others. She scooped the porcelain bowl with the ladle, making a loud clanging sound. If she didn't teach Yi Fan a harsh lesson this time, how could she control him in the future? Moreover, Tang Sangua and Tang Ruoxue's complaints in the morning made her blame it all on Yi Fan. Tang Sangua hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yi Fan was just angry last night. Don't hold it against him. Shut up. Lin Xiaoling glared, then looked at Yi Fan with a cold smile. You consider his ambition as just angry words? You're insulting him. Han Jianfeng said loudly. If he can get money from the Four Seas commercial firm, I'll eat this whole table. Yi Fan ignored Lin Xiaoling and Han Jianfeng's taunts. He took out a 2 million yuan check and slapped it down in front of Lin Xiaoling. Slap. This is the 2 million yuan that the Four Seas Group owed to the Spring Breeze Clinic. Slap. This is the contract with the Four Seas Group for the next 3 years. Slap. This is a 10 million yuan check in advance from the Four Seas Group. Yi Fan stared coldly at Lin Xiaoling, speaking each word clearly. Not only did I help the Tang family recover the debt, but I also signed a 10 million yuan contract. The favor of eating and drinking for free for a year should be settled, right? Then, he looked at Han Jianfeng with a cold smile. Brother-in-law, you can eat the table now. What? Hearing Yi Fan's words, the 5 members of the Tang family were all shocked, looking at Yi Fan with disbelief. Yi Fan not only got back the debt, but also signed a 3-year contract and even received an advance payment. That's impossible. Han Jianfeng was the first to react. The check and the contract must be fake. There are many places to make fake documents in People's Park. You must have had someone forge them. How could a loser like you possibly recover debt and sign a 3-year contract? Yi Fan, let me tell you, forging checks and contracts is a crime. You'll go to jail. He picked up the check and the contract, examining them closely, trying to find traces of Yi Fan's forgery. Yi Fan sneered. Just wait to eat the table. Tang Ruoxue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Yi Fan, why are you like this? I already told you that I would calm Mom down. I would handle the debt situation properly. Even if Mom doesn't give me face, she wouldn't kick you out of the house. But you had to go and fake checks and contracts. Her cold eyes stared at Yi Fan. Can you not worry me so much? She clearly believed that it was impossible for Yi Fan to succeed in collecting the debt. Yi Fan's voice was gentle. Trust me. Tang Ruoxue shook her head, feeling defeated. Although Yi Fan had changed in the past 2 days, she still didn't believe that he could collect the debt successfully. Huang Zhendong was a man who ate people without spitting out the bones. He's really growing more capable. Lin Xiuling, with an all-knowing expression, pointed at the checks and contracts on the table. Resorting to fraud in my house, are you? I'll give you one chance. If you admit your wrongdoing and kneel at the door all night, I won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, I'll really kick you out of the Tang family and let you go as far as you can. She slammed the table. Confess. A son-in-law living off the Tang family had collected 2 million from Huang Zhendong? This was absurd. Tang Sangua hurriedly winked. Yi Fan, confess quickly. Your mom has a knife mouth, but a tofu heart. The check and the contract are all real. Yi Fan said calmly. Why should I confess to anything? You won't give up until you reach the end of your rope. Huh? Seeing that Yi Fan was still refusing to admit his mistake, Han Jianfeng sneered. I'll check the authenticity of the contract on the official website right now. Once it's proven to be fake, you will get out of the Tang family immediately. He picked up his phone to check the authenticity of the contract on the 4Cs Group's official website. Lin Xiuling stood up, impatiently yelling. What's there to check? It's obviously fake. Let him get lost. She pulled back her chair, ready to leave. Ah! Just then, Han Jianfeng exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? The contract is real. Lin Xiuling was stunned. She leaned over to take a look, and indeed, the contract matched the one on the official website. The codes and amounts were exactly the same. Tang Ruoxue and the others also crowded around, and soon, she was also dumbfounded. They never imagined the contract was real. Then, Lin Xiuling also verified the check, and the results were also legitimate. How is this possible? Lin Xiuling still couldn't believe it. How could this useless thing have done it? Tang Sangwa laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Yi Fan has made progress. Thank you, father-in-law. Yi Fan looked at Lin Xiuling and asked, Mom, does that mean that I have repaid the favor? Lin Xiuling's face was very unpleasant. Although she could earn a lot from this deal, the thought that Yi Fan had done it made her very uncomfortable. It meant she had been humiliated by this idiot again. She harumphed. Who knows what luck you had to sign this? Yi Fan looked at Han Jianfeng and said with a smile, Brother-in-law, hurry up and eat the table. Han Jianfeng turned his head away, not speaking, directly going back on his word. Seeing that Han Jianfeng, whom she always favored, had been made a fool by Yi Fan, Lin Xiuling felt suffocated. But the check and contract were indeed legitimate. Brother-in-law, you are a big boss. You should be as good as your word. Yi Fan relentlessly taunted Han Jianfeng. Do you want me to pour some soy sauce on the table before you eat it? Enough! Yi Fan. Lin Xiuling slammed her chopsticks on the table and shouted, You are getting too arrogant. So, what if you recovered 2 million and sign a contract? Why are you so smug and arrogant? Regardless, this debt has been recovered. Yi Fan asked another question. Can I get a divorce from Ruoxue? Lin Xiuling felt frustrated. If she didn't agree to Yi Fan's divorce, she couldn't stand his son-in-law. But if she agreed to the divorce, it seemed like she was fulfilling Yi Fan's wish. And it was also as if he was dumping the Tang family, making her uncomfortable. Ruoxue, tomorrow, bring your household registration book and let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. Yi Fan didn't force Lin Xiaoling further, instead turning to look at the complicated expression of Tang Ruoxue. Divorce? What divorce? Did I agree to a divorce? Tang Ruoxue suddenly exploded, throwing down her chopsticks and shouting. Mom agreed to a divorce. I didn't. You're so capable. Then take back the Cloud Top Villa, build it, and restore the Tang family's lost dignity. When I see the Cloud Top Villa, that's when I'll get a divorce with you. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until I divorce you. Cloud Top Villa was located in the prime location of Zhonghai, on Cloud Top Mountain, at an altitude of 900 meters, a place where the wind was gentle and the water flowed. It once had the potential to become Zhonghai's most exclusive affluent neighborhood. Many years ago, Tang Sangwa was one of the developers of this villa, but a sudden incident caused the project to lose its funding and construction to halt. Cloud Top Villa eventually became an unfinished building. Although it was unlikely that the Tang family would be able to restart Cloud Top Villa in their lifetime, everyone knew that the Tang family was always talking about it. That was Tang Sangwa's chance to join the ranks of Zhonghai's first-class families. It had also become a thorn in the Tang family's side. That was why Tang Ruoxue had used it to attack Yi Fan. After Tang Ruoxue made her demands, the Tang family all dispersed, leaving with sarcastic smiles. What could Yi Fan, this live-in son-in-law, use to achieve something that the Tang family had longed for all their lives? Yi Fan made himself a bowl of noodles, and after eating, he went to the small garden on the roof to clear his mind. Tang Ruoxue was tired of living with him, so Yi Fan had offered to divorce her. This was not to protect his own pride, but to protect the Tang family's reputation. No matter how much Tang Ruoxue disliked him or looked down on him, Yi Fan didn't want her to be criticized for kicking someone to the curb after they served their purpose. However, he had not expected that the Tang family wouldn't appreciate his good intentions. Instead, they were making ever more harsh demands for the sake of their pride. In the past, the words Cloud Top Villa would have filled Yi Fan with despair, but now they didn't cause even the slightest ripple in his emotions. Just wait. I will definitely rebuild the Cloud Top Villa. A gleam of light danced in Yi Fan's eyes. He stayed on the roof for an hour. Then he collected his thoughts and went downstairs. When Yi Fan had finished a shower and entered the living room, Tang Ruoxue's voice suddenly grew louder from the inner room. Lin Huanhuan, Yang Jingxiao, are you guys go to the Sunshine Club tomorrow, right? No problem. I'll make time to go. But you have to bring some handsome guys with you. I'm exhausted from work these past few months. I need to see some eye candy, or maybe some young, fresh faces. The woman joked with her girlfriends, her laughter relaxed and unrestrained. The words clearly entered Yi Fan's ears, intentionally and unintentionally stimulating his senses. Tang Ruoxue saw Yi Fan enter the living room and slammed the wooden door to the inner room, cutting off the two of them. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a sudden surge of annoyance, but he quickly suppressed it. That night, they seemed to coexist peacefully, but neither had a sound night's sleep. So when Lin Xiaoling's shouts came from downstairs, the couple almost simultaneously climbed out of bed. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue arrived at the door to see Lin Xiaoling and Tang Sangwa, who were up early, examining the Rolex that Yi Fan had brought back. They were clucking their tongues. Ah, whose Rolex is this? Why is it just lying around at the entrance? Lin Xiaoling stared at the Rolex. The color is so new, it looks like it's just been bought. Whose watch is it? Although the Tang family earned several million each year, Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiaoling were always reluctant to spend money on consumables. Besides buying houses, antiques, saving money, and expanding the Spring Breeze Clinic, they had hardly spent any money on food, drinks, and entertainment. Therefore, the 4 cars in the garage were all mid-range, and Tang Ruoxue's BMW was only worth a little over 400,000 yuan. So, seeing a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands of yuan placed at the entrance, Lin Xiaoling's expression was a bit excited. Yi Fan hesitated before squeezing out, "Mom, this watch." Lin Xiaoling's eyes grew hot as she looked at Tang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, Did you buy this watch for your father? Tang Ruoshua gave a wry smile. Mom, this watch has to be worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. You have my salary card. Wouldn't you know if I spent that much money? That's true. Besides giving that ungrateful wretch 10,000 a month, you hardly have any major expenses. Lin Xiaoling looked away, then her eyes lit up again. If you didn't buy it, and neither did your father and I, then it must be your brother-in-law. If your brother-in-law bought it for himself, he'd be wearing it. There's no need to put it in a watch box so nicely and leave it at the entrance. It must be that your brother-in-law bought it for your father. She became happy. Jianfeng is such a good kid. Tang Songhua's eyes also lit up. He took the watch and put it on his wrist, happily laughing. Oh, it fits perfectly. It was really bought for me. Yi Fan's scalp was tingling. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. Jianfeng, Jianfeng. At that time, Lin Xiaoling yelled at the second floor, "Did you buy this Rolex for your father?" As she was shouting, Han Jianfeng and Tang Fenghua yawned and opened the door, walking out. They had drunk a lot last night and had stayed at the Tang's house. Tang Fenghua rubbed her eyes. "Mom, what watch?" "What do you mean? What watch?" Lin Xiaoling deliberately put on a stern face. "Were you trying to give your father a surprise?" "A Rolex." Tang Sangwa raised his wrist, his tone casual. "You really are. You bought so many supplements and then bought a Rolex. Hundreds of thousands, that's a bit extravagant." He pretended to complain, but was actually pleased. "Don't do this again next time." Yi Fan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Tang Ruoshua glanced at Yi Fan, her face looking somewhat lost. When would Yi Fan be able to buy a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for her parents? A Rolex. Han Jianfeng was startled. After exchanging a look with Tang Fenghua, he rushed up to see the Rolex on Tang Songhua's wrist and was stunned. He hadn't bought that watch. He had already spent 5 or 6,000 on supplements yesterday. How could he be willing to spend hundreds of thousands more on a Rolex? Jianfeng, stop pretending. You could be an actor now. Lin Xiaoling also smiled brightly. You don't need to act like you don't know anything. If we didn't buy it and you didn't buy it, did it just fall from the sky? We guessed that you wanted to surprise your father. You're just such a child. You like playing these kind of silly things. Her tone was full of a fondness that was not present when she was speaking to Yi Fan. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Tang Ruoshua looked at Yi Fan again and sighed, thinking, if only Yi Fan had bought this watch. But Yi Fan even had to ask her for money for his medical bills. In these past 2 days, he had even talked about divorce to protect his pathetic pride. Parents are wise. Hearing what Lin Xiaoling had said, Han Jianfeng's eyes spun around. Then he burst out laughing. I knew. I couldn't fool you. I wanted to tell you a little later to really surprise you. I didn't think you'd discover it so quickly. Dad, I was wrong on the birthday banquet, so I am using this Rolex to express a little bit of my apology. Han Jianfeng winked at Tang Fenghua. I hope Dad likes it. Tang Fenghua immediately chimed in with a smile. Yeah, after the birthday banquet, Jianfeng has been feeling guilty. Dad, please accept it. Otherwise, Jianfeng's heart won't feel at peace. We never blamed Jianfeng. He was just deceived. Lin Xiaoling patted Tang Songhua's shoulder. Old Tang, Jianfeng has such a filial heart. Accept it. Accept it, accept it. Tang Sangwa laughed, shaking his wrist, sparkling with gold. Jianfeng, you're great, very great. Yi Fan prepared to turn and leave, to avoid making everyone feel awkward. Of course, Jianfeng is great. Lin Xiaoling glanced at Yi Fan. Compared to some ungrateful, opportunistic wretch, he is 10 or 100 times better. They're both sons-in-law. How can there be such a big difference? One has never been filial to his parents and gets cocky with the smallest of achievements, while the other is full of filial piety, spending real money to make his parents happy. What are you doing? Stay here and learn how your brother-in-law does things. When will you also buy your parents a watch? Lin Xiaoling stopped Yi Fan. If you can't afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, a watch worth a few thousand will do. Mom, where would Yi Fan get that much money? Tang Ruoshua frowned slightly. Besides, Yi Fan did collect 2 million in debt and sign a 10 million contract. That was what he was supposed to do. Otherwise, the Tang family would be supporting a freeloader Lin Sholing didn't give Yi Fan a good look. As for being filial, what has he bought for us? He finally got lucky and got some ginseng fruit, and yet he kept it all to himself. If he has filial piety, he should buy a watch worth 100,000 yuan for me, and stop spouting useless words. She looked at Yi Fan with contempt. Yi Fan, can you afford it? Tang Ruoxue wanted to say something else, but seeing that Yi Fan was silent, her anger flared again. Wasn't he boasting about wanting to get a divorce last night? Why had he turned into a shrinking turtle now? He didn't even dare to promise to buy a watch worth 100,000 yuan. Enough about him. It's pointless. Tang Sangwa lifted the Rolex. Come look at this watch. Lin Sholing and the others ignored Yi Fan and gathered around with smiles on their faces to admire the watch. Oh? Why aren't the hands moving? Tang Sangwa suddenly realized that the hands were stopped at around 7 o'clock last night, which was about the time Yi Fan had returned. Isn't it unwound? Han Jianfeng frowned. That shouldn't be the case. They fussed for a while, but the Rolex was still motionless. Lin Sholing frowned. Is it broken? Tang Sangwa shook his head. How could it be? It's a Rolex and the latest model. It's worth hundreds of thousands. How could it break so easily? The four of them tried to figure out the Rolex, with Han Jianfeng even finding the foreign language manual to see how to start it. But no matter how much the four of them messed with it, the Rolex would not move. Tang Sangwa was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at the watch. He had wanted to wear it out today and show it off, but instead, the Rolex had gone on strike. Han Jianfeng was even more enraged. I'm going to complain about them. Complain? How dare they sell me a broken watch? Yi Fan really couldn't watch any longer, so he walked up and picked up the Rolex. Lin Sholing and the others were startled. You ungrateful wretch, put that down. This is a watch your brother-in-law bought. Let go. This is a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to pay if you break it? Tang Ruoxue was about to pull Yi Fan back. Her parents were already angry. It would be easy for them to take out their anger on him. Yi Fan didn't speak. He just picked up the Rolex and lightly pressed his thumb onto the fingerprint recognition area at the base. Beep, beep, beep. The Rolex began to tick. Tang Sangwa was shocked. How can you start it? This watch, it's mine. The air instantly went silent. Han Jianfeng and his wife left the Tang family with faces ashen. Yi Fan's casual remark had not only shattered Tang Sangwa's enthusiasm, but also caused Han Jianfeng and his wife to lose face. In front of the true owner of the Rolex, boasting about how he bought it for his father-in-law had made Han Jianfeng want to disappear. But the result of Yi Fan's satisfying slap to the face was that Lin Sholing made him do housework all day and then nitpicked and scolded him for half the time. As dusk approached and Tang Ruoxue was about to go out to a gathering, Lin Sholing, using safety as an excuse, insisted that Yi Fan accompany her. Yi Fan knew that while Lin Sholing was ostensibly doing it for Tang Ruoxue's good, in reality, she was seeking revenge and wanted to see him humiliated. Tang Ruoxue initially refused Yi Fan's company, but Lin Sholing was determined to make Yi Fan look bad, so he ended up going with her. Whoosh! At 6 o'clock in the evening, a red BMW sped down Zhonghai Avenue. Tang Ruoxue drove with a cold expression, not saying a word to Yi Fan, seemingly still resentful about his wanting a divorce. Yi Fan didn't initiate conversation either, instead observing the amulet around Tang Ruoxue's neck. He noticed the malevolent energy around the woman had spread a bit further, covering her legs and waist. At this rate, it would engulf her completely within a week. Then Tang Ruoxue would be facing death again. While Tang Ruoxue was getting some egg tarts, Yi Fan quickly fashioned a few evil-dispelling talismans and placed them behind the seat, under her handbag, and inside her phone case. She couldn't get rid of the amulet for the moment, so all he could do was delay the gathering of the malevolent energy. Tang Ruoxue soon returned. She started the car and drove toward the club, and Yi Fan clearly saw the malevolent energy recede significantly. Ding! Just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, a text message came through on his phone. He opened it. It was from Huang Zhendong. Huang Zhendong, who had lost his Guangdong broadsword yesterday and was wearing the safety charm drawn by Yi Fan, had still been plagued with bad luck today. He had almost choked to death while drinking water at lunch. Huang Zhendong was desperate to see Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan had been planning to see Huang Zhendong tomorrow, but seeing his frantic state and the photos he'd sent showing a dark shadow on his forehead, he sent Huang Zhendong the address of the gathering. Messaging Song Hongyan? Seeing Yi Fan not saying a word and texting so happily, Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but ask, "If you want to go on a date with her, you might as well just go. No need to accompany me to the Summer Breeze Club. I'll talk to Mom. I can take care of my own safety." The veins on her hand, which was gripping the steering wheel, bulged slightly. "No, it's not." Yi Fan didn't expect Tang Ruoxue to mention Song Hongyan. After being slightly startled, he shook his head and replied, "It's Huang Zhendong who's looking for me. He's had some bad luck recently." "No, he's asking whether Mom will sign that contract." Yi Fan explained. "I told him to contact Mom directly." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's face softened. Then she changed the subject. "Song Hongyan helped a lot with getting the debt back from Sihai yesterday, right?" Yi Fan answered curtly, "I got it back myself." Tang Ruoxue was about to explode again. "Can you speak properly?" She still didn't believe Yi Fan had managed to get back 2 million on his own. "It was like this. I went to Sihai Chamber of Commerce to get the money back and happened to see Huang Zhendong crossing the road." Seeing that the truth was useless, Yi Fan had to lie. He wasn't looking where he was going and was almost hit by a car. Luckily, I pulled him back in time. He was extremely grateful to me. Plus, 10 million was nothing to him. So he quickly paid back the money and signed the contract. Of course, Song Hongyan made a call as well. Tang Ruoxue wouldn't believe he was capable of defeating 100 people on his own. So Yi Fan had chosen a more acceptable explanation. "So that's how it is?" Tang Ruoxue suddenly understood. It turned out that Yi Fan had managed to get the debt back and sign a 3-year contract with a 10 million prepayment simply by dumb luck by helping Huang Zhendong. "Don't get Song Hongyan involved so much in the future," Tang Ruoxue said coldly. "Even though you saved Qianqian, you can't expect favors in return." For some reason, just thinking about Song Hongyan made her want to explode. Yi Fan frowned slightly. "Are you interfering too much?" Tang Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. "Stop with the nonsense. Are you going to listen to me or not?" Okay, I'll listen to you." Yi Fan nodded quickly. "I'll try not to trouble Song Hongyan so much in the future." Tang Ruoxue then asked, "By the way, that Rolex of yours worth hundreds of thousands, did Song Hongyan buy it?" "No." Yi Fan shook his head. "Huang Zhendong gave it to me." Before Tang Ruoxue could question him, Yi Fan took off the Rolex and tossed it on the car. "If you don't believe me, you can check the buyer's information by the serial number." Seeing this, the cold expression on Tang Ruoxue's face finally disappeared. She snorted and said, "I don't have time to deal with your petty affairs." As she spoke, the red BMW approached a magnificent gilded club. The lights were on, the traffic was heavy, and the air was filled with fragrance. Many handsome men and beautiful women were going in and out. The red BMW stopped at the entrance. Yi Fan got out, followed by Tang Ruoxue. Then a Maserati stopped nearby. 2 tall women appeared. They were Tang Ruoxue's 2 best friends, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan. Both were wearing low-cut shirts, revealing their white midriffs. The lower halves of their bodies were covered by short, almost non-existent skirts. Their fair skin and long legs, together with their beautiful faces, made passers-by stare. However, their cold, arrogant expressions made many lower their heads. "Ruoxue, you're here?" Seeing Tang Ruoxue, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan walked over. Tang Ruoxue smiled and hugged the 2 women. "Jingxiao, Huanhuan, good evening." "Ruoxue, you've become even more beautiful." Lin Huanhuan, dressed in Chanel from head to toe, smiled. She then looked Yi Fan up and down. "You must be Yi Fan?" She had a look of distaste on her face. Her outfit cost over $10,000, whereas Yi Fan's were all off the rack, costing less than $20 total. Standing together, the contrast was obvious. Yang Jingxiao, with her cold, aloof beauty, didn't even look at Yi Fan, acting like a high and mighty goddess who didn't want to be disturbed. Yi Fan said blandly, "Hello. Ruoxue, let's go in." Many of our girlfriends are already here. Lin Huanhuan gave Yifan a look and pulled Tang Ruoxue into the club. As Yifan was about to follow, Yang Jingxiao, who had been aloof the whole time, stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Yifan, I hope you divorce Ruoxue soon. Yang Jingxiao's tone was very cold. The purpose of the marriage was to ward off bad luck. So be sensible and go away on your own. Yifan said casually, whether we divorce or not doesn't seem to be any of your business. She's my best friend, so of course it's my business. Yang Jingxiao lifted her exquisite chin. You don't have any money, and you don't have any skills. You're not worthy of being with Ruoxue. You'll never fit into our circle. Looking at the haughty Yang Jingxiao, Yifan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Miss Yang, you think too highly of yourself and see me too little. I may not have accomplished anything yet, but I believe that within 6 months, I will have a place in this Zhonghai. At that moment, Yifan's aura changed, like that of a high and mighty god, overwhelming and all-powerful, making it hard for Yang Jingxiao to breathe. As for your so-called circle, it's worthless in my eyes. If it weren't for my mother-in-law's request, I wouldn't even bother coming to your gatherings. Putting aside whether I'm worthy of being with Ruoxue. So what if I'm not? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to point fingers? After finishing his words, Yifan entered the club, leaving Yang Jingxiao stunned. Then, with a mix of annoyance and anger, she sneered, Yifan, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but let me tell you, I will never agree to you being together. After she finished speaking, determination filled her eyes. Yifan's words stung Yang Jingxiao. She never expected an live-in son-in-law to dare show such disrespect. She knew that not only was she Tang Ruoxue's best friend, but she was also the heiress to Yang's antiques, worth over 100 million. How could Yifan possibly compare? However, she didn't rush to confront him. After calming down slightly, she took Yifan's words as a cover for his excessive inferiority complex. Regardless of the arrogant attitude Yifan displayed, he was still just a poor kid with no connections. They looked down on him. How could a mere live-in son-in-law be compared to them? Having realized this, Yang Jingxiao didn't bother to engage in any more verbal sparring with Yifan. Soon, the four of them went up to the 5th floor. After pushing open the door to a hall called Triumph, Yifan immediately saw a dozen or so men and women gathered inside. They were all adorned with jewelry and full of vigor, displaying their wealth and status. Seeing Tang Ruoxue and her group arrive, the crowd turned to look, their eyes lighting up slightly. It was obvious that Tang Ruoxue's beauty was striking. Ruoxue, Huanhuan, Jingxiao, you're here? A chubby young man laughed and strode forward to welcome them, followed by the others. The chubby man had a high nose and a large frame. He wore designer clothes, but his hands and neck were covered in gold chains, and he had 3 gold rings on his fingers. He exuded an air of a nouveau riche. Fat Lu, you really haven't changed in 10 years. You're as vulgar as ever. Lin Huanhuan snorted. Aren't you going to throw out those embarrassing gold rings and chains? Tang Ruoxue whispered to Yifan, Lu Fugue. He was the sports committee member back in the day, the son of the boss of Huashi Coal Mine, but he went bankrupt. Yifan nodded slightly, inwardly thinking he truly lived up to his name. Fuga, meaning wealthy and noble. Indeed, he was very wealthy. I want to throw them away too. Lu Fugue's smile was beaming. But there's nothing I can do. My family's coal mine has been completely depleted, and my family fortune is mostly gone. All I have left is this set of gold jewelry. This is my last bit of capital from mingling in rich circles. Without them, I probably wouldn't even be able to get inside the doors of this club. Although Lu Fugue had the attitude of a nouveau riche, he spoke rather frankly, which made Yifan feel a touch of warmth towards him. Lin Huanhuan scoffed. Country bumpkin, so vain. Ruoxue, our most beautiful girl in school, you're getting more beautiful every day. Lu Fugue ignored Lin Huanhuan, instead looking at Tang Ruoxue with great affection. It's a shame my family went bankrupt. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue you. Stop daydreaming. Yang Jingxiao said intentionally. Ruoxue is already taken. There, that live-in son-in-law, Yifan, is Ruoxue's husband. Lu Fugui and the others gasped, looking at Yi Fan with disbelief. They didn't seem to expect that this unremarkable man was Tang Ruoshua's husband. Don't be surprised. Although he's Ruoshua's husband, he's just a tool for warding off bad luck. Yang Jingxiao's hostility towards Yi Fan was apparent. Ruoshua can kick him aside at any time. Jingxiao. Tang Ruoshua frowned slightly, blaming Yang Jingxiao for her tactless words. However, Yi Fan didn't care. He greeted everyone openly. Hello, everyone. The dozen or so fashionable men and women averted their eyes, pursed their lips, and completely ignored Yi Fan. On the other hand, Lu Fugui stepped forward and took out a business card. Brother Yi, hello. Im Liu Fugi. It's nice to meet you. Although Yi Fan looked even more down on his luck than he did, and didn't even have a gold necklace on, Lu Fugui firmly believed that having more friends was a good thing. Yi Fan took the business card and smiled. Hello, it's nice to meet you too. A useless person, an old-fashioned person. Lin Huan was full of disdain. Birds of a feather flock together. Okay, Huan, let's stop talking about them. When is Xiao Zhang coming? Yang Jingxiao glanced at Yi Fan with contempt. Ruoshua's financial troubles need to be resolved as soon as possible. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Tang Ruoshua's company to be having difficulties. Lu Fugui also widened his eyes in surprise. Ruoshua, are you having financial problems? Yes, there are some minor issues. The corners of Tang Ruoshua's mouth twitched. She glanced at Yi Fan and remained calm. Since she had come to the gathering, she didn't care if Yi Fan knew about the situation. At the same time, she felt a little complicated. If Yi Fan hadn't been so useless, would she have asked her friends to find someone to lend her money? Lu Fugui was very generous. How much do you need? Fat Lu. Is it any of your business how much she needs? Lin Huan scoffed. Your family is just an empty shell. Do you want to sell your shell to lend to Ruoshua? Lu Fugui's eyes widened. I'm indeed an empty shell, but I'm still worth something. If Ruoshua needs it, I'll sell it right away. Yi Fan was a little speechless. He hadn't expected Lu Fugui to be so generous. And Lu Fugui didn't seem like a pursuer. Why was he so willing to help? Tang Ruoshua smiled and waved her hand. Fugui, don't bother. Jingxiao is helping me get the problem solved. Yi Fan asked softly. Is the deficit large? 50 million. Lin Huan looked at Yi Fan and Lu Fugui with a cold smile. Do you have it? Lu Fugui immediately shut his mouth. 50 million, wow. It wouldn't have been a problem for the Lu family at their peak, but now he could barely scrape together 5 million. As for his other rich friends, 2 or 3 million wasn't a problem, but 50 million would probably get him blocked. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Tang Ruoshua to need so much money. He made an excuse to leave, then went out into the corridor outside the hall. He took out his 5 Lakes Vermilion Bird card and dialed the customer service number on the back. You were all so arrogant earlier, but you fail at the critical moment. You're not real men. Seeing Lu Fugui's silence and Yi Fan going out to make a call, Yang Jingxiao's eyes flashed with disdain. All right, I never relied on you to begin with. She was very proud. I've already connected her with Zhang Xiaojiang. He'll come and meet with Ruoshua later. Lu Fugui was startled. Zhang Xiaojiang? You mean Zhang Xiaojiang of the Zhang Group. So you have some knowledge. That's right. It's that Zhang Xiaojiang. He has over a dozen construction teams, dozens of projects, and a net worth of over 2 billion. Yang Jingxiao said indifferently. I barely managed to connect them. You guys be smart later and greet him nicely. It would be helping Ruoshua. Ruoshua, Zhang Xiaojiang is a scoundrel. It's best not to borrow money from him. Lu Fugui frowned slightly. A friend of mine borrowed 1 million from him, and he ended up selling his house and car to pay back over 10 million, and his new bride was also slept with by him. Shut up, Yang Jingxiao yelled. Fatso, don't slander Xiao Zhang. Ruoshua, you can't borrow this money, Lu Fugui said. Not caring what she said, I'll help you find a way. 50 million is a lot for me, but I can sell everything I own to get 2 million. I'll ask my friends to pool some money together and get a loan. 30 million won't be a problem. Lu Fugui said seriously. Yes, I'll get 30 million for you first. No matter what, don't borrow money from Zhang Xiaojing. Tang Ruoxue waved her hand quickly. Fugue, no need. I can't take your money. We're friends. Lu Fugue straightened up. If you hadn't lent me money to fight my lawsuit back then, I'd probably still be in jail picking up soap. When his family went bankrupt, his stepmother tried to seize the last of their fortune and transferred his personal debts to Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue was almost imprisoned. At the critical moment, Tang Ruoxue lent him money to fight his lawsuit and introduced him to several good lawyers, allowing Lu Fugue to get rid of his debts and save some of his family's assets. So he had always been grateful to Tang Ruoxue. Fatso, are you done yet? Yang Jingxiao yelled impatiently. The little money you have isn't even enough for you to lose weight. Lu Fugue was stubborn. No matter what, Ruoxue can't borrow money from Zhang Xiaojing. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the tightly closed door of the private room was kicked open. Swoosh! The hallway lights flickered on, blinding everyone for a moment. Then, a group of men and women, boisterous with drink, swaggered in. 3 bodyguards in black followed behind them. Leading the way was a long-haired youth wearing a skull shirt, an earring dangling from his ear, with a sly, feminine look in his eyes. He sauntered forward with his hands in his pockets, and without a word, kicked Lu Fugue, who was blocking his way. Clang! A chair was knocked over. Lu Fugue groaned and fell to the floor, while several women screamed, scrambling out of the way in panic. Lu Fugue, aching all over, struggled to his feet, cursing. Why did you hit me? You're a dog in the way? Why wouldn't I kick you? The long-haired youth scoffed, then walked straight to the center of the room. Lu Fugue was furious, struggling to get up. Young Master Zhang, Yang Jingxiao, reacting after being blinded by the light, recognized the long-haired youth, giggling as she rushed over. You're here, I've been waiting for you for ages. Lu Fugue, this is young Master Zhang. You blocked his way? Is he not allowed to get angry? She casually pushed the indignant Lu Fugue away. Tang Ruoxue reached out to support the staggering Lu Fugue. Lin Huanhuan also sidled up. Hello, young Master Zhang. Stop with the nonsense. Zhang Xiaojing waved his hand impatiently. Where is that beautiful woman you showed me in the picture? The one who wanted to borrow money. Young Master Zhang. She's here. Yang Jingxiao quickly pulled Tang Ruoxue forward. Ruoxue, this is young Master Zhang. Tang Ruoxue's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She already disliked Zhang Xiaojing's arrogance. But thinking of the financial shortfall, she forced a smile. Hello, young Master Zhang. She was calm and composed. I'm the one looking for you to help with some funding. Wow, you're really beautiful. I thought you might have been edited in a photo. Seeing the alluring Tang Ruoxue, Zhang Xiaojing's eyes lit up. A little drunk, he stepped forward, getting close. Not bad, not bad. A solid 9 out of 10. Ms. Tang, we're all adults here. Let's cut the crap. 50 million, no problem. But it's a 9 in 13 deal. You borrow 50 million, you get 45 million, and 3 months later, you pay me back 65 million. Since you're so beautiful, I'll knock off 5 million. But for these 3 months, you'll have to be available to be with me whenever I call. He grinned wickedly. Any problems? He narrowed his lecherous eyes, running them over Tang Ruoxue's long legs, his desire to take advantage of her obvious. His friends all burst out laughing. Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, I don't want to borrow the money. Before Lu Fugue could speak, Tang Ruoxue's face instantly darkened. I'm borrowing money, not selling myself. The vulgar words, if it weren't for the sake of Lin Huanhuan and the others, Tang Ruoxue would have slapped him right then and there. Ruoxue, Yang Jingxiao stamped her foot. It was so difficult to get this funding. How can you not borrow it? Yeah, Ruoxue, you've looked everywhere and haven't borrowed a single penny. Young Master Zhang is our last hope. Lin Huanhuan also joined in. What's wrong with spending some time with him? We're all women, and it would save 5 million in interest. They had all borrowed money from Zhang Xiaojing and were unable to pay it back. They didn't dare tell their families, so they hoped to sacrifice Tang Ruoxue to even things out. After seeing the photos, Zhang Xiaojing said that if Tang Ruoxue was as good-looking as in the photos, he would write off the remaining debts. Now that Tang Ruoxue wouldn't borrow money, wouldn't that send them right back to hell? Were they even acting like friends? Jing Xiao Huan Huan, how can you say that? Tang Ruoxue glanced at her friends, then firmly said, Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, it seems you came here for nothing. Lu Fugue waved his fist. That's right, we can't borrow the money. Not borrowing? Zhang Xiaojing's eyes turned cold, pushing Yang Jingxiao aside. You've piqued my interest and wasted my time, and now you're saying you don't want to borrow the money? Let me tell you, you have to borrow this money. Or if not, give me 5 million for my trouble and spend 3 days with me, and it'll be over. He looked menacing. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Lu Fugue stood in front of Tang Ruoxue and yelled, Is this borrowing money? It's completely outrageous. Slap. Before he could finish, a man in a trench coat appeared behind Zhang Xiaojing. Without a word, he moved in too fast for anyone to react. He smacked Lu Fugue hard across the face, sending him crashing to the floor. Zhang Xiaojing looked contemptuous. Fatso, was it your turn to speak? Several female students tried to help him up, but Zhang Xiaojing's cronies grabbed them, slapping them twice each. After the sounds of the slaps died down, the female students' mouths were bleeding. Several male students indignantly stepped forward, but the man in the trench coat kicked them all to the ground. A very good lackey. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan silently backed away. They knew all too well Zhang Xiaojing's ruthless style. If they tried to intervene, he would just punish them too. Tang Ruoxue shouted, Zhang Xiaojing, you're going too far. What if I am? Zhang Xiaojing chuckled dismissively, looking contemptuous. What can you do about it? As he spoke, he suddenly moved forward. The female students gathered around Tang Ruoxue were all slapped hard across their faces by Zhang Xiaojing. Their faces turned pale, looking pitiful. There's no money that I can't make people borrow, and no woman that I can't get into bed. Zhang Xiaojing sneered, moving closer to Tang Ruoxue, reaching out to stroke her face. Bastard. Lu Fugue grabbed a bottle of wine. But before he could get to Zhang Xiaojing, the trench coat man hit him down. Lu Fugue coughed, almost spitting blood. Bastard. Tang Ruoxue couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him. The sound echoed as the slap made Zhang Xiaojing stagger, taking a step back. Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! A dozen of his cronies rushed over, helping Zhang Xiaojing. Young Master Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Xiaojing pushed aside his men, stopping the trench coat man from taking action, and looked at Tang Ruoxue, touching his burning cheek. Miss! Tang, you hit me? Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan panicked. Ruoxue, what are you doing? Now things had escalated, and they might be dragged into it. Someone like you deserves to be hit. In that moment, Tang Ruoxue stood tall. Is this how you do business? She regretted ever making contact with someone like this. He was completely different from the businessmen she usually dealt with. Although those businessmen were also greedy and deceitful, they still cared about their reputation. But Zhang Xiaojing had absolutely no bottom line. Business? Zhang Xiaojing laughed dismissively, his behavior arrogant and unrestrained, his contempt undisguised. Business is, those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me perish. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Xiaojing's face. He arrogantly reached out to pinch Tang Ruoxue's cheek, pushing the boundaries as far as he possibly could. He was as if he was the only king, looking down on anyone who was strong. Don't touch her, or you'll regret it. The cold voice rang out from the doorway. Then, Yi Fan walked in. Zhang Xiaojing didn't even look back, and instead moved faster to touch Tang Ruoxue. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly exploded forward, kicking aside the lackeys blocking the way, moving straight for Zhang Xiaojing. The movement was so fast, no one had time to react. The trench coat man's face changed drastically, and he moved in a flash to block him. Yi Fan didn't even look at him, kicking out with a flying kick. Bang! The kick sent the trench coat man flying, smashing into a marble table. His ribs were broken, and he was spitting up blood. He couldn't even crawl. His eyes were filled with horror. He never imagined that Yi Fan would be so powerful. Yi Fan didn't stop. Reaching out, he grabbed Zhang Xiaojing's fingers as he was about to touch Tang Ruoxue. I told you not to touch her. Why didn't you listen? Crack. With a sharp crack, Zhang Xiaojing's fingers were completely broken. Bang! The next second, Yi Fan kicked Zhang Xiaojing to the ground. Ah! Zhang Xiaojing tumbled 4 or 5 meters, crashing into several of his friends before stopping. One of his ribs was broken. His teeth were clenched, and he was in too much pain to scream. A streak of blood was flowing from his mouth. The movement was too clean, too swift. So much so that none of the dozens of pairs of eyes present had seen it clearly. Yang Jingxiao and the others were all stunned. Yi Fan didn't stop, planting a foot on Zhang Xiaojing's lower leg. Apologize properly, or you'll lose this leg. Ah, you bastard! Zhang Xiaojing cried out in agony, the pain spreading throughout his body, making him wish he could just kill himself. You're not being very obedient. Ignoring the shocked expressions around him, Yi Fan crushed Zhang Xiaojing's lower leg with a sickening snap. Then, he stepped on his other leg. This? Yang Jingxiao and the others were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The opposing side had more than a dozen men, including 3 burly bodyguards, but Yi Fan was acting this arrogantly? Was he tired of living? Even Tang Ruoxue's eyebrows twitched, a chill running through her. Lu Fugue, on the other hand, looked excited and thrilled. Bastard, let young Master Zhang go. More than a dozen of his followers shouted, ready to charge forward. The 3 bodyguards also pulled out their batons. Lu Fugue grabbed a wine bottle and stood beside Yi Fan. Anyone who takes 1 step forward, I'll break Zhang Xiaojing's other leg. Yi Fan's simple words instantly subdued the chaos in the room. The dozen or so of Zhang's men were furious, but their hands hovered over their weapons, afraid to move rashly. Countless gazes swept over Yi Fan, each one tense and shocked. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, almost unbearable. It was as if the air itself was filled with a chilling cold. Kid, you're acting way too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that you won't make it out of here today? Zhang Xiaojing gritted his teeth, snarling. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce won't let you go either. Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Interesting. Zhang Xiaojing looked down at Yi Fan. This is a Four Seas Chamber of Commerce venue, Sister Rong's territory. I'm in trouble. You're in trouble. You're all in trouble. He was reminding Yi Fan, and also reminding Tang Ruoxue and the others. Although the Zhang family group was involved in construction and a major player in the Zhonghai region, Zhang Xiaojing had never been involved in the group's business. He made his fortune by lending money. He preferred lending to women, from college girls to urban housewives, and company white-collar workers. If they were attractive and had a need, he would lend to them. 2,000 could turn into 800,000. He'd start with 1 loan and get an entire family paying. Since his targets were women, and he was ruthless, this business was not only incredibly profitable, but also had no risks. Over the years, he'd made a fortune and become more arrogant, looking down on everyone. Today, he'd run into a brick wall with Yi Fan. Instead of reflecting, he was now thinking about how to kill him. Yi Fan, you're too reckless. What was originally a small matter has now blown up. Don't you want to resolve this? Yang Jingxiao suddenly interjected, angrily scolding. I order you to immediately apologize to young Master Zhang. Otherwise, you will take full responsibility for all the consequences today. Yi Fan said coldly. Yi Fan, do not need you to tell me what to do. What kind of nonsense is that? Jingxiao is trying to help everyone. Because of you, we'll all suffer. Lin Huanhuan said, her face dark. Ruoxue and even the Tang family will suffer because of you. Ruoxue won't be in trouble, and neither will the Tang family. Yi Fan looked at Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue and the others won't be in trouble either. Yang Jingxiao shouted angrily. Yi Fan, if you don't release young Master Zhang, I'm done with this. Don't regret it. Lin Huanhuan also snapped at the watching Tang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, aren't you going to control Yi Fan? Do you want him to kill us all? Tang Ruoxue remained silent. Although she didn't know where Yi Fan got his confidence, she chose to stand with him. Da-da! At that moment, Another group of people appeared outside the door, a dozen security guards in uniform escorting an attractive woman. The woman was in her 30s, charming and tall. Her hips and waist in particular were mesmerizing. It was the club manager, Sister Rong. "Oh dear, my dear young Master Zhang. What happened to you? Who rebelled and dared to touch you?" Sister Rong entered, giggling, her words laced with an edge. "Who here harmed young Master Zhang? Would you please step forward?" She glanced at Yi Fan, asking the question even though she knew the answer. Yi Fan raised his head and smiled. "Are you from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce?" "That's right. I'm the manager. People here are kind enough to call me Sister Rong." Sister Rong giggled. "Young man, fighting and brawling aren't allowed here, so you've gotten yourself in serious trouble today." Yi Fan smiled lightly. "Why don't you ask about the right and wrong? Who started it first?" Sister Rong paused slightly, then smiled mockingly. "Of course, you were in the wrong." "I was wrong." Yi Fan grinned, looking at the sarcastic woman. "You didn't investigate, yet you're saying I'm wrong?" Yi Fan suppressed his cold smile, looking at Sister Rong and the crowd as if they were a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This made everyone deeply uneasy and uncomfortable. The elegant and alluring Sister Rong's mouth twitched, then she threw her hands out in exasperation. "Here, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong." Yi Fan nodded gently. "Very well. After hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that you don't have to be the manager here anymore." Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan were stunned, their faces showing a hint of surprise. What gave this young kid the right to disregard Sister Rong and the powerful force behind her? Sister Rong scoffed. "If you have the guts, try and make me leave." She simply didn't believe Yi Fan could do anything to her. Call the police? Sue the club? Child's play. Then, she gently waved her hand. A dozen uniformed security guards stepped forward, surrounding Yi Fan menacingly. Two of them were also carrying homemade shotguns. "Kid, stop with the theatrics." Zhang Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, grinning sinisterly. "You're finished." Lin Huanhuan and Yang Jingxiao also looked pleased, gloating as they waited for Yi Fan to suffer. Swoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any more words. He took a piece of paper and a pen, wrote down a number, and tossed it to Sister Rong. "You have 1 minute to figure out what's going on. Then, decide what stance the club will be taking today." Sister Rong looked at the piece of paper, at the familiar number, and smiled dismissively. "Still pretending? Is this fun?" Yi Fan took Tang Ruoshue's hand. 40 seconds left. This scene stunned both Sister Rong and Zhang Xiaojiang. Who exactly was this guy? His tone and his stance both revealed a sense of contempt for everyone else. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan, however, were extremely sarcastic, saying he was overdoing it. Sister Rong, who was about to dismiss it, looked hesitant and took out her phone to make the call. "Hello, this is Huang Zhendong speaking." Sister Rong's wrist shook. The fear in her heart was growing. "I am Huang Zhendong." These 5 words, like a bloodthirsty curse, echoed in her ears, lingering endlessly. Rong Jian never imagined that Yi Fan would have Huang Zhendong's private number. This meant the two had a close relationship. Huang Zhendong might have seemed easily defeated in front of Yi Fan, but in reality, he was one of the most powerful figures in the city. The majority of the city's gray and black industries were under his name. He was the real power behind Du Tianhu. He could end Rong Jie's life with a snap of his fingers, so Rong Jie was chilled to the bone. Slap, slap. Rong Jie was sweating profusely, her usually charming face drenched. She struggled to look at Yi Fan but found him sitting calmly in a chair. Yi Fan poured himself a cup of tea. "What? Did you make the call or not?" Thump. Rong Jie fell straight to her knees. "Brother, I was blind. I'm sorry, please forgive me." She didn't care about her pride, slapping herself twice in the face. Seeing this, more than a dozen security guards also quickly dropped their weapons and knelt down. "Ah!" Zhang Xiaojiang, his face filled with hostility, was shocked by this scene. "Sister Rong, why are you kneeling? Get up and beat him. How could this be?" Yang Jingxiao and the others also stared with wide eyes, their expressions twitching. How could Rong Jie have suddenly knelt down? Tang Ruoxue and Lu Fugue and the others were even more astonished, completely clueless as to what was happening. Clang! Just then, the elevator opened with a crisp sound, and more than a dozen burly men poured out. Two of them kicked away several security guards blocking their path. Their momentum was terrifying. The sound of chaotic footsteps drew the attention of the onlookers gathered at the door. They instinctively turned their heads to look. The club staff quickly made way, not daring to breathe. Even though Huang Zhendong's head was almost completely wrapped in bandages, they could still recognize him as Chairman Huang. The prayer beads around his neck and his swaggering walk were just too distinctive. Huang Zhendong, his head wrapped in gauze, marched in, a king in his own right. Brother Yi, I'm so glad to finally see you." As Rong Jie glanced at the entrance, Huang Zhendong had already rushed in. Seeing Yi Fan, Huang Zhendong's eyes lit up, and the anxiety in his heart completely dissipated. He was finally alive and seeing Yi Fan. He'd taken a full hour to travel a 30-minute journey, all because of the constant mishaps. He had even almost tripped while entering the door. Huang Zhendong warmly grabbed Yi Fan's hand. "Let's go find a quiet place. Let me take a look at you." Seeing this scene, Yang Jingxiao and the others were instantly horrified, their minds buzzing. Huang Zhendong was so respectful to Yi Fan. For a moment, they felt completely disoriented. Wasn't Yi Fan a live-in son-in-law? How could he be involved with Huang Zhendong? This was a powerful figure in the underworld. What did Yi Fan have to make him so respectful? No wonder Yi Fan had been so calm all along. It wasn't arrogance, he actually had the backing. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huan, shocked, also felt a mix of frustration and resentment. Why was Yi Fan so powerful? Zhang Xiaojing's face also changed drastically. In terms of family wealth, his father was about the same as Huang Zhendong, but in terms of connections, 10 Zhang families wouldn't even be enough to fill Huang Zhendong's teeth. Moreover, his father and the Zhang family wouldn't dare to challenge the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, because the Zhang family depended on the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce for their development. Demolition, renovation, sand, and gravel were all protected by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Last week, the Disney project that the Zhang family acquired was contracted from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Zhang Xiaojing was, he knew that tonight would not end well for him. "Go!" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "We're not going anywhere. This Zhang Xiaojing forced me to lend him money, bullied my wife, attacked people, and even said that Four Seas was his backing, threatening to use them to deal with me. If I leave, not only will they laugh at me, my wife will continue to be hurt." Yi Fan spoke calmly, but those few words sent Zhang Xiaojing and his group into despair. "Four Seas? You're backing?" Huang Zhendong stared at Zhang Xiaojing with cold eyes. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaojing hurriedly said, "Chairman Huang, I am Zhang Xiaojing." "Don't know you." Huang Zhendong interrupted him without hesitation. "The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is not your backing, and they will definitely not deal with Brother Yi for your sake. I will hold your elders accountable for your actions tonight. Also, I need you to understand one thing. Brother Yi is a VIP of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and he is my brother, Huang Zhendong. Going against Brother Yi is the same as going against me, Huang Zhendong, and going against the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce." His murderous declaration left Yang Jingxiao and the others in disbelief. They had originally thought that Yi Fan and Huang Zhendong were just acquaintances, but they never imagined that his status was so noble and inviolable. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was actually standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. Sweat immediately broke out all over Zhang Xiaojing's body. He was good at bullying women, but when faced with someone like Huang Zhendong, he had absolutely no confidence. "Is there anyone else who wants to go against Brother Yi?" Huang Zhendong squinted his cold eyes, looking at the stunned crowd. Yang Jingxiao and the others shivered, rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. They couldn't even imagine the consequences of offending Yi Fan, who even Zhang Xiao needed to suck up to. Misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaojing wiped away his cold sweat, realizing that he had made a huge mistake. Slap! Huang Zhendong slapped Zhang Xiaojing across the face. Misunderstanding? You bullied Brother Ye's woman, with so many eyes watching. And you dare call that a misunderstanding? Zhang Xiaojiang covered his cheek. Chairman Huang, my father is Zhang Daqiang. I hope you can show me some face. Slap. Huang Zhendong slapped him again. Your father? Are you trying to get your father killed by bringing him up? Besides, even if I gave your father face, could he even handle it? Huang Zhendong surveyed Yang Jingxiao and the others, yelling, Even if I gave you face, could you handle it? Yang Jingxiao and the others lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in the ground. Zhang Xiaojiang felt despair for the first time. However, Huang Zhendong didn't stop there. Brother Yi is a pure-hearted man, and he dislikes seeing blood, but I, Huang Zhendong, am very vengeful. Those who have offended Brother Yi tonight, stand up now. One hand for each person. Those who pretend to be deaf will lose 2 hands. Huang Zhendong's voice was loud and clear, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire room. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Yi Fan smiled faintly, signaling Lu Fugue and the others to leave with him. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan subconsciously called out, Ruoshu. Tang Ruoshua paused for a moment. Yi Fan took her hand and walked out of the room. Ah! Yang Jingxiao and the 2 girls cried out on the spot. Zhang Xiaojiang, who had been trying to maintain his manly demeanor, and his cronies were also pale. Although they hadn't fallen, their legs were shaking uncontrollably. I was just here to watch the fun. A woman who was still somewhat attractive collapsed on the ground, yelling hoarsely. It has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Please don't get me involved. A cocky young man in a trench coat turned to run, but was shot down by a homemade gun near the window. The scene was quickly surrounded by Huang Zhendong's men. A chorus of wails filled the air. As Tang Ruoshua entered the elevator, she heard the screams and whispered to Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Some people need to be taught a lesson. Yi Fan smiled at her. Otherwise, they will be like lingering ghosts, and I cannot let them hurt you again. Tang Ruoshua didn't say anything. She felt that Yi Fan had changed a lot, had become much more capable than before, but it also made her feel a little distant. She didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Lu Fugue, help me escort Ruoshua home. When the elevator opened on the first floor, Yi Fan patted the bruised and swollen Lu Fugue. Call me if anything happens. Okay. Okay, brother, rest assured, I will take Ruoshua. No, sister-in-law home safely. Lu Fugue, who had been stealing glances at Yi Fan, was flattered and immediately agreed with joy. Tang Ruoshua also knew that Yi Fan had business with Huang Zhendong. She nodded and walked towards the red BMW at the door. Yi Fan watched her go. As Tang Ruoshua pulled open the car door, she suddenly looked up and called out, Come back soon. Yi Fan nodded and smiled, a smile that was brilliant. It was 9 o'clock at night in the Emperor Hall of the Summer Wind Club. After dealing with Zhang Xiaojiang's matter, Huang Zhendong reopened a private room to host Yi Fan. 10 dishes and a soup, plus 2 bottles of expensive red wine, showed his sincerity. While holding Huang Zhendong's diagnosis in one hand, Yi Fan was examining photos of the 4C's office in the other. The Guangdong saber had been destroyed, and the killing intent in the office had disappeared, but Huang Zhendong's face was even darker than yesterday. With a turn of the life and death stone, Yi Fan quickly understood the situation. But before Yi Fan could speak, Huang Zhendong's phone rang. After taking the call for a moment, he frowned slightly, but still called a subordinate to whisper something. Brother Yi, sorry, Zhang Daqiang contacted my cousin to plead for mercy, wanting to personally apologize to you and me. Huang Zhendong smiled at Yi Fan. I thought I'd give them a chance to explain themselves to you, so I'll have them come here later. Yi Fan said calmly, whatever. Soon, there was another knock at the door. Huang Zhendong had it opened, and a middle-aged couple walked in. The man had a square face, was in his 50s, less than 7 meters tall, wearing a suit and leather shoes, his face smooth but not lacking in authority. The woman was in her late 30s, with an oval face, a tall figure, covered in jewelry, and when she walked, she exuded a charm that surpassed even Rong Jie. It was the Zhang couple, Zhang Daqiang and Lin Ruowan. They both carried 2 boxes in their hands, and immediately upon entering, they wore a full smile, bowing and nodding. Chairman Huang, good evening. Chairman Huang, I'm so sorry. I didn't discipline my son well, and he offended you. Zhang Daqiang had obviously inquired about the situation. I apologize to you for my son's transgressions. After saying this, he placed the boxes on the table and slapped himself twice. Yi Fan glanced at Zhang Daqiang. He was so ruthless to himself. This guy was definitely someone to watch out for. Lin Ruowan also smiled charmingly, apologizing. Yes, Chairman Huang, Xiao Zhang was confused. I'm sorry. Although her son's hands and feet were broken, they couldn't afford to offend Huang Zhendong. Furthermore, they needed the protection of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The two of them could only swallow their anger. Otherwise, not only would their newly acquired Disney project fall through, but they would also have to spit out their past profits. Apologizing to me is useless. Huang Zhendong was impatient, pointing at Yi Fan. Whether the matter is over or not, it's up to Brother Yi. Brother Yi? Yi Fan? Zhang Daqiang had obviously learned about the situation. When he saw Yi Fan, the main culprit, sitting in front of him, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by a smile. Brother Yi, hello, I'm so sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. He stepped forward, bowing and nodding, and shook Yi Fan's hand, apologizing repeatedly. He had completely lost the demeanor of a big shot with a net worth of over 2 billion. Please forgive Xiao Zhang's actions. He quickly took out a check and handed it to Yi Fan for 1 million. Lin Ruowan clenched her fists, her pretty face flushed, as if she wished she could strangle Yi Fan. She couldn't afford to offend Huang Zhendong. Furthermore, they needed the protection of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The two of them could only swallow their anger. Otherwise, not only would their newly acquired Disney project fall through, but they would also have to spit out their past profits. Apologizing to me is useless. Huang Zhendong was impatient, pointing at Yi Fan. Whether the matter is over or not, it's up to Brother Yi. She had also gathered some information from Huang Zhendong's subordinates. Huang Zhendong had befriended Yi Fan because Yi Fan knew how to read faces and feng shui. Knowing this, Lin Ruowan judged that Huang Zhendong had been fooled by Yi Fan, and she was even more determined to seek revenge on the backgroundless Yi Fan. Of course, she wouldn't say much now, but she would remember Yi Fan's appearance and find an opportunity to get back at him in the future. Thank you, Chairman Zhang. If Chairman Huang is done, then the matter is over. Yi Fan pushed Zhang Daqiang's 1 million back. I just hope there won't be a next time. He could feel the hidden hostility in the other man's smile, but he didn't care. If the Zhang family dared to seek revenge again, he would crush them. Zhang Daqiang smiled. Understood. No next time? What right do you have to say that? Lin Ruowan's pretty face was cold, and she sneered in her heart. A live-in son-in-law dares to act so arrogant. He really doesn't know the immensity of the universe. Okay, we'll talk about your son's matter later. Huang Zhendong told them to sit aside. I'm waiting for Brother Yi to dispel the evil aura for me. Zhang Daqiang quickly stepped aside. A fiery light flickered in Lin Ruowan's eyes. She wanted to see how Yi Fan was pretending to be a ghost, and at the same time, find an opportunity to expose Yi Fan and use Huang Zhendong to seek revenge. Brother Yi, I have already smashed the Guangdong saber into pieces, and I'm wearing the lucky charm you gave me. Huang Zhendong ignored the two of them and spoke after coughing. But these past 2 days, bad luck has continued. What's going on? Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong. Let me see the lucky charm. Huang Zhendong quickly took it out. The charm was still the same one, but it was stained with food and drink. Seeing the pitiful state of the lucky charm, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ruowan's mouth. He didn't even bother to put his heart into drawing a charm, yet he dared to come out and deceive people. Yi Fan took it and looked at it, then grasped Huang Zhendong's hand and turned the life and death stone. You discarded the lucky charm before. It has been contaminated by unclean things. Its power has been greatly reduced, and therefore its ability to protect you is much less. Also, have you encountered a dead person these past 2 days? He asked. Huang Zhendong and several of his subordinates almost fell to the ground. They looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Brother Yi is indeed a master. How did you even know that I encountered a dead person? Huang Zhendong was completely in awe of Yi Fan. That's right, I was coming home from the Chamber of Commerce last night, and less than 20 meters from the door, someone jumped from a high building and died right in front of me. A woman committed suicide with her 2 children. The woman was also wearing red clothes. It said that she borrowed 100,000 in high-interest loans and had returned more than 3 million, but couldn't pay it back. In despair, she jumped. He told Yi Fan what he knew. Lin Ruan sneered. What was so strange about Huang Zhendong seeing a dead person? As long as they kept an eye on him these 2 days, they could know all his actions. It was an easily seen-through scam. Only Huang Zhendong believed it. Zhang Daqiang also smiled dismissively. It's this resentment that changed your luck. Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong and said calmly, although the killing intent of the Guangdong saber has ended, the lucky charm is not enough to eliminate the evil aura on your body. You also unfortunately encountered a red-clothed woman jumping to her death and unintentionally absorbed her resentment. And that resentment is the last straw that broke the camel's back, condensing the resentment on your body. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a red line on your body. He stared sharply at Huang Zhendong's abdomen. Okay, can you stop with the nonsense? Don't tell me you actually believe you're a master now. Hearing this, Lin Ruan could no longer restrain herself. She stood up and shouted, what resentment? What condensation? What red line? Can you stop with the endless nonsense when you're making this stuff up? It's the 21st century now. Evil aura forming. That's ridiculous. And I investigated you. You're just a poor kid, a live-in son-in-law. How could you possibly know anything about physiognomy and feng shui? Chairman Huang is too embarrassed to expose you, but I will never allow you to deceive him. She then looked at Huang Zhendong. Chairman Huang, I'm not deliberately targeting him. I'm just outspoken. I really can't watch it anymore. This kid is just putting on an act. You mustn't believe him. Your bad luck these past few days is just a coincidence. Lin Ruan tore into Yi Fan, feeling incredibly relieved and venting the anger over her son's suffering. Shut up! As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Zhendong roared at Lin Ruan. You know nothing. Chairman Huang, please calm down. Ruan has no malice. She's just outspoken. Zhang Daqiang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, glancing at Yi Fan. Please forgive us, Chairman Huang and Master Yi. Zhang Daqiang had been involved in many shady businesses, so he never believed in karma. He also scoffed at feng shui and such. At first, he thought that a live-in son-in-law, who could be favored by Huang Zhendong and had even injured his son, must have some ability. But now, Zhang Daqiang was disappointed. If this was all he was, then Huang Zhendong must have misjudged this time. It was a waste of his time to have been so obsequious. Evil aura forming, red lines killing people, wasn't that just nonsense? Lin Ruan didn't want to clash with Huang Zhendong, but when she thought of Yi Fan being exposed yet refusing to admit it, she got angry. Chairman Huang, we are doing this for your own good. He is definitely a swindler. Swindler your ass. I really do have a red line on my body. Huang Zhendong slammed the table, and without any hesitation, he lifted his clothes, revealing his pale, chicken-like stomach. Ah! Zhang Daqiang and the others fell silent, their eyes fixed on Huang Zhendong's abdomen where a faint red line had appeared, stretching from his navel towards his chest. How could this be? Their faces changed slightly. Zhang Daqiang's gaze towards Yi Fan shifted. He knew that the red line couldn't have been something Huang Zhendong had told Yi Fan about. Could it be that Yi Fan truly had abilities? Huang Zhendong, too preoccupied to deal with Zhang Daqiang and his group, turned to Yi Fan anxiously. Brother Yi, this red line is the blade evil, but I don't feel anything at all. I thought I had just bumped myself. He now felt boundless admiration for Yi Fan and thus believed that he was indeed possessed. This red line doesn't hurt or itch because its time hasn't come yet. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. The bad luck you've had these past 2 days, the talisman could only alleviate it a little, allowing you to keep half your life. But this red line, the talisman couldn't block it. If you had come to me even a day later, you'd be dead. Huang Zhendong was bewildered. This red line can kill. When the blade evil takes form, it will cut you open. Yi Fan pointed at the red line on Huang Zhendong. Once the red line reaches your heart, it will burst open like a ripe fruit falling from a tree. Ah! Hearing this, Huang Zhendong jumped in fright, staring at the red line on his abdomen in disbelief. Lin Ruan bit her lip. There's no way it's that exaggerated. This isn't a movie. It's probably just a bump. I've never seen a wound that moves. Before Huang Zhendong could scold her, the red line suddenly moved, extending another inch closer to his heart. This development shocked Lin Ruan and the others. Huang Zhendong felt a sudden chill and grabbed Yi Fan's hand. Brother Yi, I was blind yesterday, throwing away the talisman and disrespecting you. I was wrong, so wrong. Please help me out again, brother. I don't want to die so soon. I'm begging you. Yesterday, Huang Zhendong had scoffed at feng shui and fortune-telling, but now he believed in it wholeheartedly. Don't worry, if I came, it means I'm going to help you. Yi Fan didn't waste any more words. He had Huang Zhendong sit in the boss's chair and took out some silver needles to disinfect. Silver needles? Traditional Chinese medicine? President Huang, I think you should go to the hospital and get a checkup. See if it was a bump or have Divine Physician Son take a look, Lin Ruan reminded him, unwilling to give up, to avoid delaying your condition. If you don't shut your mouth, get out. Huang Zhendong stopped Lin Ruan's nagging, then excitedly looked at Yi Fan and asked, Brother Yi, are you going to control the needles with qi? The lackeys also stared with wide, excited eyes. Control needles with qi? Yi Fan was taken aback. No. Although he had a basic understanding of martial arts and medicine, he was still a novice, needing to consider the acupoints carefully before inserting a needle. How could he control the needles with qi? That can't be right. Brother Yi, you can fight 500 people. You must be at least at the peak of the Yellow Realm. Huang Zhendong scratched his head. With that level of power, you should be able to control the needles with qi. TSK, I could fight 500 people? Am I going to tell you it's because I ate too many ginseng fruits? Now that the ginseng fruit has been digested, I'd be lucky to fight 100. Yi Fan slapped Huang Zhendong's head in annoyance. Stop talking nonsense. Behave yourself. I'm about to apply the needles. If my hand slips and I stick the wrong spot, it'll be a disaster. Huang Zhendong immediately behaved himself. Yi Fan took a deep breath, picked up the silver needles, and began to pierce several of Huang Zhendong's acupoints. Tai Chi Divine Needles, second form, 8 trigrams break the evil. Yi Fan was very slow. It took him 3 minutes to insert 9 needles, but all of them accurately hit their target points. As the needles went in, the red line stopped spreading and began to fade. The red line is receding, the red line is receding. Several of the lackeys suddenly shouted in delight, as if they had won the lottery. They clearly saw the red line that had been approaching Huang Zhendong's heart retreat little by little towards his abdomen, then shrink into a spot and disappear. Huang Zhendong looked down, surprised to find that the oppressive feeling was gone, and the pain in his body had also eased. Zhang Daqiang was also stunned. He had originally thought Yi Fan was a charlatan, but now he realized that it was his own knowledge that was limited and superficial. Brother Yi, thank you so much. I feel so much lighter now. Huang Zhendong was delighted. But there's something I don't understand. Many of my brothers have Guangong's broadswords at home or in their shops. So why are they safe and sound while I've had this calamity? He was puzzled. The swords aren't ancient or funerary items. When they display broadswords, they also provide offerings to Guan Er Ye's statue. Yi Fan spoke calmly. When Guan Er Ye is in charge, the broadswords are contained. But you only displayed the sword without suppressing it, so naturally it unleashed its full power. Over time, its sharpness turned into evil, and you became a victim. Huang Zhendong suddenly understood. I see. Nonsense. Lin Ruan still refused to acknowledge Yi Fan's ability. I don't believe it. There's no way a live-in son-in-law would know such things. Before Huang Zhendong could get angry, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Daqiang, who was not far away. President Zhang, did you have an accident when you went swimming as a child, hitting your lower back on a hard object and getting water in your internal organs? Zhang Daqiang was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to ask about him. Then his expression changed in shock. Wow, Brother Yi, how did you know that? Lin Ruowan was also stunned. Is that really true? If it weren't her own husband, she would have thought this was a setup, as she didn't even know about this. Yi Fan smiled faintly. When you shook my hand just now, I took your pulse. Brother Yi is indeed capable. No wonder President Huang admires him so much, Zhang Daqiang said, changing the subject. That's right. When I was a child, my family was poor. I was already working on a sand barge at 12. I accidentally hit my back on an anchor and fell into the water, almost drowning. I took 3 months to recover before I could walk again, but there were no major problems afterward. Huang Zhendong was increasingly astonished by Yi Fan. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to be skilled in martial arts, breaking curses, and healing too. Yi Fan smiled faintly. It's true that it didn't affect your daily life. But from now on, you should get more sun and pay attention to keeping warm. That accident, apart from making you infertile for life, will also make you half paralyzed in old age. He reminded him, if you frequently visit damp places, it will put you in a wheelchair sooner. The whole room fell silent. Lin Ruowan's face changed drastically. She shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't understand, don't spout random things. Old Zhang, let's go. This guy is just a charlatan, talking nonsense." She pulled her husband towards the door. "Shut up." Zhang Daqiang yanked his wife away and stared at Yi Fan in shock. "You said I'll be infertile for life?" Yi Fan picked up a teacup and took a sip. That impact caused the varicose veins in your spermatic cord, causing blood to stagnate and block the vas deferens. Mister, Zhang can go to the hospital and check if he doesn't believe me. Huang Zhendong chuckled. Brother Yi was able to describe your symptoms as a child. If you still don't believe him, your brains are waterlogged. The lackeys all looked at Zhang Daqiang with sympathy. Zhang Daqiang didn't say anything. He turned his gaze towards Lin Ruowan. At that moment, he was no longer nodding and bowing, no longer smiling meekly. Instead, his eyes were filled with ferocity and murderous intent. Thud! Lin Ruowan panicked. Old Zhang, listen to me. Xiao Gang is really your son. Zhang Daqiang kicked her away and stormed out the door. Lin Ruowan rushed after him. Huang Zhendong narrowed his eyes slightly. A dark and windy night, a night for murder. 10:30 at night, Yi Fan left Xiaofeng Clubhouse. Before leaving, Huang Zhendong gave him a 10 million yuan consultation fee, making it the first fortune Yi Fan had ever earned. Yi Fan understood Huang Zhendong's intentions. Giving so much money was not just out of gratitude, but also to establish a connection. The martial arts, divination, and medical skills he had displayed had made Huang Zhendong realize that he had immense value. Yi Fan initially didn't want to be too close to Huang Zhendong, but considering that he would need to interact with him when reclaiming Cloud Peak Manor, he ultimately accepted the check. Back at the Tang family villa, Yi Fan slowed his movements and quietly headed straight to the second floor. He had just pushed the door open when he saw Tang Ruoxue coming out of the bathroom. A pure white towel only covered her vital areas. Yi Fan's eyes were immediately drawn to her incredibly straight legs. Women's legs, more or less, always have some flaws. Too long and not straight, too white and with uneven skin tone, even skin tone but with small scars. But with Tang Ruoxue's legs, all Yi Fan felt was a powerful physiological impact. They were like sections of snow-white lotus root, yet absolutely not plump. Yi Fan felt like he was breathing out hot air. "You're back." Seeing Yi Fan appear, Tang Ruoxue was slightly startled, instinctively tightening the towel, then relaxing her expression. "Are you all right? Seeing that you hadn't returned so late, I thought you had been arrested by the police." She seemed nonchalant, but there was a trace of apprehension in her heart. After all, Yi Fan had broken Zhang Xiaojing's finger in public. "I'm fine." Yi Fan's gaze followed her movements until Tang Ruoxue walked into the inner room. He then said, Huang Zhendong intervened. "The Zhang family will let things go and won't cause trouble for me." He added, "Zhang Daqiang even apologized to me." "It's good that you're all right." Tang Ruoxue's eyes showed concern. But this time, You owe Huang Zhendong a huge favor. She was well aware that it was never easy to borrow the prestige of someone like Huang Zhendong. For him to come forward for Yi Fan once, he would likely extract flesh and blood from Yi Fan in return. I'll give you 100,000 yuan another day. You should go buy some expensive gifts for Huang Zhendong. Tang Ruoxue sat up slightly. Try to repay as much of the favor as you can tonight. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Don't worry, I saved his life. Tonight's favor is enough to cancel it out. Tang Ruoxue remembered that Yi Fan had saved a life, and her face relaxed a bit. Yi Fan, if you don't owe him any favors, try to avoid any interactions with Huang Zhendong in the future. I don't want to visit you in prison. Getting too close to Huang Zhendong would only cause trouble in the long run. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce might be a business association, but they were involved in many shady dealings. Okay, Yi Fan recalled something. By the way, you're having issues with funding. Why didn't you tell me? He had already learned about the situation. Tang Ruoxue had been played by Baiwa Bank. The 100 million yuan loan with a 3-year term had been suddenly called in by the bank after 6 months. Once she had paid it back, the bank refused to renew it, claiming excessive operational risks. This had thrown Tang Ruoxue into chaos. The company was expanding production, and having 100 million in working capital pulled out severely affected normal operations. Tang Ruoxue had tried to borrow money everywhere, and even offered the bank 3 times the interest, but her business partners had all found excuses to refuse. After much effort, Tang Ruoxue still had a shortfall of 50 million yuan, leading to tonight's conflict. Tell you, Tang Ruoxue's face reflexively showed a trace of mockery. Would it have been useful to tell you? 50 million yuan. How could you help? If you were even a little bit useful, I wouldn't have to work this hard every day. Yi Fan gave a wry smile. That was true. In his previous state, even if he knew Tang Ruoxue was struggling, he couldn't have done anything to help. All right, I have 10 million yuan here. Huang Zhendong insisted on giving it to me. He took out the check and handed it over. You can use this first. 10 million yuan? Tang Ruoxue was shocked, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. Huang Zhendong gave you 10 million yuan? Yi Fan made up an excuse. Yeah, he probably didn't want to owe me a favor, so he gave me 10 million yuan to buy out the debt of saving his life. I can't accept this 10 million yuan, and you shouldn't keep it either. Tang Ruoxue remained clear-headed. Don't even try to cash it. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get away. Even if Huang Zhendong doesn't drag you down, the police will come looking for you because of this money. Don't touch it. If you need money, I'll give it to you. Her voice was stern as she reminded Yi Fan. She had even forgotten about her legs, parted slightly, their pure white color stimulating Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had wanted to argue further, but seeing Tang Ruoxue's cold expression, he had no choice but to take back the check. I will take care of my company's issues, Tang Ruoxue advised him. These next few days, take care of your family matters and then find a job as soon as possible. Before, when your mother was sick, you needed to take care of her every other day. Now that she's better, you have no reason not to work. I'm not asking you to earn a lot of money. I just want you to have some stability. She didn't want to see Yi Fan sweeping floors and cooking every day, nor did she want to see him pretending to be a divine doctor to fool people. That's why she hoped he could find some proper work. Yi Fan nodded again. All right, I'll go see my mom tomorrow, and then find a job as soon as possible. After saying that, he found some clothes and went to take a shower. Just as he entered the bathroom, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw Tang Ruoxue's amulet hanging on the sink. A wisp of black air coiled around it and wouldn't dissipate. Seeing Tang Ruoxue brushing her hair, Yi Fan quietly took the amulet. The life and death stone automatically spun, emitting a sharp killing intent. Yi Fan could sense its evil. Just as he was about to crush it in his hand, he suddenly saw a face appear in the mirror. Give it back! Tang Ruoxue, who had appeared behind him, suddenly shouted angrily, snatching the amulet from Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan was so startled that his entire body trembled, staring in shock at the panting Tang Ruoxue. He was momentarily stunned. He had never seen Tang Ruoxue like this before. She was like a child whose beloved toy had been snatched away, both shocked and angry, even mixed with a kind of ferocity. Tang Ruoxue, clutching the amulet in her hand, suddenly calmed down as if she had realized her excessive reaction. She looked at the dumbfounded Yi Fan, feeling a pang of guilt, like a child who had done something wrong. She wanted to apologize to Yi Fan, but instead put on a stern face and scolded him. Who told you to touch my things? In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch my things. Otherwise, you can go sleep on the third floor. While speaking, she tightly gripped the amulet in her arms, as if it were a precious treasure. Ruoxue, this is truly an evil object. You must get rid of it immediately. Yi Fan stared at Tang Ruoxue and advised her. Otherwise, you and the people around you will be affected. If it's severe, there will be a risk to your lives. He noticed that the black air around the amulet was growing denser again. Get out! Tang Ruoxue coldly interrupted him. The next morning, Yi Fan woke up early. After taking care of Tang Sangwa and his wife's breakfast and seeing them off to work, he prepared to go back to the urban village. He wanted to check on Shun Biqin's situation. Her stomach tumor was gone. Her debts were cleared. Her foster mother's life should be better, but Yi Fan was still in the habit of checking on her every few days. His foster family had raised Yi Fan for 18 years, and he long considered them as his own parents. When Tang Ruoxue heard that Yi Fan was going to see Shun Biqin, she took the initiative for the first time to go with him. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised, but more so happy. This indicated that Tang Ruoxue was slowly accepting him. It was important to note that she had rarely seen her mother before. 20 minutes later, the old Audi arrived at the Baishizu urban village. However, Shun Biqin wasn't at her rented apartment. Yi Fan called Shun Biqin and learned she was at the nearby Chuyang vegetable market. So Yi Fan took Tang Ruoxue with him and headed over. Along the way, countless eyes were on them, as if it were Beauty and the Beast. Soon, the two arrived at the vegetable market, where people came and went, shouts rang out, full of the atmosphere of life. Yi Fan walked around with Tang Ruoxue and soon saw his mother in the east corner. She had rented a stall with a table at the front, on which were 6 large aluminum pots, all filled with various herbal teas she had brewed. 3 yuan a cup. The herbal tea was very effective, and many people were lining up to buy it. Shun Biqin was swamped. Mom, your health isn't good. Why are you here setting up a stall? Yi Fan rushed over upon seeing this. If you get sick again, it wouldn't be worth it. He also took one of the large aluminum pots to help. I'm okay. Staying in the house is too boring. And this year, a lot of money was spent on medical expenses. Shun Biqin smiled kindly. I was just thinking of brewing some herbal tea to earn a little money for groceries. Yi Fan was helpless. How many times have I said, I can take care of the medical expenses? You're not having it easy either. Besides, you're an in-law, always taking money from the Tang family. People will gossip about it. Shun Biqin understood the situation well. And I'd be letting down the Tang family. Mom, Yi Fan didn't take any money from the Tang family. The money he gave you was all earned by himself. Yi Fan has full control over it. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue, smiling, squeezed her way up through the crowd. Just use it with peace of mind. She even put on a mask to help with the sales. Tang Ruoxue, you're here? Shun Biqin was slightly stunned when she saw Tang Ruoxue, seeming surprised that she would show up. Then, she pulled up a stool. Ruoxue, have a seat, have a seat. You shouldn't be doing this kind of rough work. Mom, it's okay. Tang Ruoxue smiled calmly. I can handle this kind of work. It's you who's not well. You should sit down and rest. Let me and Yi Fan sell the herbal tea. She pressed Shun Biqin onto the stool. Ruoxue, you're a really good girl. Shun Biqin helplessly sat on the stool, then kicked Yi Fan. You didn't say Ruoxue was coming. I would have made a nice meal at home and waited for you too. Bringing Ruoxue here to suffer. How can you be worthy of Ruoxue? Shun Biqin was as kind as ever. Yi Fan gave a bitter smile. How would I know you'd start selling herbal tea as soon as you got better? Tang Ruoxue smiled. Okay, don't complain. Hurry up and sell the herbal tea. Then we can all pack up early and send Mom back home. After that, the 3 of them quickly got busy. Tang Ruoxue greeted the customers. Yi Fan was in charge of pouring the tea, and Shun Biqin was responsible for taking money. Tang Ruoxue's appearance This great beauty caused the number of customers to increase several times over, almost nonstop. Seeing this, a warmth surged in Yi Fan's heart. This was the life he had dreamed of, a life worth protecting with everything he had. It was just a pity he still couldn't enter the woman's heart. Black Dog is here. Just at this moment, a loud shout resonated through the air, and the entire vegetable market fell silent. Yi Fan looked up and saw 7 or 8 hooligan-looking youths walk in through the market entrance. They were aggressive and threatening. Black Dog, who was leading them, chewed on betel nut as he looked down upon everyone present, as if the Chuyang vegetable market was beneath his notice. Then, a crew-cut young man took out a printed QR code and swaggered it in front of each of the stalls as he passed by. Yi Fan recognized the man at once. The one collecting the money was his uncle's youngest son, Yi Hao. He wasn't surprised. Yi Hao had always been a scumbag, having beaten up countless classmates. In a class of 47 students, 45 had been beaten by Yi Hao. The only one he didn't dare bully was the student whose father was the principal. Yi Fan had also suffered at his hands a lot since childhood. So, seeing Yi Hao like this, Yi Fan was completely used to it. When the stall owners saw Black Dog and his gang appear, they immediately took out their phones to scan the code and then entered the set amount. 500 yuan for each stall, and those with better business had to give 1 or 2,000. There were 120 stalls in the Chaoyang market. This group of thugs would rake in 70 or 80,000 yuan in one sweep. Tang Ruoxue asked, "Mom, who are these people?" Shen Biqin hesitated for a moment. "They are the ones who collect the management fees." Yi Fan said casually, "Management fees? They're just a bunch of scumbags, extorting people." He could see through their routine at a glance. Tang Ruoxue's lips twitched. "Protection money? Ah, no, son, it's management fees." Shen Biqin waved her hands. "Fana Ruoxue, don't worry about these things. Let Mom handle it." Then, she opened her purse, took out a few red bills, and then added 3 more 50s, making up 500 yuan. "Mom, you only earn 100 yuan or so for half a day of selling herbal tea." Yi Fan frowned. "The protection money is 500? And Yi Hao, who is part of Black Dog's gang, is actually collecting money from you." In Yi Fan's opinion, no matter how much of a scumbag someone was, they should have some bottom line. At this moment, a fat boss from a pork stall argued with Black Dog and his men for a few words. As a result, Yi Hao kicked him to the ground and slapped him 4 times hard. The pork was also overturned and trampled beyond recognition. In the end, the boss's daughter had to take out a pile of bills before they stopped. "You dare to challenge the Sihai Business Association. Do you have a death wish?" Yi Hao shouted arrogantly and took the opportunity to touch the young and beautiful boss's daughter. He was extremely arrogant. Tang Ruoxue narrowed her eyes slightly. "They are too lawless." There was also a trace of sharpness in Yi Fan's eyes. Black Dog, the leader, saw Yi Fan's unruly expression from afar and felt his own authority was being challenged, so he led his men over. He glared at Yi Fan. "Kid, what are you looking at? Do you believe I'll beat your eyes to a pulp if you look again?" Yi Fan suppressed his anger, lowered his eyelids, and took a sip of herbal tea. "Consider yourself sensible. Old hag, business is good today. Management fees, 1,000 yuan. Hurry up and take it out." Black Dog kicked over the shop sign. "Don't make me angry with all your mumbling." Several thugs also casually poured a few cups of herbal tea, drank a few sips, then spat it on the ground. "What garbage!" Yi Hao also walked up, standing beside Black Dog, putting on a show of authority. "Second aunt, you're here setting up a stall? Selling herbal tea in this hot weather is really hard work, isn't it? You're not feeling well and have just been discharged from the hospital. You should stay at home and rest more, or else you'll wear yourself out, and my brother will be distressed." His smile was warm, and it was impossible to see he was a thug. He was instead a kind young man who cared for others. Shen Biqin's lips twitched. She didn't know how to answer. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. "Yi Hao, don't go too far." "Oh, so my college student brother has returned?" Yi Hao called out to Yi Fan affectionately. "You should have told me in advance, so I, your brother, could have chopped a few pounds of cooked food and warmed some wine. to celebrate with you until we were drunk. Are you looking down on your brother? Okay, we are all family. I'll make a deal for you with Brother Dog. Today, we'll collect 2,000 from you. Yi Hao's smile became even more ingratiating, as if he was Yi Fan's own brother. Brother Dog, this is my second aunt. Give me some face. Is 2,000 okay? Black Dog laughed loudly when he heard it. Okay, Yi Hao, to give you face, we'll take 2,000. Brother Dog, Yi Hao, wait a moment. I'll get you the money right away. Shunbi Qin didn't want Yi Fan to clash with Black Dog and his gang, so as to prevent Tang Ruoxue from getting involved. I'll give these 2,000. Yi Fan took out a check and handed it over. You're so cool. Giving a check. You're a rich guy. Yi Hao, your brother is doing well? Black Dog took the check and scanned it. His loud laughter instantly froze. 10 million. Huang Jindong. Seeing Black Dog's stunned expression, several of his companions curiously crowded closer. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. As soon as they saw it, their whole bodies trembled and they uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. They tried their best to get up, but their legs were still shaking uncontrollably. They were too unlucky. They were just collecting protection fees and ended up receiving their boss's check. Yi Hao also wanted to see what was on it, but Black Dog had already stuffed it back to Yi Fan. Brother Black Dog, 2,000 yuan in protection fees is too little for you. At this moment, Yi Fan stepped forward, looked at Black Dog and them, and said with a smile, You should take this whole 10 million yuan. Consider it a little token of our appreciation. Hearing that the check was for 10 million, many onlookers instantly erupted in an uproar. They hadn't expected that the son of a herbal tea seller was actually a tycoon. Yi Hao was also shocked. He hadn't expected his useless brother to be so rich. Could it be that the Tang family valued him that highly? Then, he became ecstatic. Black Dog wanted a 2,000 yuan protection fee, but Yi Fan took out 10 million. He must have lost his mind. Black Dog would definitely pocket the 10 million. Yi Hao said enthusiastically, Brother Black Dog, since my brother is being so generous, please give me some face and accept the 10 million. He also glanced at Tang Ruoxue. It seemed that the Tang family was indeed very wealthy. He mused that if he could one day seize the Tang family's wealth and Tang Ruoxue, his life would be perfect. Yi Hao was very excited, but Black Dog was completely rigid, his mouth was dry. And after a long while, he squeezed out a sentence. Who are you? Brother Dog. His name is Yi Fan, the foster son of my second aunt. Yi Hao quickly pointed out Yi Fan's identity. The Tang family's son-in-law. Yi Fan. Black Dog was shocked at the mention of the name. This kid was named Yi Fan. The next second, he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Brother Fan, we were wrong, please give us a chance. Black Dog kept kowtowing to Yi Fan, weeping and begging him for forgiveness. Although Huang Jindong had blocked the news of the Sihai Business Association being swept away, the core members of the association still knew a little about that battle. After all, it was 1 against 100. Moreover, Huang Jindong had issued an order to the entire Sihai Business Association that all internal and external disciples must not provoke Yi Fan. Anyone who dared to violate the order would be punished with family law. Therefore, Yi Fan's name was deeply engraved into the minds of the Sihai leaders. When Black Dog discovered that he was challenging Yi Fan, coupled with the 10 million check from the president, he immediately realized he was courting death. Brother Dog, why are you doing this? Yi Fan stuffed the check in a Black Dog's hand. Get up and collect your protection fees. Black Dog shoved it back as if it was burning his hand. I can't take it. Take it. I won't. The stall owners watched this scene in disbelief. It was the first time they had seen someone voluntarily offer management fees, and yet Black Dog was refusing it like he was being slaughtered. Brother Fan, I really can't take it. I really was wrong. Black Dog was about to break down, and he slapped himself 4 times across the face. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. This scene made countless onlookers extremely shocked. No one had expected that the arrogant Black Dog would be so afraid of Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue was also incredibly surprised, and her gaze towards Yi Fan contained even more exploration. Yi Hao was bewildered. Brother Dog, why are you apologizing to a good-for-nothing? Slap! Black Dog slapped Yi Hao to the ground and roared, "Shut up! How dare you talk to Brother Fan like that? Get on your knees right now." Black Dog completely changed his attitude towards Yi Hao's indulgence. Yi Hao was lying on the ground, his face deathly pale, but he was still not resigned. Brother Dog, he's just a good-for-nothing, who became the Tang family's son-in-law by marrying in. Bang! Unexpectedly. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, Black Dog stood up and started kicking him violently. Then he slapped him twice across the face. The impacts were heavy, crisp, and audible. Yi Hao screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, half of his cheek already swollen. "You good-for-nothing sister." Black Dog struggled to control the fear and unease in his heart. "If you dare to disrespect Brother Fan again, I will kill you." The onlookers standing around were all stunned. What was going on? Yi Hao felt his worldview being turned upside down, but he was still unwilling to accept it. "Brother Dog, he's really not some Brother Fan, he's just my second aunt's foster son. Are you sure you've not mistaken him? You ignorant fool! Still dare to talk back?" Black Dog shuddered and slapped him again. "Brother Fan is not an ordinary person. Not ordinary. Heh. He has been in our Yi family for more than a decade. Whether he is a good-for-nothing or not, I know better than anyone else." Yi Hao covered half of his face and shouted at Yi Fan unwillingly. "Yi Fan, hurry up and tell Brother Dog that you are the foster son that second aunt picked up, that you are the good-for-nothing who married into the Tang family to bring good fortune, that you are not some Brother Fan, and that he has mistaken you. Otherwise, when everything becomes clear, you and second aunt will both be in trouble." He was very unhappy with the way Yi Fan was watching the show. Brother Dog had mistaken him, but Yi Fan didn't come forward to clarify the situation, making him suffer a beating. "Second aunt, you come out and testify too. You are not important people, so speak up. For hurting me, see how my parents will deal with you." Yi Hao vowed angrily that he would definitely seek justice from his second aunt and Yi Fan. "Idiot, you are going to kill me." Black Dog's anger increased upon hearing that. He directly grabbed a chair and smashed it hard on Yi Hao's body. With a crack, two of Yi Hao's ribs were broken. Seeing that Yi Fan had no reaction, Black Dog rushed over and kicked him several times in succession. Blood was spraying from Yi Hao's mouth and nose. He finally realized that something was wrong. "Brother Dog, I was wrong. I won't say it. I won't say it." Black Dog grabbed Yi Hao by the collar and said in a low voice, "Brother Fan is President Huang's friend, and this check was given to Brother Fan by President Huang. If you want to die, die by yourself. Don't drag me and the other brothers down with you." President Huang? Yi Hao was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Yi Fan had climbed up the big tree that was Huang Zhendong. He was full of unwillingness. He has the favor of President Huang? The favor of President Huang? Black Dog almost gritted his teeth and spoke out the last sentence in a heavy tone. President Huang is afraid of him by 3 points. Even though he had forcefully suppressed his emotions, his voice was still barely audible. But that last sentence seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, making Black Dog struggle to breathe. In that instant, Yi Hao was so shocked that he just stood there, frozen in place. "Kneel down. All of you kneel down." Black Dog kicked all of his followers to the ground, making them kneel neatly in front of the herbal tea stall. "Brother Fan, please forgive us, have mercy, and give us a chance." Black Dog kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "We will never dare to provoke Annie and you again." Several thugs also echoed in agreement. "We won't dare again. We won't dare again." Only Yi Hao had resentment in his eyes. Although he was shocked and afraid, he was more defiant. He could not accept the fact that Yi Fan, whom he had always bullied, had climbed on top of him and was now being so arrogant. But he didn't dare to continue arguing with them. Otherwise, Black Dog would kill him. "Give you a chance? Have you ever given anyone a chance?" Yi Fan looked at Black Dog with cold eyes. "If the protection fees weren't paid without question, you would beat people or smash their stalls. Everyone relies on their small businesses to support their families, but you extract their blood. Have you ever given them a way to survive?" When the stall owners in the market heard this, they all cheered. Tang Ruoshua looked at Yi Fan with interest, and a rare glint flashed across her usually dull eyes. Yi Fan stood in front of Black Dog, and the pressure emanating from him was even more powerful. Black Dog and his group felt like they couldn't breathe. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I am an animal. I am a beast. I will never collect any more protection fees again. Black Dog's forehead was bleeding from kowtowing. And I will return all the money I collected this month to everyone. Seeing Black Dog and his men so frightened, Shin Bichin gently tugged on Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, forget it, forget it. Tang Ruoxue also leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear. Leave him a way out. The other stall owners still need to do business. Yi Fan stepped forward, looked at Black Dog, and said, "Which hand did you want to touch my Ruoxue with?" Black Dog, who was kneeling, trembled. He hardened his heart and extended his right hand. Brother Fan, this one. Yi Fan was very calm. From now on, use your left hand to eat. Understood, understood. Black Dog's eyelid twitched. Then he pulled out a spring knife and stabbed it into his palm without saying a word. One stab, two holes, and blood flowed profusely. Many people around them screamed. Shin Bichin and Tang Ruoxue also turned their heads away. Yi Fan kicked Black Dog over. Get lost! Black Dog covered his bloodied right hand and quickly left. Black Dog led Yi Hao and his gang in a flustered retreat. Yi Fan was met with cheers and applause from the entire market. Black Dog's crew had been a constant source of pressure, and now Yi Fan had helped them vent their frustration. He had also gotten them out of paying management fees, which made the vendors feel deeply grateful. So, they crowded around him, not only buying out all his herbal tea, but also showering him with gifts of their own. Chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and all sorts of vegetables and fruits instantly piled up in front of the tea stall. Yi Fan wanted to return them, but the older uncles and aunts scolded him sternly for not knowing better. Yi Fan and Shin Bichin had no choice but to accept. They wouldn't have to buy groceries for the next half month. Shin Bichin was in a fantastic mood, glowing with an unprecedented radiance, and then, with a big smile, took Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue home. At noon, the dining table was set with 6 dishes and a soup, all with enticing colors, aromas, and flavors, which Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue devoured with gusto. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue stayed until after 5 o'clock before heading back to the Tang family. But just as they arrived at the entrance of their apartment building, Tang Ruoxue received a phone call and then pulled Yi Fan into a BMW. As the car drove, Tang Ruoxue explained that her brother-in-law's family was hosting a dinner party that night. Her brother-in-law, Han Jianfeng, was experiencing a surge in business and had just landed a major contract. Her younger sister, Han Cici, had also been promoted to department head. It was a double celebration, so the Han family invited Lin Xiuling and their family to dinner at Grand Fortune Manor. Lin Xiuling and Tang Sangwa had some things to take care of, so they asked Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan to represent them. Hearing this, Yi Fan was very resistant. Can I skip it? The Rolex incident had caused Han Jianfeng and his wife to lose face, and Yi Fan was worried that they would target him relentlessly. Tang Ruoxue joked, "Brother-in-law and my older sister specifically requested your presence. If you don't go, they'll say the Tang family is being rude. Besides, if you're not there to draw their fire, wouldn't I just be left to be mocked by them?" Yi Fan promptly patted Tang Ruoxue's thigh. "You're using me as a shield." His palm touched her silk stockings. The feel was exquisite, and it was still slightly warm. Tang Ruoxue's body visibly trembled, clearly resistant to a man touching her. But uncharacteristically, she didn't immediately shake off Yi Fan's hand. She didn't scream or get angry, but instead pretended not to notice and kept her eyes on the road as she turned the steering wheel. Without realizing it, she had developed a degree of acceptance towards this man. Yi Fan took the opportunity to rub her leg a little. Tang Ruoxue didn't react. Yi Fan rubbed higher. Tang Ruoxue's eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Yi Fan rubbed even higher. "Are you done yet?" Tang Ruoxue yelled at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was startled and quickly retracted his hand. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue appeared in Grand Fortune Manor's Room C. The room was luxuriously decorated and held 3 large round tables, enough to accommodate 30 people. With a minimum spend of 8,000 per table, It was clear the Han family had splurged. The round tables were already full, and people were chatting away happily. Tang Ruoxue introduced Yi Fan around, but the Han family relatives were cold and dismissive, showing both indifference and impatience, leaving Tang Ruoxue disheartened. Han Jianfeng's parents, though the hosts, were also lukewarm. They then pointed to the seats near the door. Tang Fenghua and Han Sisi didn't even glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't mind and pulled Tang Ruoxue to sit down at the edge of the room. Tang Ruoxue glared at him. "You're so thick-skinned. Can you really eat here with all that going on? Can't you have a little backbone and leave?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Since we gave a gift, we might as well have a meal." Tang Ruoxue almost spat out the word useless. Seeing that everyone was present, Han's mother, adorned in luxurious clothes, stood up, a look of pride and self-satisfaction on her face. Today, Jianfeng signed a $30 million contract with the Zhongclan Chamber of Commerce, and Sisi has also become the administrative head of the Wu Group's branch office. They have reached this point thanks to the encouragement of the elders, brothers, and sisters. Old Han and I have set up these tables to thank everyone for their care. Han's father chuckled and stood up. "Everyone, eat and drink well tonight. If you need anything, just ask. Mom and Dad, elders, brothers, and sisters." Han Jianfeng also stood up, holding his glass. "No need for much more talk. I'll drink to that first." He downed it in one gulp. Jianfeng and Sisi are so talented, they will soar very soon. Don't forget about us poor relatives then. Sk, so young, and with such accomplishments, remarkable. A big boss with a contract, and an executive of a Fortune 500 company, the Han family truly has produced outstanding talents. Han family relatives enthusiastically toasted the siblings, showering them with praise. The most senior of them all, the ninth grand uncle, even slammed his fist on the table. "A son should be like this. A son should be like this." Han Jianfeng burped a bit of wine. "Granduncle, uncles, aunts, you all flatter me. No matter how successful my sister and I become, we are all part of the same family." Han Sisi also raised her delicate face. "If anyone has any issues in the future, just let us know. My brother and I will definitely not let you down." Han's father and mother were beaming, bursting with pride. Tang Fenghua suddenly looked at Yi Fan, who was buried in his food. "Ruoxue, not to criticize, but you also need to encourage your Yi Fan. Jianfeng is only 3 years older than Yi Fan, and while he isn't a Forbes billionaire, he has a car, a house, and a company. And your Yi Fan, he's accomplished nothing, and the Tang family still has to support him." She needed to vent the anger that the Rolex incident had left. "If you don't find it shameful, I'm ashamed for the Tang family. It's not Yi Fan's fault he tries hard." Han Jianfeng laughed insincerely. "It's just that his ability is really limited, otherwise he wouldn't have become a live-in son-in-law." Tang Ruoxue's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Fan shaking his head. He hadn't finished eating yet. Han's father and mother looked over, with deep contempt in their eyes. They both had a son-in-law, but one was a big boss, and Yi Fan relied on the Tang family for handouts. How could they not look down on him? "Oh, so this is the Tang family's live-in son-in-law. He looks like a normal person. How could his brain be so messed up? If his brain wasn't messed up, would he have torn up Jianfeng's antique calligraphy and painting? I heard he bought fake ginseng fruit from a street vendor as a birthday gift for his mother-in-law. Luckily, Jianfeng noticed it in time, otherwise something big would have happened. And to show off to his relatives, he bought a counterfeit Rolex box. So vain. The birthday banquet scandal, the Rolex conflict, after being manipulated by Han Jianfeng, had long been twisted and turned against Yi Fan in the eyes of the Han family relatives. Tang Fenghua didn't bother explaining. Tang Ruoxue's face was flushed with anger. "That's not how it was. If you have no skills, just be quiet. Don't make the Tang family have to clean up after you." The Han family's ninth grand uncle, leaning on his seniority, scolded Yi Fan. "One must be grounded. Never aim too high." Yi Fan, while gnawing on a chicken leg, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Han Sisi glanced at Yi Fan, her beautiful face filled with arrogance and contempt. "Sisi, now that you're a manager, See if Woohoo Company needs any odd jobs done. Let Yi Fan get in there, so he has something to eat. Tang Fenghua offered the suggestion, but she really just wanted to laugh at him. We're all family. Help him if you can. Fenghua, what are you saying? Han's mother's attitude was arrogant. Cece is at the Woohoo Group, a Fortune 500 company. How can she use a back door to get someone in? That's right, Mom is right. Woohoo is a big company. Although I am an administrative manager, overseeing a dozen people, I can't just randomly squeeze someone in. Han Cece looked at Yi Fan with disdain. In our company, even the janitors need a bachelor's degree. Someone like Yi Fan really can't get in. In her eyes, Yi Fan was nothing but a piece of mud that would never amount to anything. Come work for me. Han Jianfeng waved his hand. I'm working with Zhang's company. We're about to participate in the Disney project. It's a huge undertaking and I need a lot of people. Yi Fan, come to Disney to find me tomorrow. You can move bricks. I'll give you 5,000 a month. Tang Fenghua smirked. Yi Fan, aren't you going to quickly thank your brother-in-law? Huh? Yi Fan put down his chopsticks, looking slightly surprised. Sorry, I was thinking about something. I didn't hear. What did you guys say? Han Dianfeng? The Han family relatives. What's wrong with this person? Your brother-in-law was kind enough to arrange a respectable job for you, and you didn't even hear it. The Han family's ninth granduncle shouted, relying on his seniority. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoshua's cheeks were burning. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan still didn't respond, continuing to eat and drink. They had gifted a $2,000 red envelope, so he needed to get his money's worth. All you know is how to eat. You don't respond even when the elders speak. Don't blame him. He doesn't have many chances to eat in a big hotel. Since he's finally here, of course, he'll eat like his life depends on it. The Han family relatives criticized Yi Fan for his lack of manners. Han Cece also crossed her slender, silk-stockinged legs, looking at Yi Fan with disdain. Tang Ruoshua's face also looked terrible. If Yi Fan hadn't been holding her down, she would have already overturned the table and left. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Fan's arm, sitting in the corner, was bumped. The chicken leg he was gnawing on flew out of his hand and landed on the floor. Then, a few arrogant black-clad men barged into the room. One of them, a young man with a long ponytail and a cigarette in his mouth, shouted at the Han family. All of you get out. We want this room. Han Jianfeng slammed the table and yelled, We haven't finished eating yet. Chairman Zhang of the Zhang Group wants to sit here. Even the King of Heaven has to give him face. The arrogant young man with the cigarette looked down on Han Jianfeng. You won't give it to us? Chairman Zhang of the Zhang Group. Zhang Daqiang. Han Jianfeng and the others all knew who Zhang Daqiang was, and instantly, their anger dissipated into thin air. The relatives, who had felt insulted, also cowered. They all knew that they couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Daqiang. Well, Han Jianfeng awkwardly turned his head, looked around at the dozens of relatives, and said, Everyone should be about done eating. After we finish, let's clear out. After all, Chairman Zhang has given me a $30 million contract. We should give him this bit of face. It's convenient for others. It's convenient for yourself. He was trying to find a way to save face. Han's mother also nodded repeatedly. We have to. Chairman Zhang handles big business. Our meal is dispensable. The dozens of Han family relatives hurriedly stood up. The arrogant young man and his crew, standing in the doorway, were beaming with pride. Brother-in-law, the dessert hasn't come yet. Why leave so soon? At this moment, Yi Fan looked up at the group by the door. We are not giving up this room. Also, tell Zhang Daqiang to come over and apologize. Yi Fan pointed at the chicken leg on the floor. He ruined my chicken leg. The few menacing men thought they had misheard, looking at Yi Fan like he was a fool. Han Jianfeng and the others were also shocked. Yi Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Han Jianfeng rebuked with a stern face. When did it become your place to make decisions here? This is a Han family dinner. If I say leave, we leave. Also, if you want to die, then go die alone. Don't drag us into it. He quickly said to the arrogant young man, Brother, this is my mother-in-law's live-in son-in-law. He doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. Han Sisi also called out sharply. Yi Fan, I order you to apologize. Otherwise, you can forget about working at my brother's construction site. Yi Fan ignored Han Jianfeng and only looked at the arrogant young man. 3 minutes? Have Zhang Daqiang come and punish himself with 3 drinks. Just say that Yi Fan said so. Han Jianfeng and the others were all terrified. Kid, what the hell do you think you are, telling Chairman Zhang to punish himself with drinks? The arrogant young man glared at Yi Fan sharply. Are you tired of living? He was about to step forward to teach Yi Fan a lesson when a man with bandages all over his body, the windbreaker youth from the Xiaofeng clubhouse, walked up from behind. He clearly saw Yi Fan's face, instantly flinching, his eyes full of unspeakable fear. He quickly whispered something to the arrogant young man. Being kicked away, having Zhang Xiaojing's 5 fingers broken, and being on brotherly terms with Huang Zhendong. All the information combined, producing an unexpected effect. The arrogant young man's expression was uncertain. He slowly led his men out of the room. Yi Fan, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Han Jianfeng pointed his finger at Yi Fan, utterly disappointed in him. If something happens later, you will bear the consequences alone. Don't drag us down. All of the Han family relatives glared at Yi Fan angrily. Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly. She wanted to scold Yi Fan as usual, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Chairman Zhang, over here. Soon, another round of footsteps sounded from the doorway. A haggard-looking Zhang Daqiang appeared with a dozen men. The Han family subconsciously stood up, their hearts in their throats. Han Jianfeng quickly clarified, Chairman Zhang, we don't know Yi Fan, we don't know him. Brother Yi, I'm sorry I have offended you. What happened next stunned Han Jianfeng and the others. Zhang Daqiang rushed to Yi Fan, shook his hand, and apologized with a look of sincere fear. My subordinates were clueless. I apologize for any offense, and will punish myself with 3 drinks. I hope we can let all unpleasantness go. He asked someone to bring a bottle of Matai, and then personally poured 3 large glasses. You should indeed learn your lesson. Yi Fan said indifferently, for a big boss, you have no vision. Han Jianfeng and his family were dumbfounded, not expecting Yi Fan to dare to lecture Zhang Daqiang. What shocked them even more was that Zhang Daqiang was nodding like a schoolchild. Brother Yi is right. My vision is too narrow. I should learn my lesson. In the future, please give me your guidance. I'll drink to that. Zhang Daqiang lifted the large 3-ounce glass and drank all 3 glasses of Matai in one go. The arrogant young man and his men also followed, pouring and drinking their drinks. The room fell silent. Han Sisi and the others had ugly expressions. 3 glasses of high-proof liquor. Anyone could see that Zhang Daqiang was genuinely apologizing and not just going through the motions. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Why? Yi Fan said calmly, All right, let's turn the page on this. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your generosity. Zhang Daqiang's face was full of smiles. Then he turned to Yi Fan respectfully. Brother Yi, would it be convenient to exchange numbers? I have some things I want to ask you about. Yi Fan didn't even need to ask what he wanted to ask. He knew that it was definitely about getting his vas deferens healed. So he took a napkin, wrote a number on it. Thank you. Zhang Daqiang treasured the paper, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket. He then smiled at the Han family and said, Sorry to have bothered everyone. I truly apologize. This meal is on my tab. Several of Zhang's key staff members also nodded and bowed, full of respect and fear. Yi Fan nodded slightly. All right, you can leave now. His casual attitude made it seem like Zhang Daqiang was his underling, and this was something the Han family couldn't accept. Tang Ruoxue straightened her spine unconsciously. A breath of fresh air. Brother Yi will meet again. Goodbye, everyone. Zhang Daqiang laughed heartily, and then left with his team. The entire room fell silent again. Han's mother and the others all had terrible expressions, their bodies burning. They had just called Yi Fan useless and told him to move bricks on Zhang's construction site. In the blink of an eye, he had become Zhang's honored guest. Zhang Daqiang had punished himself with 3 drinks. This was a real slap to the face. Han Jianfeng felt even more terrible. He had always been the one pressing down on Yi Fan, but today, he had been utterly defeated by Yi Fan. This was even more unbearable than the embarrassment he had suffered at Lin Qiuling's birthday banquet. With Zhang Daqiang and his men gone, the room remained quiet. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Han's mother and the others didn't feel good about their meal. Tang Ruoxue, on the other hand, had a big appetite, finishing 2 bowls of dessert. But because she was kind-hearted, she didn't turn around to mock the others. Yi Fan, how did you trick Zhang Daqiang? Tang Fenghua couldn't help but ask. Let me tell you, he is not someone to mess with. If you lied to him about something, you better be honest with him. Otherwise, you will not only hurt yourself, but you may also harm us innocent people. She warned Yi Fan. His liquor isn't so easy to drink as a punishment. In her opinion, the only way Zhang Daqiang could have valued Yi Fan so much was if Yi Fan had lied to him. There was no other way this scene could have played out. How could Yi Fan be better than her husband? Yi Fan nodded repeatedly while eating his lobster. Understood, understood. Han's mother also couldn't bear to see Yi Fan getting the better of her son. You should know your place. You can't mess with Zhang Daqiang. Yi Fan spat out the lobster shell. Yes, yes, yes. Get your act together. Han Sisi curled her lips. Don't even start bragging that you have a good relationship with Zhang Daqiang. Even if you do, there's nothing to be proud of. Zhang Daqiang isn't clean. Getting chummy with him, you might not get any benefits, and your head might end up being chopped off. This is not a few decades ago. Only by earning money cleanly can you last. Zhang Daqiang won't last too long either. She looked at Yi Fan with contempt. If you want to bring glory to your family, you still have to work for a big company. Han's mother nodded in agreement. That's right, times are different now. Dishonest ways won't last. Big companies are the way to go. Han Jianfeng felt a bit awkward, since he also subcontracted part of Zhang's project. But if it meant he could deflate Yi Fan's ego, he wouldn't speak up. Just walk the right path. Han Sisi, in a tone of teaching Yi Fan a lesson, said, The day you have half of my accomplishments, you can say you've done something to make the Tang family proud. She stopped mid-sentence, because in her field of vision, another group of well-dressed men and women had appeared. And one of them was a familiar face. Han Sisi dropped Yi Fan and excitedly ran to the door. She called out to the well-dressed man at the front. President Lin, hello? Yi Fan turned his head to look. It was Lin Baishan. Dressed fashionably, in pointed leather shoes, tight-fitting pants, and an Armani top. He was effeminate but wealthy, and his aura was powerful. The bandages on his head and hands, however, made him look somewhat comical. Hearing Han Sisi call out to President Lin, Han's father and mother subconsciously stood up to greet him. President Lin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Han Sisi made herself appear gentle and charming, and her arrogance turned into enthusiasm. I have always wanted to thank President Lin for your cultivation, but I have never had the chance. I wonder if President Lin could give me a chance today to treat you and your friends to a meal? The Han family relatives nodded secretly. Han Sisi's people skills were truly excellent. Sisi, Lin Baishan casually glanced over the Han family, then focused on Yi Fan, who was eating lobster. He paused, seemingly surprised to meet Yi Fan there. His cold expression instantly softened. Seeing Lin Baishan walking in with large strides, Han Sisi was even happier. President Lin, thank you for giving me the honor. Mom, this is the general manager of the Wu Hu Group's branch office in Zhonghai, and also someone who has helped me a lot. Han's mother and the family were full of pride. Han Jianfeng also raised his chin, proud of his sister. He even rolled up his sleeves, ready to shake hands. However, Lin Baishan ignored the Han family, walking straight past them. He came to Yi Fan and said respectfully, Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? The respectful voice, neither too loud nor too soft, struck Han Sisi's parents and relatives like a bolt from the blue. Han Sisi's face changed drastically, becoming ashen. Han's family relatives were also shocked as they looked at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, when did he come? Han Sisi said in disbelief. Manager Lin, you know Yi Fan? Lin Baishan ignored her completely, instead smiling warmly at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, It's good to see you. And a pleasure to see you, madam. I never imagined I'd run into you both here. What a stroke of luck for me. Confirming that the two knew each other, and seeing how respectfully Lin Baishan treated Yi Fan, the Han Jianfeng family completely froze. Han Cici's small mouth also opened silently. No one had expected Yi Fan to know their top boss, and none other than Lin Baishan himself. Tang Ruoxu didn't have a good impression of Lin Baishan, but out of politeness, she gave a slight nod. Hello, Manager Lin? Yi Fan, however, was not polite, dropping the shrimp shells on the table. What do you want? Towards a guy who tried to take liberties with Tang Ruoxu, Yi Fan wouldn't forgive him just because he lost an arm. Young Master Yi, I was in the wrong last time. I've been wanting to apologize, but I haven't had the opportunity. Feeling Yi Fan's animosity, Lin Baishuan's heart trembled and he bowed deeply. Tonight, I wonder if young Master Yi would grace me with his presence and allow Lin Baishan to treat you to a meal. He had already found out that Yi Fan was the lifesaver of Song Hongyan's daughter, and that Song Hongyan had even knelt down to thank him. Thinking of his actions towards Tang Ruoxu at the Western restaurant, Lin Baishan really wanted to beat himself to death. So when he saw Yi Fan, he wanted to make amends. At the same time, he wanted to suck up to the big shot. If he could build a good relationship with Yi Fan, he would have a chance to enter the core level and change from one of the 18 Arhats to one of the 8 Vajras. Yi Fan originally wanted to refuse directly, but Tang Ruoxu gently pulled his sleeve, signaling him to give the man some face. Some other time, I'm full tonight. Yi Fan held back the words telling him to get lost. He wiped his hands with a napkin and stood up. Leave your business card. If I have time one day, and I remember, I'll let you treat me to that meal. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Lin Baishan quickly took out a business card and respectfully handed it to Yi Fan. I truly hope young Master Yi will give me a chance to make amends. Yi Fan gave a perfunctory nod and casually slipped it into his pocket. Han Cici's family almost coughed up blood at the sight. Lin Baishan, whom they had been trying so hard to please, was nothing but an ant in Yi Fan's eyes. The gap was simply too vast. Han Cici felt even worse. A loser should always be a loser. Why is he having a reversal, and one reversal after another? She was about to cry. I won't disturb everyone's meal. I won't disturb everyone's meal. Lin Baishan, knowing when to stop, straightened up, then smiled at Han Cici. Cici, why didn't you tell me earlier that young Master Yi was a relative of yours? It sounded like a complaint, but there was a hidden message in it. Han Cici's eyes lit up. Yi Fan's light, in different words, extinguished Han Cici's thoughts. We're not close. Ruoxu, let's go home. Then, he took Tang Ruoxu and left the private room. I understand. Lin Baishan nodded repeatedly and respectfully saw Yi Fan out. Han Cici's expression was very gloomy. Then, she looked at everyone awkwardly. This was completely self-inflicted. She thought she was doing well enough, having been promoted to manager after 2 years, with a monthly salary of 50,000. She thought she had the right to look down on Yi Fan, a good-for-nothing. But now, compared to him, she was nothing at all. Moreover, her insults towards Yi Fan might very well get her kicked out by Lin Baishan. Grandpa Nine once again slammed the table. A son should be like that. A son should be like that. After leaving the Grand Fortune restaurant, Tang Ruoxu lost all her restraint and happily hugged Yi Fan. For the past year, she had been the laughingstock of her relatives. Tonight, she finally received looks of envy and jealousy, so she was also much warmer to Yi Fan. However, she quickly realized what she was doing and hurriedly pulled away. Yi Fan didn't let her go. He grabbed her hand, and though Tang Ruoxu tried to break free, Yi Fan held it firmly. In the end, Tang Ruoxu could only let Yi Fan hold her hand. The relationship between the two of them had undergone a qualitative change. Just as they were about to get into the car to leave, they heard a commotion ahead. Help, someone has fainted. Tang Ruoxu and Yi Fan were stunned and ran towards the crowd not far away. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the incident, where a white-haired old man was lying on the ground, looking about 60 years old and extremely emaciated. Especially his facial features, which looked like a skeleton, were terrifying to see at night. At that moment, his eyes were tightly closed, his body curled up and trembling slightly. A pretty girl wearing a Givenchy shirt was anxiously kneeling beside him. The girl was calling for an ambulance, yelling the address through the phone, telling them to hurry and save the person. Then she shouted to the onlookers, "Is there a doctor here? Is there a doctor who can help my grandpa with first aid?" The old man's face was slowly turning black, and the rise and fall of his chest was also weakening. Everyone could see that the situation was not optimistic, and there was a good chance that the man would die before the ambulance even arrived. When the crowd heard the girl's cries, they subconsciously stopped filming with their phones and looked around, scanning to see if there were any medical personnel in the group. A few people hesitated, but ultimately did not step forward to help. In this day and age, no one sought to be heroic, only to avoid any trouble. Ah! Suddenly, the old man wrapped his arms around his shoulders, trembling, and his expression became even more pained. Seeing this, the Givenchy girl became even more anxious. She scanned the crowd and shouted, "Who can help my grandpa? I will give them 100,000, no, 1 million." The crowd gasped. This girl was incredibly wealthy. "I'll go take a look." Seeing the old man in critical condition, Yi Fan prepared to step forward. Tang Ruoxue swiftly pulled him back. "What are you going to do? Looking to get 1 million?" Yi Fan said softly. "No, I want to save him." Tang Ruoxue said crossly. "You just watched a few health programs and you had some luck saving Qianqian. Don't think you're a miracle doctor now." Yi Fan explained, "No, Ruoxue, the patient is in bad shape. I want to see if I can help." "What can you help with? Your luck won't always be there for you." Tang Ruoxue pulled at Yi Fan. "And look at the patient's clothes. They're very rich and influential. Treating this kind of person, if you succeed, the reward will be great. But if something goes wrong, it won't be just a simple apology that's needed. You might very well lose your life. So, I don't want you to get involved." Tang Ruoxue had finally changed her opinion of Yi Fan and hoped he would live a down-to-earth life. Only that way would the two of them have a future together. "Ruoxue, don't worry, I won't recklessly try to save anyone." Yi Fan knew what she was worried about. "I'll just go take a look." Tang Ruoxue's pretty face turned stern. "You're not allowed to go." If Yi Fan was a proper doctor, Tang Ruoxue wouldn't have stopped him like this. But Yi Fan was just someone who watched a few lectures on traditional Chinese medicine. He didn't even have a license to practice medicine. For him to go join the hustle and bustle, the risk was too great. One wrong move, and he could be accused of murder. At that moment, the old man groaned painfully, and the Givenchy girl shouted through her tears, "Is there a doctor here?" "Ruoxue, I'll explain later. I have to save him now." Yi Fan broke free from Tang Ruoxue's grasp, then pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Let me take a look." Tang Ruoxue stamped her foot in anger. "Yi Fan, you're a doctor? Quickly, take a look at my grandpa." The Givenchy girl grabbed Yi Fan like a drowning person would grab a lifeline. "If you save my grandpa, I'll give you 1 million." Yi Fan examined the old man at close range. In just a moment, blood had started seeping from the old man's eyes, his throat had swollen, and his mouth had cracked. Without further ado, Yi Fan reached out and took the old man's wrist. The life and death jade spun. State, toxin spreading, failure of vital organs. The old man's condition was instantly clear to him. Although Yi Fan already had 2 white glows, enough to instantly revive the old man, he was reluctant to use them. He also wanted to use his medical skills to save people and accumulate more white glows. He pulled out the needle box he carried with him, took out 3 silver needles, and after quickly disinfecting them, he swiftly pierced them into the old man's body. The Tai Chi Divine Needles 6 style for elements detoxification. His technique wasn't perfect, but his needling was swift. As he twisted his wrist, the silver needles went whoosh, 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 landing successively. The Xiaohai, Xiuza, and Chai's acupoints vibrated instantly. 3 needles sealed the poison. The old man groaned, and his painful expression stopped. The bleeding from his eyes and the swelling also dissipated. Yi Fan didn't stop, picking up the 4th, 5th, and 6th needles. At this moment, the crowd became noisy again. Han's father and mother, who happened to be passing by, squeezed in to find out what was going on. When Han's father saw Yi Fan saving someone, he subconsciously blurted out, "Huh, the good-for-nothing knows medicine." Han's mother had been severely struck by Yi Fan tonight. The whole family had been humiliated, so she was full of hatred for Yi Fan. She gave a sharp, mocking laugh. "If he knows medicine, pigs can fly. He must be showing off. Kid, be careful. Don't kill someone with your quackery and end up in jail." Yi Fan ignored the Han couple and calmly placed 3 more needles. The Tsuchi, Higu, and kneading points vibrated. 3 needles gathered the poison. The poison that had spread throughout the old man's body gathered like a tide in his abdomen. Hearing Han's parents' words, the Gavinci girl was stunned. She subconsciously asked Yi Fan, "You're not a doctor?" "He's a doctor? Then I'm Hua Tua." Before Yi Fan could respond, Han's mother scoffed, looking at Yi Fan with a disdainful expression. "His name is Yi Fan. He is a live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. He has no job, eats soft rice. Do you think any hospital would hire him?" She was trying to sow discord. "If you let him mess around like this, your grandpa might die." Tang Ruoxue, who had squeezed into the crowd, frowned. "Annie, show some decency." Although Tang Ruoxue also thought that Yi Fan's medical skills were unreliable, seeing him so selflessly saving people, she temporarily held back her complaints. "I'm doing this for his own good. I'm reminding him not to think that just because he knows a few people, he's invincible and knows everything." Han's mother stared at Yi Fan mockingly. "If he causes a death, even a god wouldn't be able to save him." "What? You're not a doctor?" The Gavinci girl's face changed drastically upon hearing this. She pulled Yi Fan away and shouted, "If you're not a doctor, what were you doing messing with my grandpa?" At the same moment, the old man's body started convulsing violently. He coughed repeatedly, and his chest heaved violently. Han's mother shouted with glee, "He's dying, he's dying." "Shut up, Grandpa, what's wrong?" The Gavinci girl held the old man up and cried, "Doctor, is there a doctor?" Yi Fan almost fell over. He steadied himself and said, "He still needs 3 more needles. If I put 3 more needles, he'll be half recovered." "Get out of here!" The Gavinci girl was furious. "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my grandpa, I won't let you off." Han's mother poured fuel on the fire, "Call the police and arrest him. I can testify for you. He's practicing medicine without a license." If Yi Fan was arrested and put in jail, she could finally sleep soundly. Tang Ruoxue ran up and pulled Yi Fan up. "Yi Fan, that's enough. Don't interfere anymore." No, he still needs 3 more needles. Otherwise, something bad will happen to him." Yi Fan broke free from Tang Ruoxue. Then, with a sway of his body, avoided the Gavinci girl's attempt to stop him, and whoosh, 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 the 3 needles landed on the old man's body. Rivers surged, currents were turbulent, forcing the dragon out of the abyss. Just as Yi Fan was about to place the final needle, the Gavinci girl rushed over and knocked it away. "You bastard!" she roared. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill my grandpa?" As soon as her voice fell, the old man's stomach rumbled, and at the same time, his body twitched, and he raised his head. The next second, he vomiting a large pile of food. After vomiting, the old man calmed down. Not only had the blackness gone from his face, but his breathing also became smoother. However, Yi Fan's expression was still grave. The poison was neutralized, but the source of the poison had not been forced out. The danger had not yet passed. "Get out of here!" The Gavinci girl pushed Yi Fan away, and pointing at Yi Fan's nose, she cursed. "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my grandpa, I won't let you off." Yi Fan frowned slightly. This woman not only was not grateful, but was also so rude. Tang Ruoxue pulled Yi Fan back a few steps. Whoop whoop. At this moment, an ambulance arrived and several medical personnel ran over. They quickly assessed the old man and concluded that he had suffered from heat stroke. After giving him oxygen, the old man slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and all of his vital signs gradually returned to normal. Everyone could see that the danger had temporarily passed. "Doctors, thank you, thank you." Seeing the old man's condition improve, the Givenchy girl was moved to tears and expressed her gratitude to the medical personnel. Thank goodness you arrived on time. Otherwise, something might have happened to my grandpa. I will repay you handsomely. The medical personnel waved their hands and then put the old man on a stretcher, preparing to take him to the hospital for further examination. Yifan quickly called out to the Givenchy girl, "Miss, your grandpa is poisoned. He still needs one more needle to remove the root of the poison. Otherwise, poison?" The Givenchy girl was furious. "You liar. You just poked my grandpa with needles randomly. I'm going to beat you to death." She had just eaten with her grandpa, and she was fine. How could her grandpa be poisoned? The girl slapped Yifan. Slap. Before the slap could reach Yifan, Tang Ruoxue grabbed her wrist. "Miss, Yifan was trying to help. No one stepped forward to help at the time. He went to help you save someone, and if you're not thankful, there's no need to hit him. If something happens to your grandpa, you can go call the police. Hitting people won't solve the problem." Halfway through her words, she suddenly switched her tone, and an irresistible aura emanated from her. "Besides, what do you think you are? You dare to hit my husband? I can look down on him, but that doesn't mean an outsider can bully him." Tang Ruoxue was uncharacteristically dominant. "If your grandpa has issues because of Yifan, we'll take responsibility. We'll pay with our lives if we have to." She was like a protective mother tiger, making Yifan slightly stunned. This was the first time Tang Ruoxue had so clearly defended him. The Givenchy girl was also taken aback, somewhat surprised by Tang Ruoxue's dominance. Then she angrily broke free of her wrist. "You better hope that nothing happens to my grandpa. Otherwise, I'll make you all pay with your lives." She quickly walked towards the ambulance not far away. Han's father and mother looked at Yifan with schadenfreude. Tang Ruoxue turned around and kicked Yifan. "I told you not to interfere, and you just wouldn't listen." Yifan rubbed his shin, feeling a lot of pain, but inside, he was smiling from ear to ear. He had felt the woman's concern. Han's mother looked at Yifan smugly. "Good for nothing, acting like a shaman. You finally hit a brick wall." "Huh?" Han's father also scoffed. "Miracle doctor? Pooey. Uncle, you had kidney problems when you were young and didn't get it properly treated. This has caused your kidney function to be subpar." Yifan squinted his eyes. "You frequently go to the bathroom at night." Han's father was shocked. "You, how do you know?" Yifan ignored him and continued. "Your liver isn't good. You have a fiery temper, and you get angry often. You also have severe fatty liver disease." Han's father looked at Yifan in disbelief. Yifan didn't stop, looking towards the gleeful Han's mother. "Annie, you've not been feeling well recently, have you?" Han's mother's eyelids twitched. "What business is it of yours? If I'm not mistaken, you've had a fever, headaches, and joint pain for the past 2 weeks." Yifan finished his diagnosis in one breath. "And some rashes on your body. Is that right?" Han's mother's face changed. "How is this possible? How could you know?" Yifan said faintly, "Your illness is not difficult to cure, but it must be treated in time. Otherwise, you will harm yourself and others." Han's father subconsciously asked, "What illness is this?" "In ancient times, it was called Hualu." Yifan smiled, and after saying that, he strode away. "Now it is called syphilis." Han's mother was terrified. "You!" Before she could react, Han's father had already slapped her across the face. It was 11 at night when Yifan and Tang Ruoxue returned to the Tang family residence. Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiuling were already asleep, so the young couple moved quietly. Although Yifan was still concerned about the old man's condition, the Givenchy girl had dismissed him as a charlatan, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Perhaps because it wasn't a permanent cure, Yifan noticed that the white patches hadn't increased. There were still 2. Yifan was the last to shower. After drying his hair and doing his laundry, he finally pushed open the bedroom door. He discovered that Tang Ruoxue was still awake, watching a video with a bedside lamp on. Tang Ruoxue, nestled in bed, was dressed casually. A white silk slip dress draped over her, like flowing water, soft and smooth. Most of her fair skin was exposed, and faintly, the black lace trim on her outer thigh could be seen. But as soon as she saw Yifan enter, she pulled the quilt over herself, covering all the exposed skin. On the other side of the video was a woman with a pointed face, sitting cross-legged on a sofa, her legs snow-white, outlining an alluring curve. Yi Fan knew her. She was Tang Ruoxue's distant cousin, Zhao Xiaoye, with whom she was close, and also someone who always looked down on him. "Oh, Ruoxue, your illness is cured, so why haven't you divorced that good-for-nothing yet?" Zhao Xiaoye caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's shadow. "And you still let him stay in the same bedroom as you?" Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan. "He's my legal husband. Where else should he sleep if not in my room?" "Oh, I remember. You said he sleeps under the bed." Zhao Xiaoye tilted her chin. "Still, it's not good for a man and woman to share a room like that. It's better not to let my brother know about this, or he'll be upset," she reminded Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He knew Zhao Xiaoye's brother, Zhao Dongyang, a well-known second-generation rich kid in Zhonghai. He had been a crazy pursuer of Tang Ruoxue, declaring more than once in public that he would live and die for her. But when he heard that Tang Ruoxue was seriously ill, he quickly went abroad, seemingly worried that the Tang family would want him to be a live-in son-in-law for good luck. Zhao Xiaoye had also lost contact with Tang Ruoxue for half a year, only recently reconnecting through unknown means. "I have nothing to do with your brother. Why should I care if he's happy or not?" Tang Ruoxue stretched languidly. "Xiaoye, stop trying to matchmake me with him. No way. From the moment I met you, I've thought of you as my future sister-in-law." Zhao Xiaoye seemed to be showing off to Yi Fan. "No one but my brother is worthy of you. A year ago, if he hadn't had to leave the country temporarily for business, you would already be my sister-in-law. How could that good-for-nothing have touched you?" "Ruoxue, when are you going to divorce that useless man?" Zhao Xiaoye added. "My brother will be back in the next couple of days, and he'll definitely pursue you fiercely then. With that good-for-nothing Yi Fan around, it will affect the two of you being together." "Divorce?" Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan, her tone a bit defiant. "We'll see." Yi Fan chuckled wryly, knowing she was still angry. Zhao Xiaoye pouted. "What do you mean?" "We'll see. You have to get a divorce. Otherwise, how can you marry my brother? How can you enter the Zhao family?" Tang Ruoxue frowned. "Xiaoye, there's no possibility of me and your brother. My brother is so outstanding. Loads of women want to marry him. Only because you're my best friend did I keep my brother for you." Zhao Xiaoye tilted her chin. "Don't act too proud." Tang Ruoxue leaned back on her pillow. "I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I have a meeting tomorrow. I'm going to sleep." "Okay, good night," Zhao Xiaoye half-jokingly, half-seriously said. "But you must be faithful. Don't let Yi Fan take advantage of you. My brother will want proof of your virginity on your wedding night. If something happens then, I can't protect you and Yi Fan." Tang Ruoxue frowned and ended the video call. Yi Fan finished drying his hair, took out his bedding, and silently lay down. He wasn't very good at girls. Tang Ruoxue subconsciously clenched her fist. "That jerk, he almost caused a disaster tonight. Doesn't he have anything to say to me?" She thought of how Yi Fan had ignored her advice and caused the Givenchy girl to curse him out, and a feeling of annoyance rose in her heart. Tang Ruoxue told herself not to care about Yi Fan, but the anger in her heart kept bubbling up, making her very irritable. She yanked open the door to the inner room and rushed out. "Yi Fan, I need to set some rules with you." Yi Fan sat up. "Okay." Tang Ruoxue raised her pretty face. "First, from today onwards, be more ambitious and stop letting people think you're a good-for-nothing." Yi Fan's gaze softened. "Okay." "Second, put away your shallow medical skills and stop hurting yourself and others." Tang Ruoxue scoffed. "I know you're kind-hearted. When you see a patient, it reminds you of your mother, and you empathize so much you want to treat them. But you can't be reckless. You'll hurt other people and cause trouble for yourself." She stared coldly at Yi Fan. "Promise me you won't practice medicine haphazardly anymore." Yi Fan nodded. "Okay, I promise." He was prescribing the right medicine for the right condition. It was anything but haphazard. Tang Ruoxue sighed in relief. "Third, find a decent job as soon as possible. It doesn't have to pay a high salary, just something that gives you something to do." Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Okay, you promised me that yourself." A hint of gentleness appeared on Tang Ruoshua's pretty face. If I find out you broke your promise, I'll tell your mother on you. She curled up the corners of her mouth. Any objections? For the past year, Yi Fan had only brought her humiliation and disappointment. In the last few days, she had finally seen some hope, and Tang Ruoshua didn't want Yi Fan to seek attention. Being down to earth was what Yi Fan needed to do. For this reason, she was doing her best to avoid mentioning the restoration of the Cloud Top Manor, to avoid stimulating Yi Fan's ego and causing trouble. If I do everything you ask, what will be my reward? Yi Fan chuckled as he asked. Tang Ruoshua pondered for a moment, her pretty face blushing slightly. What do you want? Yi Fan immediately became energized. I want to sleep with you. Beast! 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 Tang Ruoshua scolded a few times, then slammed the door and went to sleep. He was such a beast. Here she was hoping he'd be ambitious, and he's thinking of sleeping with her. So shameless. Tang Ruoshua gritted her teeth, wanting to cut Yi Fan into 1,000 pieces, but then found she didn't feel the same old annoyance. I just wanted to sleep in the inner room. Yi Fan drowsily laid down. Today was something to celebrate. Their relationship had changed for the better. Then he began to think about Tang Ruoshua's 5 million funding gap. Tang Ruoshua's predicament was also his predicament. 5 million, just thinking about the number, made Yi Fan's head ache. Although he'd made more than $1 million in the past week, it was still a long way from 5 million. It seemed he needed to work hard to earn money. Yi Fan clenched his fist. Is the floor cold? At that moment, a voice floated out from the inner room. It was Tang Ruoshua. Yi Fan blurted out, "It's not cold." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Fan slapped himself twice. The next morning, after the Tang family of 3 went to work, Yi Fan quickly finished the housework, preparing to go to the job market to find a job. Tang Ruoshua wanted him to work so much. He always needed to have a job as a shield. But before he could leave, Song Hongyin's call came through. "Little benefactor, where are you?" Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze. "Are you free now?" Yi Fan's expression tightened. "Ms. Song, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Qianqian?" Qianqian was the first person he had saved, and she was so young. Yi Fan didn't want anything to happen to her. Song Hongyan revealed a trace of emotion. No, Qianqian is stable now. She won't be in any more danger." Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good Qianqian is okay. I'm free." "Ms. Song, what can I do for you?" "Yi Fan, don't call me Ms. Song, just call me Hongyan or Sister Yin." Song Hongyan said helplessly with a smile. "You're Qianqian's benefactor. Calling me Ms. Song is too formal." "Okay, then I'll call you Sister Yin." Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. "But you don't call me little benefactor either. Just call me Yi Fan." Song Hongyan chuckled. "Okay, I'll call you Yi Fan or little brother." "Little brother?" Yi Fan felt awkward. "Sister Yin, why did you call me?" "It's like this. An elder of mine suddenly fell ill half a month ago, and his stomach often churns painfully." Song Hongyan explained simply. "He only feels better when he eats something cold. Once he eats anything warm or has hot water, he becomes extremely painful and can even faint. He's been to many hospitals and seen many doctors, but nothing has improved at all. In fact, his nerves are getting weaker. In less than half a month, he's lost 20 pounds, and his spirit is at its lowest point. Last night, he forced himself to go out for dinner, but fainted in the parking lot, almost dying. Your medical skills are superb. You saved Qianqian twice, so I was thinking of asking you for help." Song Hongyan had absolute faith in Yi Fan. "Is it convenient for you to come with me? I can go and take a look." Yi Fan agreed without hesitation. "But I can't guarantee I can cure him." He knew that unless she was desperate and that the two families were close, Song Hongyan wouldn't bother him. "Then thank you so much." Song Hongyan was overjoyed. "Yi Fan, send me your address. I'll come pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan smacked himself on the head, remembering his agreement with Tang Ruoshua. If she found out that he was going to save someone, he would be in trouble. He reminded himself to agree with Song Hongyan on what they would tell Tang Ruoshua. Beep beep. Soon a Ferrari stopped in front of the villa. The window lowered, revealing Song Hongyan's beautiful face. She no longer had the haggard and desperate look she had when Qianqian had her accident. She radiated her original charm and vibrancy. It was like a flower that was about to wither had blossomed again. Her posture was elegant and slightly languid, half her body leaning against the seat. Yi Fan, get in. Her eyebrows were like paintings, her eyes hazy like smoke, and she exuded an amazing charm. Looking at the waiting woman, Yi Fan was slightly stunned and inexplicably felt his breathing quicken. The previous 2 times they had met, he had been focused on saving Qianqian, so Yi Fan hadn't paid much attention to Song Hongyan. Now looking carefully, she was absolutely a great beauty. He took a deep breath, grabbed a box of silver needles, and got into the car. The car smelled intoxicating, and especially Song Hongyan's legs, so white they made one's head spin. Do you want to say hello to Ms. Tang? Song Hongyan smiled flirtatiously, like a night blooming Sirius, beautiful beyond compare. No need, let's go. Yi Fan's breathing was slightly rapid, then he activated the Tai Chi Sutra to suppress it. Song Hongyan glanced at Yi Fan, noticing that his expression was calm and his gaze was clear, without a trace of lust. She was very surprised by Yi Fan's self-control. She was very aware of her charm. In the whole of Zhonghai, except for those old foxes, no one could resist her allure. What a special little man. Song Hongyan's interest grew, and then she exclaimed, ouch, and leaned toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan subconsciously reached out and supported her, but Song Hongyan's soft right hand slid between Yi Fan's seat and the center console. A firm grasp. Yi Fan instantly froze. Song Hongyan leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear, her hot breath tickling him. I thought my charm had faded. At 10 o'clock that morning, the Ferrari drove into a secluded manor. The manor was vast, with many servants and bodyguards. The architectural style was a hidden dragon-absorbing yang structure, indicating it was a wealthy family. Yi Fan followed Song Hongyan into the hall and was even more shocked by the items on display. The nearly 1,000-square-meter hall was a sea of antiques. Paintings, calligraphy, porcelain, war knives, jade, and even mummies were on display, with a value of at least 1 billion. It was too luxurious. Ni Song, long time no see. What wind brought you here? Just as Yi Fan was curiously looking around, a coughing sound came from the second floor. Then several men and women were seen, escorting an old man into view. The old man was tall, but thin, and because he was emaciated, he looked like a bamboo pole. Yi Fan recognized him at first glance. He was the old man who had fainted in front of the Grand Hotel last night. He thought the world was truly small. Uncle Hua, I don't want to come either. My daughter is still in the hospital. Song Hongyan chuckled, leading Yi Fan up the stairs. But I heard your health was getting worse and worse, so I brought Yi Fan to see you. The two families were clearly close, so the conversation was relaxed. Hearing that his health was getting worse, the family members looked even more sad. It was clear that everyone knew that if the old man continued in this state, he would die in less than a month. You were so kind. The old man laughed. But you don't need to be sad for me. Life and death are predestined. Wealth is determined by fate. I've come to terms with it. By the way, how is Qianqian doing? Is her injury serious? The old man spoke with great concern. I just auctioned off some ginseng. You can take it back to Qianqian later. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hua. Qianqian is fine. She's out of danger. Song Hongyan smiled and introduced Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this is Mr. Han Nanhua, a Zhonghai antique tycoon. Uncle Hua, this is my younger brother, also my great benefactor, Yi Fan. He was the one who saved Qianqian. I brought him here today to have a look at you. She explained her intention. Yi Fan? Saved Qianqian? Han Nanhua smiled and shook hands with Yi Fan. At this age, you have the ability to bring someone back from the brink of death. A young hero. A young hero. Brother Yi, well done. Yi Fan quickly replied, You're too kind, Mr. Han. Sister Yan's friend is also my friend. At the same time, he activated the life and death stone. The situation was still the same as the night before. Although he had used the 4 forms of detoxification to save Han Nanhua last night, the last needle had been knocked away by the Givenchy girl, missing the opportunity to drive out the source of the poison in one go. After one night, Han Nanhua's poison began to spread again, and he was facing death. "Ah, it's you liar?" At that moment, a girl ran down from upstairs. It was a Givenchy girl from last night. She was shocked to see Yi Fan. Then she became furious. "You liar! You almost killed my grandfather last night, and you dare come to our house today?" She pointed her finger at Yi Fan and shouted, Someone grab him and send him to the police station. Han Yu, what's going on? Do you know Yi Fan?" Seeing the girl confronting Yi Fan so aggressively, Song Hongyan was surprised. "You say he's a con man, a charlatan. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Han Nanhua waved his hand to stop his bodyguards. This is the person your Song's sister brought. How could he be a con man? Don't talk nonsense. He's a con man? Han Yu glared at Yi Fan. Last night, he almost killed Grandpa. Several other family members also looked doubtful, clearly feeling that Yi Fan was too young to be a doctor. Han Yu quickly recounted what had happened the night before, then stared at Yi Fan and gritted her teeth as she spoke. If I hadn't stopped him from giving injections in time, Grandpa would have been in serious trouble. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "For $1 million, you really are reckless," Yi Fan said calmly. "The injections I gave last night were to save someone. Without my 8 needles, Mr. Han would have died from the poisoned blood." Han Yu's pretty face darkened. "You dare curse my grandpa? Do you dare admit in front of everyone that you have no medical experience and no medical license?" She was full of hostility towards Yi Fan. After returning last night and thinking about it, she had been terrified. Her grandfather had almost been killed by him. "Han Yu, Yi Fan doesn't have a medical license, he's not a doctor, and I don't know the details of what happened last night." Song Hongyan stood up without hesitation, "But I can guarantee that his medical skills are absolutely top-notch." Cece's life was hanging by a thread twice, and both times Yi Fan brought her back to life. As for $1 million, Yi Fan really doesn't need it. If he needs it, I can give him 100 million, even 1 billion at any time. She supported Yi Fan unconditionally. Han Yu snorted coldly. "Then it can only be said that you, Sister Song, have been deceived." What are you saying? "Hong Yan is also doing this for my sake." Han Nanhua glared at his granddaughter. "Besides, I'm just an old horse waiting to die." "Brother Yi, I'm sorry. This is my granddaughter, Han Yu. She's young and impetuous. Please forgive her." Han Nanhua was always approachable. Han Yu was still furious, convinced that Yi Fan was a con man, but seeing her grandfather's and Song Hongyan's attitudes, she had no choice but to suppress her anger. "Mr. Han, let's cut the small talk." Yi Fan also got straight to the point. "I can cure your illness." Han Yu sneered. "You can cure it?" "Mr. Han's situation is not so much an illness as a source of poison inside your body." Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. "As long as the source of the poison is eradicated, Mr. Han will be safe." Han Nanhua was stunned. "A source of poison? But the hospital test last night didn't find any toxins in my body." Yi Fan replied directly. "They didn't find any toxins because I forced the toxins out last night, but the source of the poison is hidden. The toxins were forced out, so they're resolved, right?" Han Yu pressed aggressively. "How can you say my grandfather is still poisoned?" Yi Fan patiently explained. "The toxins from last night are gone, but the source of the poison isn't. After one night, the source is secreting toxins again." "Nonsense! Grandpa's situation is not good, and we are indeed looking for doctors everywhere, but we're not brainless." Han Yu interrupted Yi Fan angrily. "According to you, will my grandfather's body produce toxins on its own?" At the same time, she was complaining in her heart about Song Hongyan's recklessness. She had dared to let someone with no medical qualifications treat her grandfather. Did she really see her grandfather as a dead horse? Yi Fan rubbed his head. "There really is a source of poison in Mr. Han's body." "Oh, really? If there is a real source of poison, why can't the instruments detect it? And why haven't we been poisoned?" Han Yu raised her eyebrows. "You're so young. Why don't you study hard but instead try to deceive people with supernatural tricks?" "I'm sorry, you can deceive Sister Song, but you can't deceive me." Song Hongyan smiled helplessly. "Han Yu, Yi Fan really isn't a con man. Sister Song, I won't blame you, because you are also doing it for my grandfather's sake. Han Yu interrupted Song Hongyan. But to a con man who tries to deceive us again and again, I won't give a good face. Our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. She spoke in a harsh tone and even pushed Yi Fan. Get out, you con man. Yi Fan grabbed her hand, and with a turn of the life and death stone, he instantly understood Han Yu's situation. Sister Yan, Miss Han thinks so little of us. Yi Fan let go of Han Yu's hand, then pulled Song Hongyan out. Let's go. But before I leave, let me add that Mr. Han's life won't last a month. He has a maximum of 7 days, and these 7 days are the time I bought for him last night by resolving the toxins. And to live for 7 days, he also needs to continuously eat cold food, otherwise something will happen in 3 days. For the sake of Song Hongyan's old friendship, Yi Fan kindly reminded the Han family. Live for 7 days? Han Yu was first stunned, then furious. You're cursing my grandfather to die? You bastard, you're so vicious. Get out, you pretender. I don't believe you have any ability. Yi Fan's reminder was taken by Han Yu as anger at being exposed. Whoa! Just then, another roar of a car engine was heard outside, and then a business car stopped at the door. The door opened, and several young figures got out, carrying instruments and medicine boxes. Then, an old man with white hair got out, looking like a sage, with an imposing presence. Yi Fan took a closer look, slightly surprised. The white-haired old man was none other than Sun Xingshou, the top TCM doctor in Zhonghai. Grandpa's son, you're finally back from the capital. Han Yu greeted him with her family. You came just in time, otherwise I would have been fooled by that charlatan. Yukon man, let me tell you, this is Grandpa's son, Sun Xingshou, a great master, a true godlike doctor. As for you, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes, yet you dare to treat Grandpa. Get out, won't you? She glared at Yi Fan beside her. Brother Yi? Sun Xingshou looked around at the sound of his name. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. You're here too? He walked directly past Han Yu and the others, came to Yi Fan, shook his hand, and nearly danced with joy as he shouted. The needles you used last time were indeed the 9 Palaces Yang Resurrection needles. You don't know, when I went back and flipped through ancient books and compared them with the photos I took, I was so excited. He had gone to the capital these past few days to have the photos carefully compared, and finally confirmed that Yi Fan had saved the person using the 9 Palaces Yang Resurrection needles. Sun Xingshou decided to win over Yi Fan at any cost. Yi Fan was very surprised by Sun Xingshou's insight, but still smiled generously. I'm just showing off my limited skills. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Mr. Sun. So you admit it, I didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be someone who knows the 9 Palaces Yang Resurrection needles. Sun Xingshou was as excited as a child. It's truly a blessing from heaven, Brother Yi. Could you help clear up some of my doubts later? I have so many questions about acupuncture techniques that I want to ask you. Please teach me. Please teach me. Seeing this scene, Han Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Sun Xingshou was the top TCM doctor in Zhonghai, and he frequently traveled to the capital to treat dignitaries. Everywhere he went, he was a star surrounded by the moon. Although Han Nanhua had a net worth of tens of billions and was a tycoon in Zhonghai, he still had a bit of a gap in reputation compared to Sun Xingshou. Han Yu deeply admired Sun Xingshou, just like ordinary people worship celebrities. But now, she saw this top-notch divine doctor actually holding a con man's hand with a face full of excitement. Moreover, Sun Xingshou's eyes were practically sparkling. This enthusiastic and flattering attitude made Han Yu feel like she was dreaming. Although Song Hongyan was also surprised by Sun Xingshou's attitude, looking at Han Yu's dumbfounded expression, she suddenly felt a sense of triumph. Song Hongyan had also been holding back a stomach full of anger because of Han Yu's accusations against Yi Fan. Only for the sake of Han Nanhua's feelings did Song Hongyan not lose her temper. Now, Han Yu's respected Sun Xingshou was so enthusiastic towards Yi Fan. What else could be said? Divine Dr. Sun, he's just a charlatan. Don't be fooled by him. Han Yu couldn't stand it and reminded Sun Xingshou. Last night, he almost killed my grandfather. Charlatan? Sun Xingqiu was taken aback, then chuckled. If Brother Yi is a charlatan, then I'm just useless garbage. Han Yu's expression instantly turned ugly. Divine Doctor Sun, matters of medical discussions can wait. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Mister. Han's condition is serious. You should examine him first. Han Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's treat Grandpa first. Sun Xingqiu curiously glanced at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, could it be that you're not confident about this illness? Yi Fan smiled. Divine Doctor Sun, we can explain these things later. Sun Xingqiu didn't pursue the matter further. He suppressed his excitement and gestured for Han Nanhua to sit down on the sofa. He first took Han Nanhua's pulse, then carefully checked with instruments. Finally, he reviewed the diagnoses from several hospitals, a combination of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Sun Xingqiu started out casually, but as time passed, his brows furrowed. This illness is too strange. An hour later, Sun Xingqiu shook his head. The lungs, kidneys, and liver all have some degree of functional failure, but I can't find the cause. Blood tests are normal, and there are no signs of poisoning. It's not senile decay either. How can he have such severe, irregular abdominal pain and fainting spells? It's too strange, too strange. He treated him for another 15 minutes, then stood up with a wry smile. I'm sorry. I can't treat your grandfather's illness. Ah! Hearing that Sun Xingqiu was helpless, Han Yu and the others were shocked. Grandpa's son? You can't cure it either? I don't have a method for now. Sun Xingqiu replied honestly. I can't find the root of the illness, and the instruments can't find anything, so I don't know where to start. I need to go back and think about it carefully and then find a few people for a consultation. Hearing this, Han Yu and the others had dark looks on their faces. They had never imagined that even Sun Xingqiu couldn't save the old man. Brother Yi, have you examined him? Sun Xingqiu looked at Yi Fan. What's your opinion? Before Yi Fan could respond, Han Yu sneered. He said my grandfather was poisoned, with a source of poison in his body. He also said that during the blood test, the toxins were conveniently forced out by him, and the source of the poison was hidden, which is why it couldn't be detected. In a few days, the source of the poison will secrete toxins again, and then my grandfather will be doomed. It's as if my grandfather's body will produce poison on its own. Isn't that ridiculous? She glanced at Yi Fan with disdain. He also said he could cure it. Even you, Grandpa's son, are helpless, so what can he cure? Sun Xingqiu's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, do you really have a way? Yi Fan surveyed Han Nanhua's skeletal appearance, knowing that he was suffering every day, and felt a bit of pity in his heart. I can cure him, but Miss Han doesn't believe me. Han Yu scoffed. Of course, I don't believe you. Your own relatives said you never studied medicine. Yi Fan stared at the stubborn girl and said noncommittally, your liver fire is too strong, you have an endocrine disorder, your periods are irregular, and when you get angry, you often have pain in the back of your head. Also, your left foot was cut last year and soaked in ice water, leaving a serious sequela. Now it's not only often weak, but it also twitches uncontrollably at night. Yi Fan reeled off Han Yu's symptoms. Every time it twitches, it's like a knife cutting flesh, isn't it? Han Yu's eyes were wide with shock, staring at Yi Fan incredulously. You, how did you know? Han Nanhua and the others were also stunned. Your foot was injured? And it twitches. Han Yu's eyelids twitched as she nodded with difficulty. Last year, while ice skating in the north, she accidentally cut her left foot and fell into an ice hole. Although she was fine, her left foot had developed sequelae. The situation was exactly as Yi Fan described. She had nighttime twitching, and Han Yu had seen many doctors, but none of them had any effect. She was a very strong-willed girl, so she hadn't told her family about her left foot injury. So when Yi Fan exposed it in public, she had to be surprised. Could this con man really have some ability? Sun Xingqiu's eyes showed admiration. Brother Ye's skill is higher than mine. Old Han Yue, I suggest you believe Yi Fan this once. Song Hongyan also nodded in agreement. Yes, Yi Fan really has the ability. Brother Yi, Yue is ignorant. I apologize to you on her behalf. Han Nanhua bowed deeply to Yi Fan. I'll let you treat me, I'll accept whatever fate brings. If you can cure me, I'll give you half of my fortune. If you can't cure me, it's not a problem. Things couldn't get any worse. He was suffering too much now. His abdomen was always cramping. He couldn't sleep at all. And although he also doubted Yi Fan's youth, he was the only one who dared to say he could cure him. Mr. Han, you're too serious. Yi Fan had originally wanted to leave, but seeing Han Nanhua looking like a ghost, he felt a sense of pity. After all, the old man's attitude was still good. Han Yu subconsciously shouted, "Grandpa." Yi Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked at Han Yu. "Miss Han, you don't believe in my medical skills, so let's make a bet today. If I can't cure your grandfather today, I will never practice medicine again, and I'll leave the Han family garden on my knees. But if I cure your grandfather, I don't want half of the Han family's wealth. All I want is for you to be my maid for a year. How about it? Miss Han, do you dare to make a bet?" Yi Fan provoked the woman. "This bet is a win-win for you. If you win, you can laugh at me. If you lose, you'll just be washing and cooking for me for a year, and your grandfather will have escaped a disaster." He decided to put a damper on Han Yu's arrogance and make this ignorant woman pay a price. Han Yu was first stunned, then she gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll make a bet with you. Grandpa's son and sister Song can be our witnesses. If I lose, I'll be your maid." After placing the bet, Yi Fan didn't waste any more words and directly instructed Han Yu. "Go, get 10 crickets, 10 beetles, 10 cicadas, 10 dragonflies, and 10 wasps." Han Yu's skin crawled. "What do you need those for?" Yi Fan frowned slightly. "Just go get them. Do you want your grandfather to get better or not? And once you get them, you're going to stir-fry them for me. No chili, but sprinkle them with a little salt. Then seal it and put it in the fridge to chill." He reminded her, "Remember, seal in the aroma." "You pervert." Han Yu almost threw up at the words, glaring at Yi Fan, then left with her bodyguards to complete the arduous task. An hour later, Han Yu appeared before Yi Fan, wearing a mask, holding a large plate of stir-fried wasps and other insects. Golden brown and crispy. Although they had been frozen, the aroma was still extremely tempting. If one didn't know these were insects, they might be tempted to try one. Han Yu was breathing heavily. "You pervert. Here's what you wanted. What are you going to do with it?" She had thrown up 3 or 4 times because of this plate of food. If Yi Fan was just playing with her, she would chop him up and stir-fry him herself. "Quiet." Yi Fan motioned for Han Yu and the others to be silent, and told the bodyguards to keep watch around them, so that no noise would disturb him. Then he took out 2 silver needles and smiled. "Old Han, open your mouth." Was he going to feed him insects? Han Nanhua's scalp tingled at the sight of the plate of food, but he still obediently opened his mouth wide. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingshou watched the scene with interest. Although they didn't know what Yi Fan was doing, they trusted that Yi Fan wouldn't let them down. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Han Nanhua opened his mouth to its widest, Yi Fan inserted 2 needles into his facial acupoints, holding his mouth open. Han Yu was shocked. "Bastard, what are you doing?" "Shut up." Yi Fan didn't hesitate to scold Han Yu, then poured the plate of stir-fried insects into a transparent jar. The next second, he placed the jar over Han Nanhua's mouth. Han Yu panicked, about to shout, but Yi Fan's glare stopped her. The entire room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingshou stared intently at Han Nanhua and the glass jar. 5 minutes quickly passed, but nothing happened. Han Yu's face grew cold. Just as she was about to accuse Yi Fan of being a liar, Sun Xingshou's eyes widened. "Something's crawling out." "Huh?" "Something is crawling out of his mouth." Song Hongyan and the others felt a shiver run down their spines, shifting their positions to get a better view. The next second, they gasped in unison. They saw a pale, inch-long creature slowly emerge from Han Nanhua's mouth. Song Hongyan and the others cried out softly. Han Yu turned away and threw up. She couldn't believe the bizarre and horrifying scene before her eyes. Yi Fan waved his hand to stop everyone from speaking. "Quiet." Han Yu and the others quickly covered their mouths. The white creature moved slowly and was very small, as if it had just been born. It lingered on the edge of his mouth, seemingly reluctant to leave the warmth, but in the end it couldn't resist the lure of the stir-fried insects. Finally, with a soft plop, it slid into the glass jar, eagerly biting into the fragrant insects. Song Hong Yin and the others were terrified. A minute later, seeing that nothing else was crawling out of his mouth, Yi Fan snapped the lid onto the glass jar. "Oh my God, it's a centipede, it's a centipede." Old Han had a centipede in his stomach? How did it get in there? No wonder he couldn't drink hot water and could only eat cold food. It must have been to accommodate the centipede's dietary preferences. A dozen or so people in the room whispered to each other, staring incredulously at the creature in the jar. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Fan removed the 2 silver needles and had someone bring Han Nanhua white wine to rinse his mouth. Han Nanhua ran outside and threw up nonstop. When Han Yu helped him back, Yi Fan patted the glass jar. "This is the source of the poison." Han Yu's face was incredibly embarrassed. Song Hong Yin chuckled. "Uncle Hua, how do you feel now?" Yi Fan handed Han Nanhua a glass of warm water. Cough, cough. Han Nanhua's eyelids twitched, and he took the glass with trembling hands. Every time he had hot food in the past, his stomach would churn, causing unbearable pain. So he felt an instinctive fear holding the glass. But he finally gritted his teeth and gulped it down. A moment later, the glass was empty. His stomach felt a warmth, but the pain was gone. The torment that had been turning his stomach was completely gone. He was overjoyed. It's gone, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Han Yu and the others could sense that Han Nanhua's spirit was much better. "Brother Yi, what exactly happened?" Sun Xingshou's eyes glittered. How could old Han have a centipede in his stomach? Yi Fan smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, old Han likes to eat cold food." "That's right. I'm after the original flavor and texture, so I particularly enjoy eating cold things." Han Nanhua nodded honestly. "Salads, raw beef, sashimi, raw seafood. I eat them all." Yi Fan nodded with a smile. When old Han ate these things, he accidentally ingested a centipede egg. Normally, stomach acid is enough to digest these things, but because old Han often ate raw, cold food, the centipede eggs were given an environment to survive. He pointed at the centipede and explained, "As a result, this centipede hatched and grew bigger, helped by the cold food old Han kept eating." Sun Xingshou shuddered, his eyes lighting up. Centipedes are carnivorous animals that also prefer damp and dark places, so when old Han ate hot food or drank hot water, the centipede would create a ruckus in his stomach. Also, centipedes, regardless of their size, will release poison every 2 weeks. The poison would circulate through old Han's stomach. Because there wasn't much poison at first, old Han didn't have much of a reaction, but his organs slowly started to fail. He finally understood the cause of the illness. And last night the poison had accumulated to its human limit, so old Han's weak body couldn't handle it, and he lost consciousness. Elder Sun is absolutely right. Yi Fan nodded. Last night when I saw old Han, I saw that he was poisoned. I used needles to try to help him resolve the poison and force the poison out. But I was disturbed by Han Yu before I could place the 9th needle, so I was only able to remove the poison and not the source from his body. Han Yu's face was flushed with shame. "It was your relative who said you didn't know medicine." Sun Xingshou asked curiously. "Then why didn't Brother Yi use the needles again to force it out today?" Yi Fan explained with a smile. "Last night I startled it, and if I tried to use needles to force it out today, it would be on its guard. Then it might hide or bite around, and old Han would be in danger. So today, I didn't threaten it, but rather I lured it with food." Yi Fan pointed at the glass jar. "See, it crawled out by itself?" Sun Xingshou sighed in admiration. "Brother Yi, you are simply miraculous." Old Sun is in awe, in awe. Han Yu hesitated before asking, "So, is my grandfather all right now?" "The poison has been removed, but Mr. Han's health is poor. He still needs to take medication for a month." Yi Fan smiled at Han Nanhua. "I will write you a prescription in a moment. Just grab the herbs and decoct it according to the instructions." Han Nanhua hurriedly bowed. "Then we will trouble Brother Yi. Whatever request you have, please feel free to ask." Yi Fan slapped Han Yu on the shoulder. "Call me Master." Yi Fan wrote out a prescription and had the Han family get the herbs as written. Afterwards, he stayed in the kitchen to prepare the medicine himself. Yi Fan noticed that the white light of the life and death jade had finally turned into 3 petals. I wonder if 3 petals are enough to directly save someone? As Yi Fan was thinking this, Sun Xingqiu approached, looking rather uneasy. Yi Fan looked over and smiled. Elder son, what's wrong? Is old Han not feeling well? No, he's fine. I checked him over and his pulse and heartbeat are normal. Sun Xingqiu smiled kindly. He even fell asleep after finishing his hot porridge and is snoring like thunder. We can't even wake him up. This is the first time in half a month that he has slept so soundly. Yi Fan nodded lightly. It's good that he can sleep. As long as he takes a few more doses of my medicine, he'll be completely fine. Brother Yi, you're a miracle worker. Sun Xingqiu showered Yi Fan with praise. At this age, at this level, you're unprecedented. Yi Fan smiled at the words. Elder son, just say what's on your mind. Sun Xingqiu paused, then laughed sheepishly. It seems flattery is an art. Otherwise, you'll be seen through. Brother Yi, it's like this. I have a request. Sun Xingqiu looked like a child, making an unreasonable request. Could you possibly teach me your 9 palaces rejuvenation needling technique? No, I'll pay for it. I'll pay any amount. He lowered his head completely. What's your price? Yi Fan was slightly stunned. This old man wanted to learn the 9 palaces rejuvenation needling technique. Although the 9 palaces rejuvenation only used 9 needles, each needle had 9 variations, which could be combined into 81 needling techniques. For Yi Fan, this technique was insignificant. It was just unexpected that this technique could be sold for money. In the silence, Sun Xingqiu looked at Yi Fan nervously. This ancient needling technique was priceless. Who would willingly give it up so easily? But if he could learn it, not only would his medical skills improve significantly, but the Sun family would have another important heritage and even surpass the Huaguang family in Longdu. So even though he thought it unlikely, he still wanted to ask Yi Fan. If it's not possible, then forget it, I apologize. Sun Xingqiu's face was red, and he was filled with apology. Please forgive me, Brother Yi. What money? Elder son, you're being too polite. Yi Fan laughed. I'll teach you for free. Free? This time, Sun Xingqiu was stunned. You'll teach it to me for free? He couldn't believe it. This was the 9 palaces rejuvenation technique, capable of bringing the dead back to life. If he sold it or opened a school, he would definitely make hundreds of millions. If Yi Fan was willing to trade, he would even trade the rejuvenation hall with Yi Fan. But even with a technique as valuable as this, Yi Fan had said the word free so lightly. Sun Xingqiu was a bit dumbfounded. Of course it's free. Medicine is for saving lives. There's no point in keeping it to yourself. Yi Fan was magnanimous. Come, while I still have some energy, I'll teach you the first needle first. Sun Xingqiu trembled. You're really willing to teach me? Yi Fan nodded. The more people who know it, the more people who can be saved. It could be seen as accumulating good karma. Sun Xingqiu knelt down with a thud. Master, please accept disciple Sun Xingqiu's bow. Han Yu, who had returned with the herbs, was instantly dumbfounded when she saw this scene. You must have given Grandpa's son some kind of voodoo curse. When Sun Xingqiu happily went back to practice, holding the key points Yi Fan had written, Han Yu looked at Yi Fan with despair. Otherwise, how would that old man do such a silly thing? He is a national-level master who is famous throughout China. Yet he is calling you a charlatan master. In Han Yu's view, Yi Fan had some skill, but he was so young, no matter how powerful he was, he could not be at Sun Xingqiu's level. She also couldn't accept her idol's admiration of this charlatan. Without me, the charlatan, your grandfather would have died last night. Yi Fan took the herbs Han Yu had bought and started processing them. You would have become an orphan. You! Han Yu was infuriated, then stubbornly retorted. You were just lucky. Either way, you lost. I am your master for the next year. Yi Fan didn't hold back. You'd better be more respectful, or you'll have a hard time. Hearing the word master, Han Yu's face turned red, and then she stepped forward. Besides the 100 million for Grandpa, I'll give you another 50 million to end our bet. Han Yu threw out the tempting offer with a cold look. How about it? Yi Fan didn't respond, unhurriedly preparing the medicine. Is it not enough? All right, I'll give you 100 million. How about that? It doesn't matter. Yi Fan did not turn his head. For me, 100 million isn't hard to make, but making Miss Hana maid is something that's extremely difficult to achieve. Han Yu scoffed. 200 million. She didn't believe there was anything money couldn't solve. Your grandfather has just recovered and needs to rest for a month. Yi Fan said lazily. For this month, you just need to serve your grandfather well. Next month, I'll have you fulfill your promise. Remember, you're at my beck and call. Yi Fan, don't be too arrogant. Han Yu put her hands on her hips. To make me a maid, do you think you can handle it? Slap. Yi Fan slapped the side of her thigh again. What kind of attitude is that? Damn it. Han Yu cursed Yi Fan and his ancestors. Today, she was not only humiliated, but he also touched her thigh. Her 20 years of purity were all taken by him. Fulfill your promise. Yi Fan reminded her casually. Otherwise, one day your grandfather's condition relapses. How will you beg me? Han Yu's anger vanished. Although Yi Fan was despicable, she had to admit he was still incredibly valuable. At least until she found another doctor to replace Yi Fan. She couldn't afford to have a falling out with him. You'll be struck by lightning. Seeing Yi Fan turn around, Han Yu's eyes darted around, and she kicked Yi Fan in the lower back. Slap! Yi Fan dodged her attack and pulled Han Yu over and pressed her onto the table. Ah! Just as Han Yu was about to scream, a gust of wind struck her. Ah! The slapping sensation from behind made Han Yu cry out in shock. She panicked and forgot to resist, mostly out of disbelief. This bastard was too violent and domineering. Did he not know what it meant to be gentle and considerate? Han Yu screamed, Bastard! Let me go, let me go! Slap, slap, slap! Yi Fan slapped her 18 times in one go, then released the embarrassed and furious Han Yu. Remember, this is the punishment for offending the master. Han Yu covered her rear with her left hand and pointed at Yi Fan with her right, shouting, Bastard! Although her pretty face was frustrated and angry, there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart, as if she couldn't hate Yi Fan. What are you screaming about? Yi Fan glared at her. Do you want me to hit you again? Han Yu quickly retreated a few steps away from Yi Fan. Bastard! Bastard! Her pretty face was so red it was almost dripping water. Just you wait. See how I'll take care of you. Yi Fan said casually. All right, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to take care of me. I love it when beautiful women take care of me. Han Yu raised her eyebrows, about to get angry again, but she saw Yi Fan's bright eyes staring at her. She felt a bit guilty, and her eyes dodged away subconsciously. But then she glared angrily again. I am Han Yu. I am the daughter of the Han family. I am the future heir of Qianbao Group. Why am I afraid to fight back? Why can't I fight back? I'm going to cut you to death. Han Yu angrily grabbed a weapon. Soon, she was holding 2 kitchen knives. The blades gleamed. Her anger soared. Han Yu was in high spirits. Tremble, mortal, Yi Fan said lightly. You're so angry right now. Does your head still hurt? Han Yu was stunned. She dropped the kitchen knives and touched her head, and she was surprised to find that the back of her head, which used to hurt intensely whenever she was angry, now only had a slight pain. She was overjoyed, knowing that this headache made her want to die when it flared up. Those slaps from earlier. I wasn't taking advantage of you, but helping you clear your meridians, alleviating the pressure on your brain nerves, so that you don't get a headache when you're angry. Yi Fan looked at her and said, In these next few days, drink more 24-flavor tea to reduce the liver fire, and your period will return to normal. As for your foot injury, it depends on how you behave. After he finished speaking, Yi Fan, having already prepared the furnace for cooking the medicine, walked out of the kitchen with his hands behind his back. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Han Yu's voice, full of both shame and fear. You, can you hit me a few more times? Yi Fan fell to the ground with a thud. While Yi Fan was only meant to have Han Yu as his maid for a year, Han Nanhua still gave him 100 million as compensation. Han Nanhua was responsible for at least 80% of the success of the Qianbao Group. His expertise not only prevented counterfeit goods from entering the market, but also boosted the group's reputation. His life was crucial to the Qianbao Group. Yi Fan had saved him, which was equivalent to saving the Qianbao Group, So Han Nanhua had to reward Yi Fan regardless. Yi Fan couldn't refuse, so he accepted the check. Then Sun Xingshou also gave him 50 million, saying it was a fee to become his student. When Yi Fan refused, he knelt down and refused to get up. Yi Fan could only laugh and accept the money. Then he left Han's garden with Song Hongyan. Yi Fan had Song Hongyan drive him to the Baohai Bank. He needed to cash the checks to pay off the high-interest loan he had. During the drive, Yi Fan looked at the woman in the driver's seat with gratitude. Sister Yin, thank you for today. 150 million came into the account in half a day. If I hadn't slapped myself twice, I would have thought it was a dream. I'll give you half of the consultation fee as your introduction fee for today. Yi Fan took out a $50 million check. You're slapping your older sister in the face. Song Hongyan smacked Yi Fan's hand away. I should be thanking you for your help. Uncle Hua, being alive is very important to me. I can't take this 50 million. And also, I owe you another favor. The woman smiled brightly, with a hint of flirtatiousness. You can ask for anything, including a personal commitment. Let's not be so formal. Let's forget about checks and favors. Yi Fan felt a surge of heat and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, if you need help with anything, just say the word. I will do my best. Song Hongyan ran her finger down Yi Fan's chin. That's my good little brother. Right, Sister Yin, I'm thinking of finding a job. What do you think I should do? Yi Fan quickly changed the topic. Give me some advice. A job? Song Hongyan's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. You're worth over 100 million now. You can spend your days in clubs with young models. Why would you want to work? And with your medical skills, you can treat a few people a year and earn more than others in their lifetimes. Isn't looking for a job a waste of your time? Yi Fan coughed. I just want to find something to do to keep myself busy. Is that what your wife told you to do? She wants you to find a job, so you'll be less of a burden? Song Hongyan realized and said with a hint of reproach, You're really henpecked. Yi Fan didn't dare to answer. While waiting at a red light, Song Hongyan climbed on Yi Fan's neck and whispered in his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. How about you come and be my personal doctor? I'll pay you whatever you want. What do you say? Yi Fan rubbed his forehead again. It's mainly for my mom. After graduating for a year without a real job, she's worried. Song Hongyan didn't push Yi Fan's weak excuse. It's easy to get a job. The Woohoo Group has dozens of companies, and you can join them anytime, but I don't think it's worth your time. Your medical skills are better than Sun Xingshou's. You should focus your energy on practicing medicine. I suggest you open a clinic. This way, you'll have a legitimate career. You can use your strengths, gain experience, and also earn a lot of money. It's a win-win situation. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. That's right, I can open a clinic. That's a real job. But no, Ruoxua doesn't like me practicing medicine. She'll be upset if she finds out. Yi Fan murmured, and I don't have a medical license. Oh, for goodness sake. Song Hongyan tapped Yi Fan's forehead lightly and said, annoyed. With your skill and connections, getting a medical license will be a piece of cake. As for Tang Ruoxua, please decide your own life. Why do you care what she thinks? If you listen to her so much, if she told you to die, would you die? Let me tell you, I've decided for you. Your job is to open a clinic. I'll help you with the medical license and the clinic. Song Hongyan made the decision for Yi Fan decisively. If Tang Ruoxua breaks up with you over this, you just dump her. I'll take care of you. After saying that, she slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the Baohai Bank. We're here. Get out. After dropping off Yi Fan, she left with a stern face. Yi Fan looked at Song Hongyan's back and smiled helplessly. It was the first time he experienced this kind of overbearing care from a woman, and it warmed his heart. It's just that he was in love with Tang Ruoxua. Then, he looked away and took out the checks from his pocket. He now had 3 checks, totaling 160 million. Yi Fan felt it was unsafe to carry them around, afraid he'd accidentally wash them in the laundry. Yi Fan also planned to pay off his debts, buy a house for his mother, save some cash, and then use the rest of the money to start a small business. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Fan walked into the bank and asked a staff member, Hello, can you tell me where to cash checks? Well, if it isn't Yi Fan? At that moment, A gust of fragrance wafted over, and a tall and beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Fan. It was Zhao Xiaoye, Tang Ruoshua's cousin, the woman from the video last night. Come to the bank to cash checks, feeling powerful, huh? Have you even seen a check before? You gigolo? Zhao Xiaoye's pretty face was full of mockery, not at all polite in pointing out Yi Fan's circumstances in front of everyone. She regarded Tang Ruoshua as her sister-in-law, so she was full of disgust for Yi Fan, feeling that he had sullied Tang Ruoshua's reputation and ruined her life. Zhao Xiaoye's voice was loud, instantly attracting many people, who began whispering after finding out that Yi Fan was a live-in son-in-law. Miss Zhao, please watch your language, Yi Fan said calmly. I'm a bank client here to cash checks, not to be humiliated by you. A client, you gigolo? Zhao Xiaoye crossed her arms, looking disdainfully. These checks are probably just pocket money that Ruoshua gave you, right? You're really embarrassing. The Tang family feeds and houses you. Isn't that enough? You're still spending Ruoshua's hard-earned money. Are you even a man? Her pretty face was full of disgust, thinking that Yi Fan was worse than a beggar. The bank staff and customers also shook their heads. Yi Fan's behavior had truly crossed the line. Are you done? Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. If you're done, get out of the way. Don't stop me from cashing my checks. If it had been a man, Yi Fan would have already slapped him. I'm warning you, you better leave Ruoshua soon. She's not a woman you can touch, Zhao Xiaoye said imperiously. And my brother will be back soon. If he sees you being intimate with Ruoshua, you better watch out. Yi Fan didn't even look at her, handing the checks to a teller. Hello, can you cash these checks for me? Bang! Zhao Xiaoye snatched the checks. I'm the bank manager. Let me see your checks first. Ah, 10 million. Zhao Xiaoye was shocked when she looked at the amount. Tang Ruoshua gave you this much money? Impossible, impossible. She wouldn't give you this much money. This check is fake. Zhao Xiaoye knew that Tang Ruoshua gave Yi Fan an allowance every month, but it was only 10,000. 10 million was absolutely impossible. Tang Ruoshua wouldn't be able to come up with that much. So, Zhao Xiaoye's first reaction was that the check was fake. But when she glanced down, she saw that the seals were complete. There were no alterations, the capitalization was consistent, and the signature, although unclear, was done in one stroke. Her professional instinct told her that this check was real. When everyone heard that the check was fake, they all looked over and started whispering. Yi Fan spoke calmly. This check is real. Where did you get this check? Zhao Xiaoye shoved the check into her pocket, her eyes fixed on Yi Fan with hostility. Did you steal it from the Tang family? I'll give you one chance. Answer honestly, or I'll call Ruoshua and then have you arrested. Even if the check was real, it couldn't possibly belong to Yi Fan. Many people gathered around. When they heard that a live-in son-in-law was holding a $10 million check, they all clicked their tongues and sneered, accusing Yi Fan of being dishonest. What family would give their live-in son-in-law this much money? Several female employees even curled their lips and sneered. He was a gigolo and a thief. His character was too low. Yi Fan's voice deepened. This is my check. Your check. Zhao Xiaoye sneered. How could you, someone who is supported by Ruoshua, have a $10 million check? You must have stolen this check from the Tang family. I'm telling you, you've committed a crime. Then, she picked up her phone and called Tang Ruoshua. Ruoshua, come to the bank quickly. Something happened. This is absurd. Yi Fan was furious. I want to see your bank manager. The manager isn't someone you can just see. Zhao Xiaoye was excited. When Ruoshua gets here, she'll know you stole the Tang family's check. Let's see how you explain it then. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. If she could catch Yi Fan stealing checks this time, Tang Ruoshua would definitely divorce him. Once Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshua were divorced, her brother could directly marry Tang Ruoshua. Xiaoye, what's going on? Before long, a red BMW pulled up outside, and the door opened. Tang Ruoshua rushed into the bank in a panic. When she saw Yi Fan, she was slightly stunned. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? At that moment, several people walked out of the staff channel. A middle-aged man frowned and barked. What's going on? Zhao Xiaoye quickly explained. Manager Jia, someone is trying to cash a stolen check. Manager Jia frowned. Someone stole a check? It's this bastard who stole a check from the Tang family. I caught him red-handed. Zhao Xiaoye pointed at Yi Fan and shouted. He won't admit it, but I've brought the victim here. Then she said to Tang Ruoxue, quickly call the police and have him arrested. Then you can divorce him. Tang Ruoxue was confused. A check? Yes, it's right here, and it's worth 10 million. Zhao Xiaoye took out the check. He's trying to drain the Tang family dry. What a two-faced bastard. Tang Ruoxue took it and was stunned. This isn't a Tang family check. Not from the Tang family. Zhao Xiaoye was speechless. Then she stared at Yi Fan. Then he must have stolen it from somewhere else, or picked it up on the street. What a greedy person, she said sarcastically. And also a stupid one. Did you think you could cash a check that you just picked up? Tang Ruoxue narrowed her eyes. Yi Fan, what is going on? That's right. This check isn't from the Tang family, nor was it stolen or picked up. Yi Fan met Tang Ruoxue's gaze calmly. This is a check from Huang Zhendong. I helped him with a task, and he gave me 10 million as payment. What kind of help could a loser like you provide? Zhao Xiaoye scoffed. Who in their right mind would give you 10 million? Huang Zhendong, he must be crazy. What? Huang Zhendong? Halfway through speaking, Zhao Xiaoye's pretty face changed. Chairman Huang? At that moment, Manager Jia took the check and examined it. This is Chairman Huang's check. I can recognize his signature in a second. Tang Ruoxue also looked relieved and said, Yi Fan does have connections with Chairman Huang. You've got some guts. Zhao Xiaoye was shocked. You even dare to steal Mr. Huang's check. I said it before. This is a payment from Huang Zhendong. Yi Fan was calm. If you don't believe it, you can call him. Manager Jia hesitated for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed. Soon, he hung up with an awkward expression. Mr. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Manager Jia squeezed out a smile. He had confirmed that the check was real. What? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoye was in shock. Mr. Huang really gave him 10 million? How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Manager Jia sternly said, Mr. Yi is handsome and talented. He has a deep relationship with Mr. Huang. It's normal to receive 10 million as a reward. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Xiaoye was in a panic. He's a live-in son-in-law supported by the Tang family. How could he have connections with Chairman Huang? Something must be wrong. She couldn't accept it. Manager Jia, please ask Mr. Huang again. He must have made a mistake. Tang Ruoxue stepped forward and said with a wry smile, Xiaoye, Yi Fan does have connections with Chairman Huang. At the same time, she glared at Yi Fan. He had promised her not to cash Huang Zhendong's check, but here he was, at the bank. She would teach Yi Fan a lesson when they got home. All right, Ruoxue, don't try to defend him. I know Yi Fan's background very well. Zhao Xiaoye interrupted Tang Ruoxue and turned to Manager Jia. Manager, please ask again. Seeing how certain Zhao Xiaoye was and that Yi Fan was wearing cheap clothes, Manager Jia hesitated, then called Huang Zhendong again. Soon his face turned ugly. Without a doubt, he had been scolded. After hanging up, Manager Jia yelled at Zhao Xiaoye. Manager Zhao, I'm ordering you to apologize to Mr. Yi right now. Zhao Xiaoye was a little dazed. Huh? Is this really true? Manager Jia shouted. Did you hear me? Apologize? Zhao Xiaoye's pretty face changed drastically. In her eyes, Yi Fan was a good-for-nothing. It was difficult for her to apologize to a man like that. But seeing Manager Jia's fierce gaze, she could only reluctantly say, I'm sorry. Yi Fan smiled. You insulted me, slandered me, and even called Ruoxue here. Is it so hard for you to apologize sincerely? Zhao Xiaoye raised her eyebrows. Yi Fan, don't push your luck. Tang Ruoxue also said softly, Yi Fan, this was a misunderstanding. Let it go. Since she won't admit her mistake, then fire her. Yi Fan looked at Manager Jia. Keeping an employee like this will only cause you trouble. You got a big mouth. Zhao Xiaoye sneered. Fire me? Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Huang Zhendong could give 10 million for Yi Fan's help, but he might not listen to his advice to pressure the bank. Manager Jia also didn't think much of it. How could Huang Zhendong interrupt their cooperation because of Yi Fan. Most importantly, 90% of the funds from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce were deposited in the Baiwa Bank, while the Baohai Bank only had a negligible amount. He could give Huang Zhendong a little face, but not enough to fire a manager. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoye was also a wealthy young woman with a substantial background. The Zhao family's financial transactions with Baohai Bank were not inferior to Huang Zhendong's. So, he shrugged at Yi Fan and smiled. Mr. Yi, let's stop here. I'm unable to fulfill your request. Did you think that knowing Mr. Huang could make you act as you please? Zhao Xiaoye was even more smug when she heard that. Yi Fan, you're too naive. And I'm telling you, my brother will be back in the next couple of days. When he does, he will deal with you. She suddenly became menacing. I will make sure you know that I am not someone you can provoke. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Perhaps you're the one who is naive. Yi Fan, don't fight with Xiaoye. I'll get the car, we'll go home together later. Tang Ruoxue glared at Yi Fan, then turned and walked out, starting the car. She knew Zhao Xiaoye's connections. For Yi Fan to fire her, it was wishful thinking. Yi Fan looked at Manager Jia and smiled. Looks like Mr. Huang's influence isn't enough, huh? Manager Jia smiled non-committally. Indeed, seeing that Yi Fan had been rebuffed by the manager, the female employees either curled their lips or looked at each other and laughed, their expressions disdainful, as if they thought Yi Fan was too arrogant. Is this one enough? Yi Fan handed over a second check. Hua Chuntang, 50 million. Manager Jia's face changed. Not enough? Then I'll add another one. Yi Fan handed over a third check. Qianbao Group, 100 million. Manager Jia almost fell over. He looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. He had never imagined that he not only knew Huang Zhendong, but also had connections with Sun Xingshou and Han Nanhua. These were all major clients with billions of dollars in transactions every year. The fact that Yi Fan could get such huge sums from them meant that he had an extremely significant influence on them. The next second, he slapped Zhao Xiaoye down. Get out, you're fired. Before Zhao Xiaoye could react, Yi Fan slipped into Tang Ruoxue's car. However, after driving a few kilometers, Tang Ruoxue pulled over to the side of the road. She had received a call from Zhao Xiaoye. Moments later, Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Fan in surprise, having hung up the phone. How did you get the bank to fire Zhao Xiaoye? She had left early and hadn't seen the 2 checks afterward. Zhao Xiaoye was too busy gloating and hadn't noticed the signatures on them. Yi Fan casually explained. Her attitude was unprofessional. Her skills were lacking. It's normal she got fired. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face darkened. Don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth. I know Han Nanhua from Qianbao Group. Yi Fan chuckled. Qianbao Group is a major client of Baohai Bank, with annual transactions worth billions. I told bank manager Jia that if he didn't fire Zhao Xiaoye, I would have Qianbao Group withdraw their funds and transfer them to their competitor, Baiwa Bank. He honestly admitted manager Zhao was scared, and in the end, he fired Zhao Xiaoye. You know Qianbao Group's Han Nanhua? Tang Ruoxue sneered. I've had dinner with Du Tianhu too. Even if you knew Han Nanhua, would he risk his relationship with Baohai Bank for you? Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoxue saw through Yi Fan's act immediately. Be honest, did you get Song Hongyan to help you again? Yi Fan's mouth opened slightly, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he gave her a thumbs up. My wife is so smart. Get out. Tang Ruoxue scolded, annoyed. You really are a child. You caused trouble for Song Hongyan again, just to get back at Zhao Xiaoye. You need to know when to stop, she advised, sounding sincere. Even the deepest kindness can't withstand you exploiting it like this. Okay, I'll change. Yi Fan slapped Tang Ruoxue's thigh. I'll try my best not to bother Song Hongyan in the future. He took the opportunity to rub her leg. The feel of her stockings was exquisite. Tang Ruoxue combined her old and new grievances. Also, didn't you promise me you wouldn't cash Huang Zhendong's check? I didn't want to cash it either. Yi Fan offered a reason. But my high-interest debts are growing, and I need to pay them off quickly. I'm worried they'll go after my mom. Tang Ruoxue's voice was icy. You can come to me if you need money. If I hadn't known your situation, maybe I would have come to you. But now you're short 50 million. How could I ask you for more? Yi Fan did his best to ease the woman's worries. Besides, I saved Huang Zhendong's life. 1 million is a fair price. After I pay off my debts, you can use the rest of the money for your business. After he finished speaking, Yi Fan quickly paid off all his remaining high-interest loans and online debts. Thinking about the 50 million, Tang Ruoshua's pretty face looked a bit somber. She didn't scold Yi Fan for cashing the check. Keep the money for yourself. I'll take care of my own issues. After you pay off your debts, buy a house for your mom and get her social insurance. Try to stay away from Huang Zhendong. She really wanted Yi Fan to return the money, but she also knew his difficulties. Since she couldn't help him, she had to settle for less. Oh, I know someone who has extra money, and they can lend you 50 million. Yi Fan touched the bank card in his pocket, and the interest is lower than the bank's. Do you want me to connect you? Your friend? Lends 50 million? Tang Ruoshua suddenly sneered. Is it Song Hong Yin? Yi Fan quickly shook his head. It's not. Tang Ruoshua snorted. Don't deny it. Who else would dare lend you such a large sum of money at a time like this? Yi Fan said with a wry smile. It really isn't. Still lying. Tang Ruoshua pinched Yi Fan's waist hard, and then picked a strand of hair off his shoulder. This hair is 30 centimeters long, shoulder length, and auburn red. You also smell like Chanel's Autumn Quiet perfume. I remember Song Hong Yin has this kind of hair and uses this exact perfume. You saw Song Hong Yin today, didn't you? She added. And you want me to believe the 50 million wasn't hers? Yi Fan looked at the strand of hair on her fingertip in disbelief. He hadn't expected Tang Ruoshua to be so sharp. She could even detect a single strand of hair and the scent of perfume. To avoid causing further problems, he had no choice but to admit it. Okay, fine, I want to see Qian Qian today. I borrowed money from her while I was there. Ruoshua, does it really matter who it is, as long as they can help? He persuaded the woman. We can pay the favor back after we get through this crisis. I'm telling you. Tang Ruoshua tossed the strand of hair away. I, Tang Ruoshua, would rather die poor, die exhausted, die bankrupt than take a single cent from Song Hong Yin. After saying that, she stepped on the gas and sped forward. Why does this woman have such a big problem with Song Hong Yin? Yi Fan opened his mouth to say something, but eventually shook his head. He put the bank card back into his pocket. Ding! Just then, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw that Huang Zhendong was calling. He put on his headphones and answered. Huang Zhendong's voice soon came through. Brother Yi, things are bad. Yi Fan said calmly. What's wrong? Huang Zhendong started cursing directly at Zhang Daqiang. That bastard Zhang Daqiang is so careless. That night, after leaving the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he had people control Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang, and then he went to the hospital for a test. After confirming that he was infertile, he planned to kill them both, and he even chose tomorrow, his wedding anniversary, to do it. But unexpectedly, the place where Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang were held captive was raided today. Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang have disappeared. His tone was a bit solemn. I'm worried she'll come after you. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. Useless. Tang Ruoshua, sitting next to him, was taken aback, surprised that Yi Fan was calling someone useless. It was usually others who called him that. Whoosh! Just as the red BMW was about to merge into the side lane, a black van came hurtling toward them. The black tires screeched violently against the road, giving off the smell of burning rubber. The suddenness of the situation meant that Tang Ruoshua couldn't react in time. Careful! Yi Fan shouted and threw his phone away, his right hand sharply turning the steering wheel, doing his best to swerve to avoid the crash. Almost as soon as he had turned the wheel, there was a loud bang, and the red BMW was hit by the van. The right front of the car was smashed in by the van. The right rearview mirror flew off and landed 10 meters away. Tang Ruoshua's body also jerked violently, and she hit her head on the steering wheel. Bang! Yi Fan raised his left hand and used a karate chop to strike the back of Tang Ruoshua's head, knocking her out. Then, Yi Fan got out of the car with the car keys and immediately locked the BMW. Bang! Almost at the same moment, the doors of the van opened, and a man and a woman emerged. The man was about 1.9 meters tall well-built, and as sturdy as an iron tower. He was holding a dagger. The woman was wearing short clothes, exposing her strong legs and tan skin, indicating she was also a skilled fighter. Both of them had a bear tattooed on their bodies. The tower-like man looked at Yi Fan and smirked. Yi Fan? The woman in shorts looked at Yi Fan with arrogance, with a touch of disdain. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Who are you? Good. A hint of coldness flashed in the tower-like man's eyes. Let's check your name to make sure we're killing the right person. Yi Fan smiled. You want to kill me? My name is Xiong Yi, and this is my sworn sister, Xiong Jiao. Lin Ruowan is my woman, and Zhang Xiaojiang is my son. The tower-like man said with heavy breath. You ruined our plans, so you have to die. Xiong Yi? Xiong Jiao? The Xiong family's four fiends. Yi Fan tensed instantly. These were notorious criminals, wanted by the police with $1 million bounty on their heads. They frequently committed crimes, both domestically and internationally, and had taken dozens of lives. Most heinous of all, they had slaughtered the entire family of a wealthy businessman in Thailand. The female family members were also tortured for 3 days and nights. Yi Fan hadn't expected that they were connected to Lin Ruowan, and even less that he would encounter them like this. Killing people is against the law. I'm sorry about the Lin Ruowan issue. Is there another way to solve this? Yi Fan wanted to settle the matter peacefully, to avoid trouble for himself and his family. Sorry, Wanner and Xiaojing, both only want you dead. As for killing people, we've got dozens of lives on our hands. One more doesn't make a difference. Xiong, he revealed a cruel smile. Don't worry, you won't be alone. After killing you, I'll send your mother-in-law's family and all of Zhang Daqiang's family to join you. Of course, your woman will die a bit later, because Xiaojiang is very interested in her. Yi Fan's hesitant expression turned cold. He was ready to kill. Xiong Yi issued a command. Xiong Jiao, kill him quickly. Xiong Jiao tossed a beetle nut in her mouth and walked towards Yi Fan with a look of disdain. Don't be upset. Weakness is a sin. If you don't accept it, you can fight back. She lashed out at Yi Fan, trying to crush him with a single strike. Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any words. He charged directly towards Xiong Jiao. He moving close, courting death. Xiong Jiao's eyebrows shot up. How dare Yi Fan strike first? It was outrageous. She threw a punch. She was going to break his bones. Not good. But as soon as her fist touched Yi Fan's body, Xiong Jiao felt a terrifying aura. All her defenses crumbled, and the fist she had thrown broke with a crisp crack. Bang! The next second, Xiong Jiao slammed directly into the van. Boom! The car's frame instantly caved in. The car windows shattered, becoming a pile of fragments. It was a shocking sight. In Xiong Yi's unbelievable gaze, Xiong Jiao fell to the ground, covered in blood, her body mangled. This scene made Xiong Yi gasp, and he was also incredibly shocked by Yi Fan. No one had expected that Yi Fan's casual charge would have such destructive power. Kid, you hurt my sworn sister. Have you thought about the consequences? Xiong Yi raised his dagger and roared, but halfway through his words, he heard a crisp cracking sound. His neck had been twisted 180 degrees. His final sight was Yi Fan's cold face. Too much talking. Yi Fan let go, and Xiong Yi fell straight down, his face filled with shock, resentment, and disbelief. He never expected that he would be killed before he even had the chance to attack. Xiong Jiao, seeing this, vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yi Fan took out his phone. Zhang Daqiang, clean up. Zhang Daqiang brought people to handle the scene, and Yi Fan escorted Tang Ruoxue to a nearby hospital. Her injuries were not serious, but Yi Fan wanted her to relax. Tang Ruoxue woke up quickly and asked a few questions about the accident. Yi Fan told her it was the other driver's fault, that the car was being sent to a repair shop through insurance, and that they were paying her $50,000 in medical expenses. Tang Ruoxue didn't suspect anything. After resting for a bit and confirming that she was fine, she insisted on leaving the hospital and told Yi Fan that he was not allowed to tell her parents about the car accident. She didn't want Lin Qiuling and the others to worry, especially after 2 accidents within half a month. Your luck has been so bad lately. Not only is your company having problems, but you always seem to be in accidents. Don't you think the problem is that Buddha pendant? Yi Fan seized every opportunity to get rid of the pendant. I think you should just throw it away. On the way, Yi Fan had thought about using the car accident to break the Buddha pendant, but in the end, he dismissed that rash idea. The pendant was very hard. If Tang Ruoshua's chest was okay, how could the pendant have shattered? It would be easy for Tang Ruoshua to assume he had tampered with it. And even if Tang Ruoshua believed the pendant had shattered, if she didn't have any mental resistance towards it, she would probably get another one to wear. If she got an even more powerful and dangerous pendant, he would be shooting himself in the foot. After weighing his options, Yi Fan decided not to touch it. Instead, he drew a few symbols to remove the dark energy and prevent Tang Ruoshua from having too much bad luck. There you go again, aren't you? Every time Yi Fan mentioned the pendant, Tang Ruoshua became irritable. It's clear that the other driver was careless. What does it have to do with the pendant I wear? If it's really so evil, why have I only had 2 accidents when I drive to work every day? You can blame it all on the pendant? I could suspect that you're the one who makes me have bad luck because both times something happened, you were in my car. She rolled her eyes at Yi Fan, picked up her handbag, and said, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. Let's go home." Constantly suspecting everything, Tang Ruoshua worried that Yi Fan was losing his mind. Yi Fan had anticipated this outcome, and he followed her out with a helpless smile. Just as they reached the elevator, a text message popped up on Yi Fan's phone. It was from Zhang Daqiang. The cleanup of the Xiong-yi situation was complete. Lin Ruoan and Zhang Xiaojing had also been recaptured. Zhang Daqiang guaranteed that Yi Fan would not be harmed again. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and deleted the text message without revealing any emotion. Lin Ruoan's problem was solved. Yi Fan didn't want to get his hands dirty, but since they not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to harm Tang Ruoshua's family, he had no choice but to send them on their way. While contemplating this, Yi Fan returned to the villa with Tang Ruoshua and discovered that they had guests. Yi Fan took a closer look. It was Lin Sanggu and her daughter, Lin Xiaoyan. Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiuling were sitting across from them, looking serious and helpless. Lin Sanggu was Lin Xiuling's cousin. She was an employee of a state-owned enterprise and had a pretty good relationship with Lin Xiuling. They would visit each other during festivals. However, Lin Sanggu always came empty-handed to the Tang's house, and she would bring her son, her daughter, and their families, calling herself a freeloader. Today, however, she had brought a gift box, which was a rare occurrence. The box was placed on the coffee table. It was crudely made, tied with a red string, and looked like some kind of handicraft. Sanggu, Xiaoyan, hello. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshua greeted them politely. Lin Sanggu simply nodded lightly to Tang Ruoshua and didn't even look at Yi Fan. This live-in son-in-law was not worthy of her attention. Then she frowned and said to Lin Xiuling, "Xiuling, I really don't know what else to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to bother you like this." Xiaoyan graduated from archaeology and hasn't been able to find a job. The current companies and workplaces are so inconsiderate. I told them that Xiaoyan was a city girl, spoiled since childhood, and cannot do hard work. Her financial requirements are also high. I asked them to assign Xiaoyan a relaxing job with less work and give her an internship salary of around 18,000, but they all rejected it. They either wanted to send her on field assignments, or they offered her a salary of 5,000. It's the same as a newly graduated rural kid. You tell me, isn't this insulting Xiaoyan's status? Lin Sanggu, dressed in red, beat her chest and stamped her feet. Her usual shrewdness had turned into anger and resentment. Lin Xiaoyan was playing on her phone, not even looking up. It seemed to have nothing to do with her. Lin Xiuling comforted her gently. "Sister, I understand your feelings. How about this? Xiaoyan can come to my clinic for a few months to gain some experience." Chunfeng Clinic? Lin Xiaoyan looked disgusted. I don't want to go to your clinic. The patients who go there are all from the lower classes. They're either truck drivers or street vendors. There are even gangsters who get into fights. It has no class at all. Besides, I study archaeology. I'm going for the elegant and noble route. Chunfeng Clinic is like a vegetable market, and I'd have to serve patients. She pouted. "I wouldn't go there even if you paid me 100,000. Lin Senggu echoed, exactly. If Xiaoyan goes to your place, she won't learn anything, and it'll lower her standards. Lin Xiaoling's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. If you don't like Chunfeng Clinic, then how do you want us to help? She was contemptuous of Yi Fan, but she was still open-hearted towards her relatives. I've thought about it. Those small-time companies are narrow-minded. We won't go there. Lin Sengge's eyes lit up. I've thought about it. I'm going to have Xiaoyan go to Qianbao Group. I saw in the news that Qianbao Group found another jade mine overseas. Their business is booming. Xiaoyan will be great there. She straightforwardly revealed her plan. I don't want her to become rich or famous. A couple of million a year is fine. It's a good idea to go to Qianbao Group, but they have very high requirements. Tang Sangwa frowned. The difficulty of getting into Qianbao Group is even higher than taking the civil service exam. People they hire are either experienced appraisers or talented prospects. What he was implying was that the chance of Lin Xiaoyan getting in was very slim. I know. It's because I know it's difficult that I'm asking you for help. Lin Senggu winked. Qiuling, you've been running your clinic for many years. You must have a lot of connections. And Sangwa, you are a connoisseur of antiques. You must have connections with a lot of wealthy people. You must have good relationships with Qianbao Group. If you help me put in a good word for Xiaoyan, it should be as easy as drinking water for her to get into Qianbao Group, right? Lin Senggu put away her smile. Unless you don't want to help, or you're worried about spending money and owing favors. Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiuling looked embarrassed. It wasn't that they didn't want to help. It's just that this request was beyond their capabilities. Han Nanhua earned billions of dollars a year. The entire Tang family only made a few million a year. The difference between their social classes was astronomical. They admitted to knowing Han Nanhua, but they were only nodding acquaintances. How could they have the influence to get someone a job? Even if they could pass on a message, they were too insignificant. Yi Fan had been about to go upstairs, but when he heard about Han Nanhua, he hesitated. Mom, what's going on? Something about Qianbao Group? Already feeling immense pressure from Lin Senggu, Lin Xiuling immediately scolded Yi Fan impatiently after he asked that question. Why are you asking this? You can't help anyway. She waved at Yi Fan to dismiss him. Go make dinner, Senggu, and then we'll eat at home later. Yi Fan said calmly, I heard you talking about Qianbao Group just now. I have a little bit of a relationship with old man Han. Maybe I can help. If the atmosphere wasn't so depressing, and he wasn't worried about affecting Tang Ruoshua's mood, Yi Fan wouldn't have bothered with them. You can help? What kind of help can you give? Lin Senggu roared at Yi Fan. This matter requires, at least, a manager from Qianbao Group to resolve. Do you even know one? What is the meaning of this? Now isn't the time for you to be making trouble, Yi Fan, Aunt Lin said, infuriated. Lin Xiuling also glanced at Yi Fan, then waved her hand to make him leave. All right, if you're not capable of doing anything, don't hang around here. Can't you see we're so worried we're about to turn gray? When you cook, remember to make an extra four-joy meatball. Your aunt likes it. Yi Fan had no choice but to shut his mouth. Qiuling, Sangwa, this matter still depends on you two. Among all our relatives, you two are the most successful. If even you don't help, little Yin really has no way out. Seeing the troubled expressions on Tang Sangwa and his wife's faces, Aunt Lin's expression grew unpleasant. Are you going to sit idly by and watch little Yin have no job, just lazing around at home all day, sponging off her parents? Lin Xiaoyan added sharply. Aunt and uncle, at this crucial moment, you can't let us down. Yi Fan shook his head. No wonder this child couldn't get hired. Just then, Tang Ruoshue, who had changed her shoes, came over. Aunt, you want little Yin to join Qianbao Group? Oh dear, I almost forgot about Ruoshue. Ruoshue is a big CEO. She knows a lot of people. Aunt Lin suddenly slapped her forehead. Her anger turned into a spring breeze of a smile. Then, she got up and pulled Tang Ruoshue down to sit. Ruoshue, come help your sister with a small favor. Then, she briefly described the situation, and then, pointing at the overly ambitious Lin Xiaoyan, said, If you don't help little Yin, her life will be ruined. Aunt Lin's eyes shone intensely. Ruoshue, you wouldn't be that kind of person, would you? After listening, Tang Ruoshue helplessly explained, Aunt Little Yin, I really can't help with this. Neither can my parents. Although Elder Han is approachable, we only have a nodding acquaintance with him. There isn't any real relationship. Besides, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people every year who want to get into Qianbao Group, and many of them have good connections. Elder Han hasn't given any of them face. So how can we pull strings for you? Of course, I can try to make a call later. Tang Ruoxue didn't overpromise, wanting Aunt Lin to be mentally prepared. However, Aunt Lin's face instantly fell. They had come here to solve a problem, not to hear about difficulties. What do you mean, no relationship? You people brag about how close you are all the time, but when the moment comes, there's no relationship. Aunt Lin became openly hostile. You just don't want to help, do you? Lin Xiaoyan fanned the flames. Mom, I told you, don't come here. When you have no money or influence, who will recognize you as relatives? Lin Xiaoling also became displeased. Says Little Yin, what are you saying? It's not that we don't want to help. It's that we really can't. Tang Sangwan nodded in agreement. Qianbao Group is really strict. You need either great ability or a strong background. How can you not help? Did you even try to help? Did you ask someone to help? Did you even try bribing them? You didn't do anything, and you say you can't help? Aunt Lin spoke eloquently. Is this the attitude of someone helping? If I didn't consider you relatives, I wouldn't even want your help. She scolded them relentlessly. I'm humiliating myself to ask for your help. I'm already giving you enough face. And yet, you pull this? Lin Xiaoling said angrily. So, we should feel honored. Actually, seeing that they were about to argue, Tang Ruoxue suddenly stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan might actually be able to help. She really didn't want Yi Fan to use his connection to Song Hongyan, but seeing Aunt Lin like this, she had no choice but to let Yi Fan owe someone a favor. Yi Fan? Aunt Lin's anger flared up even more. Ruoxue, don't joke around. Everyone knows that your family's Yi Fan is a good-for-nothing. If you don't want to help, just say so. Why give some half-hearted explanation? First it's we have no influence, and now you're using Yi Fan as a shield. What's the point of all this? We're not stupid. Aunt Lin was completely furious after saying these words. In her opinion, the Tang family was deliberately stalling. Even she knew that Yi Fan, the live-in son-in-law, was useless. The Tang family claiming that Yi Fan could help was simply treating them as idiots. At this point, Lin Xiaoling also reacted. That's not what Ruoxue means. Aunt Lin angrily snapped. The Tang family is successful, so now they look down on us poor relatives. If you don't want to help, just say so. What's the big deal? If Yi Fan could help, then pigs would be flying. Daughter, you're right. With no money, no power, and no relatives. Aunt Lin scoffed. They're even dragging out Yi Fan to get rid of us. Lin Xiaoyan pulled at her mother's sleeve. Mom, let's go, shall we? They will need to sanitize the sofa we sat on soon. Let's not bother them. Her sharpness and sarcasm were even more extreme than Lin Xiaoling, leaving Tang Sangwa and his wife seething with anger. Aunt, we're not making excuses. It's just that we suddenly remembered that Yi Fan happens to know someone, and that he's on good terms with Song Hongyan. Tang Ruoxue quickly explained. Song Hongyan is on good terms with Elder Han. With her help, this matter can definitely be resolved. Lin Xiaoling also nodded, suppressing her anger. That's right. Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan. She also remembered that Yi Fan had saved Song Hongyan's daughter's life. The fact that she was willing to give Yi Fan a $3 million ginseng fruit suggested that asking her to say hello to Han Nanhua shouldn't be difficult. Enough? Are you still bragging? Is there any point? Hearing this, Aunt Lin laughed even more angrily. Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan? I know Du Tianhu. I have to say, you Tang family, you've only become successful in recent years. So how did you become so cold-blooded and heartless? Not only do you not help, you also use a pile of ridiculous reasons to stall us. It's truly disappointing. If you look down on us, just say so. We won't come again in the future, okay? Aunt Lin started packing things on the table, getting ready to leave with her daughter. Lin Xiaoling was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Seeing her mother's face flushed red, Tang Ruoxue quickly went over to advise her not to get angry. Lin Xiaoling grabbed Yi Fan by his sleeve. Yi Fan, call Song Hongyan. Ask her to help. She needed to vent her anger, Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Such a small matter. There's no need to bother Song Hongyan. Yi Fan took out his phone and smiled calmly. I could just ask my maid No, a friend, for help. Then, he pulled out his phone and called Hanyu. Before long, he hung up the phone and spoke to Aunt Lin. The matter is settled. Keep it up, keep pretending. I'm going to see when your whole family will stop this charade. Aunt Lin banged the box as she packed, still looking at Yi Fan and the others with disdain. What a bunch of relatives. This society is so devoid of family values. Little Yan, let's go. This is not a place for us. Aunt Lin, clutching her box, urged her daughter to leave. We can't reach such heights. Ding! Just at this moment, Lin Xiaoyan's phone vibrated. She looked at it and cried out in surprise. Mom, it's Qianbao Group calling. Hurry up and answer. Hurry up. Hearing that it was a call from Qianbao Group, Aunt Lin's body stiffened, and she quickly urged her daughter to answer the phone. Lin Xiaoyan quickly picked up and answered, and after a few moments, she hung up, her face full of surprise. Aunt Lin quickly asked, Xiaoyan, who was it? What did they say? Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiuling also gathered around. Mom, it was Qianbao Group calling. Lin Xiaoyan said happily. Secretary Qian said that they had already seen my resume and asked me to prepare materials and to come to Qianbao Group for training tomorrow. They'll also pay me a salary, 8,000 a month. If I perform well, I can start an internship after 3 months. If I don't make any mistakes during the internship, then I can get a regular position and enjoy a base salary of 20,000 and a share of the profits. Thinking about how she was going to be a member of the Qianbao Group and the amount of money she was going to make, Lin Xiaoyan got excited, and her words became even more overbearing. Really? Aunt Lin suspiciously looked at her daughter. It really was a call from Qianbao Group? Yes, I checked. The phone number really is from Qianbao Group, and I know Secretary Qian's voice. Lin Xiaoyan nodded seriously. She once gave a lecture in my school. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan, her gaze complex, both surprised at Yi Fan's efficiency and annoyed that Song Hongyan listened to Yi Fan so readily. Yi Fan understood her meaning, but he could only smile wryly, unable to explain that Hanyu was his disciple. After confirming the information, Aunt Lin became extremely excited. That's great. My daughter can get into Qianbao Group. It really is God's will. This way, not only was her daughter's future bright, but she could also brag about it. It's not God's will. Lin Xiuling snorted. It was Yi Fan who helped a lot. Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan smiled at each other. It was rare for Lin Xiuling to acknowledge Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Aunt Lin snapped back to her senses and sneered. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Xiaoyan say it was because Qianbao Group saw her resume? Clearly, my Xiaoyan is outstanding, and Qianbao Group saw her potential. That's why they chose her out of everyone. What does it have to do with your family's Yi Fan? Do you really think I'd believe that Xiaoyan was able to get into Qianbao Group because of that phone call he made earlier? She looked at him with contempt. That was just a coincidence. Lin Xiaoyan also said with a mocking tone. And let's not even mention that Yi Fan isn't capable of anything. Even if you were connected, you can't get into Qianbao Group through connections. They must have seen my looks and personality. That's why they hired me to be a new face. She instantly forgot that she had come here to seek connections. Tang Ruoxue was stunned. Xiaoyan. All right, stop talking. Aunt Lin impatiently interrupted Tang Ruoxue. If you want to praise your man, just say it. Don't say Xiaoyan's achievement is because of Yi Fan's ability. How can a live-in son-in-law who relies on the Tang family for everything help my Xiaoyan get into Qianbao Group? Even you can't get Han Nanhua to give you face. How can Yi Fan get him to give him face? Don't try to fool a ghost. She didn't believe that Yi Fan had anything to do with it. Lin Xiuling couldn't help but stand up. Yi Fan indeed isn't capable, but Song Hongyan, whom he knows, is... Yi Fan, tell her, was it you who helped? She was really about to lose it. She knew that, with Lin Xiaoyan's ability, she wouldn't even be able to work as a caregiver at the Chunfeng Clinic. How could she get hired by Qianbao Group with an 8,000 salary? It must have been Yi Fan using Song Hongyan's influence. Aunt Yi Fan was about to explain properly when Aunt Lin interrupted him rudely. And what? Do you even have the right to call me that? All right, let's stop it here. The more we talk, the more ridiculous it will be, and will end up bringing out Du Tianhu too. Xiaoyan got in a Qianbao group today, and I'm happy, so I won't bother with you shallow and snobbish people. As long as you're happy, you can say that Yi Fan was the one who helped. Whatever makes you happy, okay? It's just that I will never step into this house again. I'll leave the gift box for you as a farewell gift. You should all just take care of yourselves. After saying that, she raised her head proudly and pulled Lin Xiaoyan away. As Lin Xiaoyan walked out the door, a thought crossed her mind. Did I even send a resume to Qianbao Group? Then she dismissed the idea. In any case, she was now in Qianbao Group, and soon she was going to reach the peak of her life. She quickly posted a one resume straight to Qianbao update on her social media. Aunt Lin and her daughter's figures quickly disappeared. Lin Xiaoling and Tang Sangwa looked upset. They were clearly feeling indignant. Yi Fan smiled wryly. He had caused trouble for Han Yu, so he would need to make sure to give her a good treatment later. Tang Ruoxue spoke to comfort her parents. Dad, Mom, forget it. There's no need to argue with Aunt. Worthless thing. Lin Xiaoling slapped the coffee table and scolded Yi Fan. You can't even do such a small thing right. Then she went upstairs, her face gloomy. Yi Fan, you helped them, and this is a gift from your aunt. You should keep it. Tang Sangwa threw the gift box at Yi Fan, then left with a discontented air. Yi Fan was startled. Then he shook his head. Dad, you should keep it? I don't care about these things. Just take it if you're told. Why do you have to be so difficult? Tang Sangwa waved his hand impatiently, not allowing Yi Fan to say anything more. Tang Ruoxue tugged lightly at Yi Fan's sleeve, saying that it was best to go along with her parents when they were angry. I'm going to change. I'll cook with you later. Tang Ruoxue let go of Yi Fan and also went upstairs with her handbag. Yi Fan opened the gift box. It was a ceramic figurine of a Yu woman dancing with a sword. Neither its color nor its craftsmanship was great. It couldn't even be considered as a piece of art. It was just a souvenir. Moreover, it looked neither new nor old. It seemed to come from the awkward times of reform a few decades ago. It was likely a defective product. Yi Fan was confident that if this thing was put up for sale in an antique market, it wouldn't sell for 200 yuan. Swish! Just as Yi Fan was thinking about how to deal with it, the yin-yang symbol on his left hand slightly moved. Yi Fan felt a strong, fierce intent. However, when Yi Fan picked up the ceramic to examine it, he found nothing suspicious. This Yu woman dancing with a sword was just a product from a counterfeit factory, with no sense of history. However, the life and death stone was becoming more and more active, as if something was attracting it. Clown! Yi Fan ran to the kitchen, found a quiet corner, and smashed the ceramic directly. The porcelain shards flew everywhere, and there was nothing inside. There wasn't even the so-called hidden compartment. Yi Fan, not willing to give up, stepped on the shards a few more times. Just as he was about to feel disappointed, he heard a cracking sound. The small sword in the Yu woman's hand had cracked, showing several narrow lines. Yi Fan picked it up and shook it, and the small sword crumbled. A ray of light instantly sparkled. Yi Fan instinctively narrowed his eyes. Swish! A 5-inch soft sword appeared before his eyes. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, as soft as flowing water, and shaped like a small intestine, but it looked extraordinarily sharp. Yi Fan was overjoyed. The fish intestine sword. The fish intestine sword. Not many people might know what it is. It's one of the 10 great swords of ancient times. Zhuan Zhu hid the sword in the belly of a fish to assassinate King Liao. This is the protagonist of that story. It's said that it was forged by the master swordsmith Oyezi. On the day the sword was finished, the heavens changed, the mountains shook, and the stars in the sky seemed to be shimmering. Perhaps that's an exaggeration, but it does show how important the fish intestine sword was in history. Yi Fan applied a little force, and the blade instantly straightened, slicing down onto the cleaver. With a clang, the cleaver snapped in two. It was able to cut through metal like it was mud. After looking through various books, Yi Fan confirmed time and time again that the sword he had acquired unintentionally was indeed the fish intestine sword. This was a top-tier sword. He could sell it for billions of dollars without any problem. Of course, Yi Fan also knew that if he were to sell it, he would probably not even get to the auction. He'd quickly have it exchanged for $500 and a certificate of merit. Therefore, Yi Fan didn't make the news public. After carefully examining it, he made a sheath out of a flexible metal, forming a circle. And so, a bracelet soon appeared on Yi Fan's left wrist. At 4 o'clock the next morning, feeling refreshed, Yi Fan woke up early to practice his martial arts. He not only circulated his Tai Chi scripture, he also searched his consciousness and found a sword technique to practice. He did not practice Tai Chi sword or Yu female sword. With his current strength, he pursued speed and effectiveness. 10 steps, 1 kill. Yi Fan practiced this fastest of all killing sword techniques diligently until daybreak. And then, 2 hours later, Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly disappeared. The next second, 10 steps away, a streak of light suddenly flashed through the woods. Then, the fish intestine sword remained motionless in the morning breeze. The tip of the sword pierced through a falling dead leaf. After achieving a little success, Yi Fan quickly put away the fish intestine sword, wiped away his sweat, and went back to take a shower. Then he quickly made breakfast for his family. Almost as soon as he finished placing the dishes and chopsticks, Tang Sangwa and his wife and Tang Ruoxue came downstairs. The incident with Lin Sanggu was still weighing on Tang Sangwa and his wife, so they both had unpleasant expressions. Yi Fan, who was busy until the last minute, had just sat down at the table when Lin Xiuling put one leg up on the other, reached out her right hand, and knocked on the table. Yi Fan, where is the Rolex? Yi Fan paused slightly, but still took it out and handed it over. Here. Good, you haven't broken it. Lin Xiuling snatched the Rolex and then stuffed it into Tang Sangwa's hand. Tang Ruoxue was stunned. Mom, what are you doing? Your father and I have decided. Lin Xiuling didn't even look up. This watch, starting today, will be worn by your father. Tang Ruoxue was dumbfounded. Mom, no. This watch is Yi Fan's. What right do you have to decide? Before Tang Ruoxue could finish speaking, Lin Xiuling interrupted her bluntly. What do you mean, Yi Fan's? Do you think we don't know what's going on? Yi Fan was confused. What's going on? Although you are the owner of the watch, your father and I know that this watch was bought with Ruoxue's personal savings. Lin Xiuling glared at her daughter. So we have the right to decide. Where do I have personal savings? Tang Ruoxue was both amused and annoyed. Besides, am I crazy to buy a Rolex for Yi Fan? Your father and I have analyzed it. This watch is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Fan can't afford it, and no one would give it to him. Lin Xiuling had a knowing look. Only you would have saved up your personal money to buy it. There's no other possibility. Although I hold your salary card, I give you 100,000 in spending money each month. If you save up for half a year, that's enough to buy this watch. You bought a Rolex for Yi Fan to make him look good, so that he wouldn't be too much of an embarrassment, and maybe even bring you a little face. Tang Sangwa put on a stern expression and chimed in, so thoughtless. Tang Ruoxue's mind went numb. Mom, your imagination is too rich. This watch is Huang. Stop making excuses. Besides, this is your father. Shouldn't he enjoy some good things? Lin Xiuling glanced at Yi Fan. Moreover, this Rolex costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It will cost a lot to fix if it's damaged. Does Yi Fan have the money to fix it? Tang Sangwa coughed. Actually, we're not greedy for this watch. It's mainly to keep it safe for the two of you. He took Yi Fan's finger and changed the fingerprint settings. Tang Ruoxue protested. Mom and Dad, you're too domineering. I'll say it again, this watch. All right, enough. Don't say any more. Lin Xiuling waved her hand impatiently. I know you want to make him look good, but a man can't become successful just because of a Rolex. She even said mockingly, look, he helped out yesterday, but what was the result? Lin Sanggu and her daughter weren't grateful at all and even humiliated him. Besides, he's never seen such an expensive watch before. What if he can't resist the temptation and sells it? Here, you can give him this plum blossom watch to wear. Lin Xiuling tossed out an old-fashioned plum blossom watch from the 80s. And after eating half a bowl of porridge, she left with her handbag and Tang Sangwa for work. Tang Ruoxue stood up, wanting to stop them, but Yi Fan smiled and held her back. It's okay, it's just a watch. Let her have it. Consider it my little way of showing some consideration. Besides, this plum blossom watch is nice. Yifan put on the old, worn plum blossom watch. Look, it's still working pretty accurately. He knew that Lin Xiaoling was venting the frustration she felt yesterday, and since she couldn't take it out on Lin Sanggu and her daughter, she could only turn it on him. Tang Ruoxue was so angry that she almost called him useless again. Then she kicked Yifan in the leg and left. I put the Chanel stockings by the wash basin. Remember to hand wash them. They're ruined if you put them in the washing machine. Also, remember to look for a job. Yifan called out, "Do you want me to wash your panties too? Get lost." Tang Ruoxue picked up a shoe and threw it at him. Yifan quickly dodged with a smile. Tang Ruoxue remembered something and reminded him, "Oh, right, at 6 o'clock at dusk, go to the AGNC restaurant." Yifan asked curiously, "Is it a candlelit dinner for me? Remember to be on time, or I'm not done with you." Tang Ruoxue huffed and left. Yifan's eyes softened. He could finally feel the warmth of a woman's presence. Then he quickly finished the housework. As he was about to go out to buy groceries, a phone call came in. Yifan put on his earpiece. Soon Han Yu's lazy voice came through. "Pervert." Yifan's voice turned serious. "Is it itchy again?" Han Yu subconsciously went silent, then mumbled, "Are you free now?" Yifan replied bluntly, "No, I'm going to the market to buy groceries." "You bastard." Han Yu was speechless. "You have over 100 million, and you're telling me you're going to the market to buy groceries?" Yifan said calmly, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll hang up." "Damn it, you jerk. A beautiful woman calls you, and instead of being flattered, you look impatient? And I helped you yesterday, too." Han Yu was about to explode, but when she felt behind her, she became gentle. "Master, are you free? I wanted to take a look at my feet. I don't know why, but today it's been acting up, and I've lost strength 4 times already. I almost fell down the stairs. I also noticed that it's a little swollen. I'm worried that the condition is getting worse. I don't want to have an amputation at such a young age. Can you heal me?" She put on a look of despondent sobbing. Yifan shivered. Han Yu's gentleness always made him feel like she had a knife hidden behind her smile, so he frowned and asked, "Don't come to me. I'll go to the Han family garden instead. And I'll check on your grandfather's condition while I'm there." After the incident with Lin Xiaoyan yesterday, Yifan felt somewhat embarrassed, so he didn't want to argue with Han Yu. "I'm not at the Han family garden. I'm at Qianbao Mansion. I'm going to work today." Han Yu continued, "We discovered a jade mine overseas, and the work is piling up higher than my head." "Okay, give me the address. I'll come find you at Qianbao Mansion." After receiving the address from Han Yu, Yifan hailed a taxi and set off. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a building in the city center. The building was over 30 stories tall, with its exterior made entirely of jade. When the sun shone on it, it sparkled. The interior was also luxuriously decorated, with the lobby filled with various jewelry and ornaments, each of which was priceless. Even the receptionists were all stunningly beautiful. The Qianbao group was really rich. Yifan was about to walk to the reception to contact Han Yu when he noticed 2 familiar people sitting in the lobby, Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan. It was like they were destined to clash. Seeing them, Yifan was instantly stunned. Wasn't Lin Xiaoyan supposed to be sent for training? Why was she here? He took a few steps forward. At this moment, Lin Sanggu was holding her phone, loudly shouting, "Secretary Qian, I am Lin Xiaoyan's mother, Lin Sanggu." Yes, Lin Xiaoyan, the Lin Xiaoyan who was supposed to report today. "I'm really sorry. We were too happy yesterday. The whole family celebrated, made a lot of noise, and ended up oversleeping." Yifan was speechless. After finally getting a job opportunity, Lin Xiaoyan had overslept. He was really starting to regret making that phone call. But you don't need to worry. If Xiaoyan decided to come to Qianbao Group, she will definitely not stand you up. You can rest assured. Lin Sanggu didn't see Yifan, held her phone triumphantly. "Yes, we're here in the lobby. You come down to pick us up? There's no need to go overboard with the welcome lunch. Just a few mid-level and high-level managers can get together." Okay. We'll be waiting." Lin Sanggu hung up the phone triumphantly, and then turned to look at Lin Xiaoyan and said, Don't worry, it's just 3 hours late. It's nothing. You are a rare talent. They won't dare not to hire you. Otherwise, if you go to a competitor, Qianbao will have to close down. Secretary Qian will be down soon. The receptionists and security guards exchanged glances, their faces full of bewilderment. They seemed to be wondering when the Han family had such relatives. Lin Xiaoyan nodded slightly. When we see Secretary Qian later, tell him to give me a raise. 8,000 is a bit low. Lin Sanga gave her a thumbs up. That's what I was thinking with your potential. It's normal to ask for more. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, considering having Han Yu fire Lin Xiaoyan. But looking at the fish intestine sword on his wrist, Yi Fan hesitated slightly. Seeing someone shaking his head, Lin Xiaoyan subconsciously looked over, and when she saw Yi Fan's face, she was immediately shocked. Yi Fan! Lin Xiaoyan, why are you mentioning that good-for-nothing's name? Lin Sanga shouted impatiently, but when her eyes landed on Yi Fan, her eyes widened. Yi Fan? Damn it! How did he follow us here? The next second, her expression changed drastically. Bastard! He must be trying to get close to us and then get a job at Qianbao through us. We shouldn't have said in public yesterday that you were hired by Qianbao Group. Xiaoyan, you sit. I'll go chase away this useless piece of trash. Lin Sanga stood up, walked in front of Yi Fan, and shouted. Yi Fan? Why are you here? Did your mother-in-law tell you to follow us? I'm telling you, your family is too bad. You just want to take advantage of our Xiaoyan. She hated Lin Qiuling to the core. When the Tang family needed help, they didn't help, but when she saw that her daughter had a bright future, they sent their son-in-law to freeload. Get lost, get lost, get lost now. Lin Sanga almost roared. We won't help you find a job here. Yi Fan didn't respond. Lin Xiaoyan also stood up and raised her pretty face. Yi Fan, did you hear me? This is not a place you can come to? As she spoke, she reached out to push Yi Fan. Lin Xiaoyan hated sharing good things with others the most. Yi Fan reached out to block her, his expression unchanged. For the current him, some old things, some humiliations had long since faded away. He could laugh them off. Seeing Yi Fan block her, Lin Xiaoyan was furious and shouted at the receptionists and security guards. Why haven't you thrown out this irrelevant person? Yi Fan didn't even look at Lin Sanga and her daughter, and walked directly to the receptionist and said calmly, I'm looking for Han Yu. The beautiful receptionist paused. You're looking for CEO Han? Lin Sanga scoffed. How impressive, coming here to look for CEO Han. Does he really think he's somebody? Even we can't see Miss Han. How can a good-for-nothing like you see her? Lin Xiaoyan also sneered. It's really laughable. At this time, the receptionist also looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Sir, CEO Han is not someone you can just see. Have you made an appointment? Tell Han Yu my name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan said calmly. Give her 5 minutes. If she doesn't come down, I'll leave. The beautiful receptionist smiled dismissively. Sir, please don't cause trouble, okay? Several security guards approached with threatening looks. Yi Fan's tone was calm. There are 4 minutes left. Lin Xiaoyan sneered. Ordering Miss Han to come down? Who do you think you are? Okay, Yi Fan, don't act tough. Lin Sanga looked at Yi Fan with a knowing look. I know you want to show off in front of us, but you really can't get in contact with Miss Han. Just leave. Don't make a fool of yourself. And if you leave a bad impression on Miss Han, it might affect us. If our big event is ruined because of you, what will you do? She was sure that Yi Fan had followed them. After being discovered, he was pretending to be looking for Han Yu to cover up his embarrassment. Yi Fan looked at the receptionist and said calmly, There are 3 minutes left. Feeling Yi Fan's powerful aura, the receptionist paused slightly, her expression hesitant, and finally made a phone call. Yi Fan, enough? Is this funny? It's embarrassing. Lin Sanga was angry. I'm ordering you now. Leave immediately. Ding! Halfway through her sentence, they heard a crisp bell sound. The elevator door opened, and the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground approached quickly. Then, several men and women appeared, with Han Yu leading the way, dressed in Givenchy, fashionable and capable. But at this moment, her expression was urgent, with a hint of panic. Lin Sanga and Lin Xiaoyan greeted them with smiles. CEO Han. Han Yu ignored the greetings of everyone and anxiously scanned the lobby. Then, her eyes locked on Yi Fan, and she rushed over. Yi Fan, I'm sorry. I'm late. Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan were completely stunned. Yi Fan really knew Han Yu. How is that possible? Yi Fan looked at Han Yu and smiled calmly. Not bad. You've changed a lot. I thought you wouldn't come down. Han Yu almost kicked Yi Fan with her foot, then looked at Lin Xiaoyan with a smile. Yi Fan, is this your sister-in-law Lin Xiaoyan? The one you asked me to arrange a job for? Lin Sanggu gasped again, completely unexpected that Yi Fan had actually gone through the back door. Lin Xiaoyan anxiously shouted in disbelief. "Co Han, weren't you hiring me because of my looks and abilities?" She didn't want Yi Fan to help her from the bottom of her heart. Several receptionists looked at Lin Xiaoyan awkwardly, wondering if she had some misunderstanding about what constituted good looks. Yi Fan said lightly, Han Yu, if she wants to rely on her abilities, then give her a chance to do so. After saying that, he walked directly into the elevator. Han Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled at the secretary beside her. Secretary Qian, Miss Lin is young, beautiful, and upright. Just arrange things for her according to the rules. Secretary Qian immediately stepped forward. Miss Lin, Qianbao Group only hires people with master's or doctoral degrees. You are a junior college graduate, which does not meet our recruitment requirements. I announce that you have failed the interview and will not be hired. Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan's faces turned ashen in an instant. Yi Fan, please come in. Amidst the surprised gazes of Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan, Han Yu welcomed Yi Fan into the 8th-floor office. The office, spanning over 100 square meters, was lavishly decorated. Not only was all the furniture designer brand, but even the floor-to-ceiling windows were bulletproof. Along the back wall stood a bookshelf, upon which were displayed dozens of antique artifacts. Porcelain, snuff bottles, jade ornaments, a diverse collection. Several paintings adorned the wall behind the desk. Han Yu offered, "Would you like something to drink?" It had to be said that women at the office were more mature and dignified than at home. Although her beauty was still captivating, one could see traces of growth. Yi Fan glanced at her, then shook his head. "No need, just let me take a look at you. The sooner we treat this, the sooner I can go back to buy groceries." Han Yu nearly reached for the paper cutter. She then forcefully suppressed her anger, slipped off her small leather shoes, removed her socks in front of Yi Fan, and finally sat down before him. She lifted her left foot, revealing a small, translucent foot before Yi Fan. It was fair, with a perfect curve, her toenails painted gold. In the sunlight, it was incredibly seductive. Han Yu curved the corner of her mouth. "Let's begin treatment." Yi Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner urges, and then reached for the woman's small foot. On the sole of her foot, a scar, more than an inch long, deep in color, contrasted sharply with the surrounding fair skin. This was obviously the injury Han Yu had sustained while ice skating. Yi Fan raised his head. "Did you eat a lot of seafood last night?" "How did you know?" Han Yu was slightly startled, then nodded. "Yesterday, I was feeling happy, so I had a feast. I love hairy crabs, and I ate quite a few. Does that matter? You suffered an infection when you were injured. Although you had treatment, it wasn't completely eradicated. Some of your meridians have become inflamed." Yi Fan stated indifferently. "So whenever you encounter anything cold or eat seafood, it will trigger inflammation, causing your old wound, and even your whole left foot, to throb. Your headaches are also a side effect of this. If you don't treat this thoroughly, in 3 months at most, not only will you lose your leg, but your organs will also fail." Han Yu was shocked. Then she leaned forward, her whole body lying on the coffee table, arching her back in the process. An incredibly alluring curve appeared in an instant. "Stop talking nonsense, just treat me quickly." Han Yu cried out, her voice trembling. "I don't want to have an amputation. I'd rather die than have an amputation." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to treat me?" Han Yu slightly opened her mouth. "Didn't I position myself for you? You can hit me all you want, as long as it can heal my foot. I can bear it no matter how hard it is." Slap! Yi Fan slapped her behind. "Who told you that's how I'm going to treat you? Last time I used it to soothe your meridians and relieve your headache." He was both amused and annoyed. Today, I'm going to treat your foot, remove the inflammation, force out the toxins. I'm using acupuncture. Han Yu's fair face turned instantly crimson, and she quickly retracted her arched back. Next, Yi Fan used the four-element detoxification acupuncture to detoxify Han Yu. After releasing 3 streams of pus and blood from the sole of her foot, Han Yu instantly felt relief throughout her leg. Not only was the pain gone, but she was also filled with vigor. At this moment, she felt that she could kick 10 of someone like Yi Fan. A little more than half an hour later, after 3 rounds of acupuncture, cleansing, disinfecting, and applying medicine, Yi Fan completed the process with ease. His focused demeanor made Han Yu feel momentarily lost in thought. For the first time, she found Yi Fan to be somewhat handsome. The inflammation has cleared, and the meridians have been repaired. Let me write you a prescription. Yi Fan picked up a pen and paper, quickly writing a prescription. Take 1 dose a day, for half a month, and then you'll be completely fine. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Han Yu excitedly took the prescription, willingly calling him Master for the first time. Then, she ran back to her desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a box, tossing it to Yi Fan. Sister Song told me you're married. This is for you. Han Yu smiled brightly. You can give this to your wife. She'll surely like it. Consider it a little gesture from me. What is it? Yi Fan was cautious. Don't play tricks on me. What if it was some adult product? Wouldn't he get strangled to death by Tang Ruoxue? Han Yu slammed her hand on the desk. Do you think I have no morals? Yi Fan gave her a dubious look, but ultimately didn't open the box. He changed the subject. Lend me a car. I have some things to do later. He realized it was already 5:30 p.m., and taxis would be changing shifts, which would be hard to find. So he needed to borrow a car to get to the AGNC restaurant. Yeah, so you can ask me for help? Seeing as you behaved well today, this Empress will reward you with a car. Han Yu took out a car key and tossed it to Yi Fan. Limited edition Lamborghini, 12 million. It just arrived last week. It's downstairs. Go take it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Fan grabbed the key. Do you need help birthing a dragon son? That bastard was playing games with her, and she had no proof. Just as Han Yu was about to lash out at Yi Fan, they heard a loud knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Han Yu opened the door, and a young couple appeared. The man was dressed in Armani, the woman in Chanel. Both were adorned with jewelry and exuded wealth. The man was full of anxiety. Han Yu, you said you had a miracle doctor here to treat you today? Where is he? The beautiful woman also chimed in. Yes. How is your treatment? Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, don't rush. Han Yu laughed heartily. My treatment is over. It was very effective. It turned my half-dead body into a powerhouse. She even kicked her leg a few times. See? I'm all better. Han Yu, congratulations. Oh, by the way, quickly tell us, where is this miracle doctor? Let him take a look at us. Mr. Qian paced anxiously. My wife and I are also in a rush to have a child. If we don't have one within the next 2 years, my father will donate all of his assets to a charity foundation. Mrs. Qian also added, Han Yu, if it's successful, you won't be short of any benefits. Later I'll introduce you to good prospects. The miracle doctor is right here. Han Yu quickly introduced Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this is Qian Xinghua, Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian Xinyan. She is the young heiress of Baihua Bank. They are also troubled by hidden illnesses and have sought medical treatment for many years without success. When they heard the Han family had met a miracle doctor, they decided to give it a try. Seeing how eager they are for treatment, I invited them over for a try. She also offered a rare apology. I know this might inconvenience you, but Mr. Qian is like my big brother, and I couldn't bear to see them. Yi Fan nodded slightly. It's all right, I understand. Then, he took another glance at them. Yi Fan remembered that it was Baihua Bank that caused Tang Ruoxue's financial troubles. Han Yu then enthusiastically introduced the Qian couple. Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, this is the miracle doctor who healed me. Dr. Yi Fan. Hello. Yi Fan politely extended his hand. Mr. Qian and his wife shook it, their brows furrowed. Their hands met and parted. This is the miracle doctor? Mr. Qian was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine, But he thought that at such a young age, how could one have high standards? A young man in his 20s probably hadn't even finished reading medical books. Shun Yin was also full of suspicion. Mr. Qian was blunt, looking towards Yifan. You're the miracle doctor? Yifan wasn't polite either. I'm not really a miracle doctor. Just an amateur hobby. I don't even have a medical license. Mr. Qian was immediately displeased. He thought Hanyu was really off the rails, daring to call someone without a medical license a miracle doctor. A calm man would be more like it. Xinyan asked, Are you a medical student? Yifan just casually answered, No, I didn't study medicine. I graduated from the Lanxiang Excavator School. That's nonsense. Before Hanyu could speak, Mr. Qian's expression turned angry. Do you know that practicing medicine without a license is equivalent to seeking wealth by harming people? Hanyu's expression changed, secretly calling out that Mr. Qian would ruin everything. Big brother Qian, what's wrong with you? Don't you trust me? Although Hanyu had many business dealings with Mr. Qian, she didn't hesitate to side with Yifan when it came to his value. What do you think? A young punk who hasn't even studied medicine. How can we believe him? Mr. Qian even scolded Hanyu along with him. It's such a waste of time. We even skipped the shareholder meeting, and you want me to look at this crap. Shunyan also said reproachfully, Hanyu, you're being reckless. They wouldn't have looked at her this way in the past, but now, Hanyu had hyped up Yifan too much, rekindling their long-lost hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and thus the anger. Mr. Qian, is it? Yifan stopped Hanyu from speaking, staring at Mr. Qian with a cold smile. You have poor appetite, you are constantly tired and low on energy. You need to drink a lot of coffee every day to stay awake. In addition, you have night sweats, insomnia, and your limbs are cold. Moreover, your right shoulder droops when you walk, your left leg trembles slightly, and your spine should be injured. With kidney deficiency and old injuries, it's difficult for you to sit for too long. Hanyu was stunned. The Qian couple were dumbfounded. You? How do you know? Yifan didn't stop, looking at Shunyan, Mrs. Qian, you should have intermittent coughing with thick phlegm, sometimes with blood in it. You often feel chest tightness and subtle pain. You have a lung disease. Moreover, your Ren meridian is congested, and your self-repair ability is poor, which causes heavy menstruation or metrorrhagia. Mr. and Mrs. Qian gaped, their jaws almost dropping. Yifan didn't even need to take their pulse. He just stated their symptoms like that. It was like he had experienced it himself. Could he really be that miraculous? If I guess correctly, when you went to the hospital, the doctor said you can't conceive because your uterus is too cold. Actually, that's just a problem with the Ren meridian, which governs reproduction. If I clear the blockage in your Ren meridian, you can still have children. Yifan finished speaking in one breath, then ignored them and turned to leave the office. Miracle doctor, Mr. Qian snapped out of his daze and yelled, then ran after Yifan. Shunyan also woke up as if from a dream and chased after him. But when they rushed into the corridor, Yifan had already gotten into the elevator. When they chased down, Yifan was already driving away in the Lamborghini. The Qian couple became anxious and immediately started their Maserati to chase, but Hanyu grabbed the steering wheel. Don't chase. She reminded them. Yifan is angry right now. It's pointless to chase him. Hanyu, I was wrong, I was blind. Mr. Qian was sweating profusely. Quickly help me call him. Say a few good words. No amount of money is a problem. Please ask Dr. Yi to treat us. Yes, please help us. I must have a child. Shunyan was also full of remorse. Hanyu, give me his address. We'll go beg him. Let's wait for a bit. Chasing after him now would only backfire. Hanyu stated calmly, I will give him a call later. Then, it wouldn't be too late for you to find him. Half an hour later, Hanyu called, only to find that Yifan's phone was turned off. While the Qian couple were filled with regret, Yifan was speeding towards the AGNC restaurant. He was already 5 minutes late, and if he didn't show up, Tang Ruoxue would likely lose it. Yifan wanted to use traffic as an excuse, but when he picked up his phone, he discovered that his iPhone 4 had automatically shut down and wouldn't power on. He figured he needed to buy a new phone, and then stepped on the gas a few more times, accelerating further. 10 minutes later, Yifan rushed into the restaurant's parking lot. He parked haphazardly in an empty space, then pushed open the car door and ran toward the entrance. But before he even entered the hall, he heard a series of cheers coming from the restaurant. Yifan looked up and saw that the AG&C restaurant had transformed into an ocean of flowers and balloons. 36 finely dressed men and women stood in the shape of a heart, each holding a bouquet of roses. The sunlight glittered off them, making them appear bright and dazzling. Yifan also noticed the tall figure of Zhao Xiaoye. In the middle of the formation was a young man, tall and handsome, with a broad forehead that commanded a certain presence. He was dressed in an English style, making him look very fashionable. Zhao Dongyang, a returned overseas PhD, a rich second generation, and also Zhao Xiaoye's brother, the future heir to Dongyang Group. He had been pursuing Tang Ruoxue for many years,